Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は、414日目 is day 514. Or day after level 58. Let's get into our reviews here. There's some oddball ones in there this time around. Like this one.
Shikkou 醸造
果敢
I only got dare? No. Something is the fruit of being daring. I don't think. I think these ones are kind of weird. I think this one is
鼓舞 鼓膜 不変
and no. So-
水槽
勇敢
So
蒼白
恐喝
新章 コーツ
Oh, eh?
潮位網羅伐採盲人
Yeah.
イカ
呆れ返る
呆れ返る
一変ボケ
定款 年俸
方眼 カラス
旋回
鼓動縫い目
あ
あっけ
oh
羅針盤
太鼓呪体
紳士協定
胎盤
角膜
胃腸剣士あくまでも堕胎
楓観光色毛
平行
蝶金縛り還元額関東南弁盗賊
濃紺
高越
蚕
海峡弔う 発行
うーん。
オツ浴槽
公募
旋
旋
律
律
ウーロン茶
茶
縛り首
What's it? It's it's a mean. Oh.
峡谷盲目
盲腸検閲
減法
ツボ
海賊
うーん。Not that. So
拓也
あえて旋風遍歴胎児
表紙
Uh, and
かもす鼓み酵素
もったいない。
遮断楓と遮る
山賊。弦楽器。
盲点
情勢。
干ばつ秋
幕。完全。
完全
大腸根堕落脊髄
網膜。
つ Huh. I thought that was Sheen. Or is it Sheen? Oh, might be it.
閲覧
Put on.
"基礎猶予」
Okay.
"羅列」
均衡
Ginkgo.
帳尻
Alright. Tomorrow is gonna be an interesting day. There's a chance I might split it in half. I have no idea what I'm gonna do. I might do all of it at once. Oh, that's 554. The other days are not very packed though. Alright. Get into our reads here. Okay. Do sulfur. Yeah. Harden. That's it. Steel. Oh, this one's consistently tough. It's Guy. Oh, congratulations. Oh, sighing. Sigh. So Guy. Sigh. Or sigh. Oop. Aid. Eat. Play. Daku. Muddy. Home. Run. Show resemblance. You. Rot. Daku. Husk. Go. Receive. On. Fiefdom. By. Mediator. Get. Chicken. Oku. West. Tetsu. That one's rough too. Tetsu. Alternate. Oh, and alternate. T. Spine. I. Accompany. Full. Divide. This one's rough too. Oop. Genealogy or score. Scoop. This one's a little tough. Graceful. On. Sale. Good. Present. This one's rough too. We're pouring from the bottle. Pouring from the bottle. And serve shaku. Serve. Akatsuki. Gone. Gets it. Greatness. Jo. Lock. Shino. Endure. Music. Congratulations. Suga. Sage. Ri. Glass. You. Lapis lazuli. Alright. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, keep each other motivated. So until next time, minasan mata ne. Ite kurete arigatou. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は167日目です。It is day 167. Let's get into our grammar here. At 14 today. 冷蔵庫。冷蔵庫にリンゴはあるの？
冷蔵庫にリンゴはあるの？
自分が何になるか。Okay. Interesting. 自分で決め。決めなければならない。Oh, no, wait. Wait, that is key. Am I screwing up? I'm screwing it up a little. Do I? Oh, I think it's that's be right. So, なければならない。Oh, I missed the Anna. Okay.
自分が何になるか自分で決めなければならない。
僕が新しい車を買った。Did I notice? Did you notice? Probably notice dealing with key? Maybe not can see. What else? Is there any other way to say? I think we're doing C. Form of C. Or no, wait. No, we're doing kinitsuku. No, kigatsuku. Oh, do I need something in front? I don't think I do. Past tense. Uh-oh. Oh, I do need koto. Okay, fair enough. That was a 50-50. Didn't know if I needed koto. I was torn between koto and no.
僕が新しい車を買ったことに気がついた？
私はラーメンのsecond to 牛が好きで、その same sequence 天ぷらが好き。sequence by ranks, right? So no 次にの次に Oh wait, there's a no already. I didn't see the no.
私はラーメンの次に寿司が好きで、その次に天ぷらが好き。
Oh, so you can do stacking. Interesting. 遠く見えるけど、遠く見えるけど、ちょっと、like, しかない。
多く見えるけどちょっとしかない。
Alright. V metal. Wait. Is that gonna be Ju Kinzoku? Or is that something else? Okay. Ju Kinzoku wa... What in the world? Shinsei boku bokuhatsu cho not sure. Shinsei bokuhatsu, a supernova. Oh, new star. Interesting. Like I guess a summoning of a new star and then explosion. What? Come from, made from. Dekiru? Different particle? Oh, kara dekiru.
重金属は超新星爆発からできる。
Okay. 警察が来た。警察が来た。Runaway? What's runaway? Is it 逃げる? Is it no? Yeah, 逃げる。ね? 逃げて? This supposed to be like really casual. Stronger, okay. What was... It's just nige. Oh no. It's nigero
警
because
察が来た。
it's
逃げろ。
ichidan. I have to remember that. 日本では okay. 家上がるとき行こう。Okay. So, 靴を脱ぐ new negative polite conditional. Oh. What version of this are we doing? Polite conditional. Guess it's the same. Different structure? Wait, I forgot. How did they want this different structure? Oh, wait. Oh, different structure? Again? Huh. Have to. it's just like this. Probably like, wait, but I thought that's casual. Maybe like, new, night.
日本では家に上がるとき、靴を脱がないといけません。
Oh, you could do Naito and then add Ikemasen. Okay. I see. Ire nani means something, kedo. Oh, yaku. Itara. Oh, pretty sure I need a na here. Up here. Maybe like nani mieru. Oh, we don't need
綺麗に見えるけど近くで見たら汚れている。
綺麗に見えるけど汚れている。Huh. Oh, it's yo, that is. Oh, it's Soul. Soul is it? This one's really rough. Huh. Easier to read, less so to output. Because it has to do with or peers. 日本語を教えてin the 尊敬語 for probablyいらっしゃってるいらっしゃっていて or just hmm.
日本語を教えていらっしゃると聞きました。
Oh no, wait, that's the Sudo part. Just kidding. That's the Sudo part. I guess it also replaces. What is that? To be, to go? Okay. Heck. Oh.
日本では洋風の結婚式が人気です。
留守の時になんか steal and 生まれない pray So no, wait. No, that's just da. So irunda. So how about expanding? I'm praying that. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Wait, no. What is? Oh, no. Oh, I forgot the E. Oops.
留守の時に車が盗まれないように祈っているんだ。
Progressive. I need to progress.
朝はコーヒーが必要です。なかったら私は仕事ができません。
Oh, yeah. 母よ、ともこ、きいちゃんに、what is that? 周りを案内して、show around, 案内して、show me. Oh, get it. Really? And request. 言って、no. くれる。negative. So, あげてくれない。
母親、ともこ、キーちゃんに周りを案内してあげてくれない？
案内してあげてくれない。Okay. Tomorrow we'll do some more additional grammar stuff. Today, we got something else going on. Alright. That's all the time I have for Bunpro today. It's a bit on the short side. Pretty good. Liberate some time. So you're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and discuss, keep each other motivated. So until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigatou. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I will be back for HanziHero. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第520天 is day 520 into our active recalls.
皎洁，
皎洁. Both of these characters are actually pretty weak. Jiao is the new one, or newer one than the Jie. Jie is pretty weak too. They're both very similar. One has Jiao in it, the other one has Jie. And then it is the radical to the left that kind of gives it the idea of what it is. So this is bright because it's white, and this is clean because yeah, water next to it.
皎洁，收获，
show Huo. Huo is the one that's dropped. It's the newer one. Show is very early, and sometimes I kind of get it mixed with show. Show Huo. What was it? Foreman offered a torch. Check for his services in the bakery. And then Huo is harvest orchid and harvest what? Orchid and greens. It's the Huo, it's the Hulk part that lost.
收获，
Excuse me.
所谢，
所谢 meaning this time, trivial. So not so much the read, so it's pretty okay. Trivial is the rough part. And then 谢 is pretty weak too, which is bits. So highlight shit. Trivial matters. Where's the shit? Not the strongest. Because the bottom, this one is more like Xiao. More commonly Xiao. So we're combining two weak ones.
"所谢，偶酷，
Trivial bits. Bits are kind of trivial, if in a way. The meaning is a weak one. I missed the tone as well. Thinking it was because of exclamatory. In this case is throwing. The right does have the read oh, and then it's all for the third turn. And then two is to vomit. Actually, two is kind of weak too, because I often think it's two, the tone 3. Actually, that's a tone shift. That's why it's interesting. Am I worried about that too? I think I am. I think we're gonna have to find another one for this. I don't want to lead in on tone shifts yet. Yeah, we'll do the same thing we did yesterday.
"偶酷，
Why does it sound different? Huh. Well,
开窍，
Kaiqiao. This one double open, but this is more like opening the mind. Kaiqiao. Qiao is the weak one. Still pretty weak. But has a different meaning now. Like it's to become enlightened. Okay. Okay. Okay.
开窍，开窍，呕吐，
Okay. You didn't accept.
收获，皎洁，所谢，
Okay, so let's go back for a sec here. Yeah, I think we're just gonna remove the one. We'll find another one when it comes back around. Oh, I gotta make sure the order is flipping over. Yeah, it's flipping over properly here. Okay. Entire other four.
晾干，
Liang is the weak one. I keep thinking it has something to do with like sun and bright and whatnot, as opposed to air drying, which still kind of deals with the sun. We're just double downing on the drying part. The drying part is what I'm dropping.
晾干，
We're gonna have to add air dry because not a smart
肆
thing.
虐，
Si is really weak. Nye is the only Nye that I know. So we kind of throw that in. And then Si got redefined. Si is introduced as 4. But it also can be used as a verb to be like reckless. So we're using reckless. The other is the like government for combat like counterfeiting and whatnot. The formal for. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of weak. Pretty weak. Okay.
肆虐，掐表，
Cha is the weak one. The pinching, but it's curvy, no fingers. Still, stopwatch is pretty good. The pinching watch kinda has a visual to it. Cha. Okay.
掐表，赞赏，
John is the weak one. Largely for its read, not so much for its meaning. There's actually double Johns. John That's repetitious, John. And Xiang will help with the phrasing. To admire, to praise, to appreciate. Yeah.
赞赏、 赞赏、
Oops. I was not looking carefully.
晾干、
Oh. 4.
掐表、 肆虐、
Okay. Alright. Have time for our characters for today. Get into our characters. Spinning wheel of cactus. Got 2. Oh no, this is wrong. No, it's yeah, wrong. Wrong person swap. 50-50 on the person swap.
八、
Fragrant plant. 50-50. That's a 50-50. Oh no. Yeah, oh yeah. That's cover. B for protecting as in covering, sense of protecting something. To cover something. That's a 50-50. What was P? P has a... Oh, it's a flag. Well... Darn. I want to say... I'm torn between two things. Nah, there's too many. There's like 3 things. Development. We're gonna use... No, I think we're gonna stop using sandal. Just use A. Maybe I'll use... let's go look for another word. Development. Could end up being like qual and whatnot. Let's see. Yanhua. Okay, Yanhua is good too. Yanhua. Yansheng. Short of, yeah. So either of these. There's also Yanguo. No, Yanguo. There's Yanbian. Yeah, all of these seem fine. Physics. Yanshe. Oh, to direct. Oh, that's interesting. Yanhua is pretty on the nose. Yanshen is a little weak. Yanbian. Okay. We'll do Sheng. Sheng is a little weak on the side. I kind of think it's express over extend, but express is without the person. Okay. More on the nose. What the
脚
crafty? This is to pair with Hua, right? Having some art lighting difficulties, you're able to provide some brief thoughts? Sure. Sure. Why not?
Reng 剑
Oh no, this is cheap. Or, oh no, this is better. The other is cheap. It's cheap without the spray. I think cheap is without the spray. Oh, spatter is the one with the water. Yeah, cheap is without the spray. Okay.
Jiao
What the? We have salt and a blowgun? Oh.
咸
Heck. Shen for high. It looks like gun because of the syringe. So car. Shen because of high. Do I have a high? I don't think I do. So this has a lot of pairings. Shen. What did I do? Oh. You send an image, it's the hand with the arrow pointing towards it that I feel looks off. Is she holding on to something? Yeah, I mean, is she holding on to something? I mean, looks okay. The thumb is The I guess it's missing a joint. Or otherwise, the thumb is too long. I don't see it being that big of a deal. Right, like when you're holding on to something. I mean, in general, from that angle, you wouldn't be able to see the thumb most of the time anyways. She's holding an unrendered object. I think you messed up the hand angle too. I don't know, you wouldn't be able to see the thumb. Oh, you really can't pinpoint it, but the hand sticks out that's not matching the... Oh, you're talking about the lighting? Well, if you're talking about the lighting, the hand is supposed to be completely... You wouldn't be able to see the hand. Most of the hand. You might be able to see the tip of the hand. Like, there's no occlusion. Unless you're trying to make the hand stick out of the coat, then the coat would have to come up a bit. Like, the sleeve would have to be angled up. So, I mean, half the hand should be in darkness. Like, it should be dark, it should be as dark as your... However you were lighting the inside of the coat. Like, it's too bright. It's not underneath the sleeve. Unless you're making it underneath the sleeve, then like, if you want the hand to be underneath the sleeve, it's too bright. Right now, what it looks like is your coat looks like it's over the hand. The coat sleeve looks like it's over the hand, but somehow the light just penetrates the entire coat. Yeah, like, it's supposed to be completely dark. Like, you're not supposed to see half the hand, maybe the fingertips. It's way too bright. Although, honestly, the reason why it looks off, in my opinion, is present in nearly the entire thing. So, like, your entire artwork does not have any occlusion. Maybe the hair has some occlusion. Yeah, maybe the face has occlusion. All your other objects do not have occlusion. Like the coat. Yet, like, I don't know how far you are along, but like the coat over the skirt, the socks over the leggings, the boot over the socks, the ammo strap over the dress, and the coat sleeve over the hand is missing occlusion. You have about 6 hours of drawing time to get this finished. Oh, you need to finish it. Oh. So, like, what I'm saying is, like, you have your hand, right? Then you have your sleeve. So this whole part is going to be shaded, like, distinguished. Like, so you have a really solid shadow that makes across the top to know that the sleeve is over the hand. So it's missing that. And then you can still do your, like, this is darker here. And then you might have some, like, lighter spots here on the fingers, like when you draw in the digits. But it's missing this. Like, is the sleeve over the hand, or is the hand Because if it is, then you would have to draw the sleeves like up a little and have the hand above the sleeve. So the hand is on top of the sleeve. So then there's no occlusion. Right, like then the sleeve will be around on top of the hand. Then you don't need anything. And this would end up being a bright spot then. It'll be a bright spot, edge spot. And then there still be occlusion down here, but it would be less. It'd be just like a very fine line, if not. And then the rest of the hand would be as bright as you made it. But then it'd be like pushing forward. So it'll be slightly darker here, but the whole hand is usually lighter. So now she's holding it like this, and she's holding it forward, like a fist in front. Where the sleeve is underneath, it's like hanging behind the hand. But if it's over the hand, the whole thing would be masked. You can try different things. Oh, it's underneath? Yeah, so you would probably shade from the edge of the sleeve. Yeah, you would probably... The closer it is to the edge, the more cover it'll have. So, like, you can have... So you drew this, right? You drew... And then here's the object. And then here's the sleeve, right? So this part it'll be shaded like this way, and then it'll be darkest here. We can use cross-hatching, actually. Cross-hatching is... So the occlusion would be like this. And the so you said half the hand. It's kind of like, right, this much of the hand, and then the occlusion would be here. So it would just fade out to there. So then you know that this part is resting next to the silk, or next to your cloth thing, because you're I guess you're expecting the sleeve to be resting on top of this, unless somehow the sleeve is like in you know, like a, if you look down and your hand is like this, where the sleeve never makes contact with the hand. That's kind of weird, but I guess there are certain characters with hula hoop sleeves, but usually at that angle the sleeve is resting on top of the hand, so wherever it's resting is going to be occluded. And based on that angle, because your light is coming from like slightly over here, it will probably cast a larger shadow, is what I would think. This is what you wanted to do in terms of the hand out of the sleeve, yeah. Okay. It's interesting. You don't really have to draw the thumb in that genre. Oftentimes, like, someone's gripping, not that it's a big deal. I think that's fine. Like, people would hold, you can hold something like this. Like, some people grip things like this, where they have like the maybe the object is too small and the thumb is outside, right? Usually it'd be like you only see the corner, like a little bend, so they would be holding this way, so it'd be like over. You'll probably only see like a thumb sticking out, but that's not a big deal, honestly. I actually kind of like your second profile. No, they're not too far out. They're fine. They're supposed to be darker though. So they're not supposed to be lighter. They're supposed to be darker. Right, it's going into the sleeve. The brightest part is the knuckles. The only part that would be the lightest on your hand is the knuckles. So when you're like wrapping around, the only part, so the smaller parts would be completely black. So, and everything around the object, this part around the object would be black too, because you're making contact with the object. So You do the, you know, the whole thing about like Sam does art stuff where if you're worried about hand things, go and find an object. Usually if you have a mirror, it'd be easier. Like you find an object and then use your hand and then put it in front of a mirror and you'll probably be able to see where the lighting stuff are. But yeah, your little fingers, the only part that would ever shine would be the knuckles. The knuckles would be the brightest. Other than that, the gradient you have is fine. So like, you keep all your normal lighting. Like what you have now, the whole thing is fine. The lighting is good. That's for like directional lighting. Now you need the architectural lighting, like the occlusion to make it look like your hand is actually underneath something. And then your hand is over something. And then your hand is like, the different joints have to be different shades. Other than the line thing. So like, you know, you have your knuckles here, and then you have your other fingers, right? The rest of your fingers that wrap around this object. These are going to be darker. This part is going to be lighter, right? And then this part is going to be darker. And then your thumb is to whatever it wants to do. But it's to highlight the different segments. Obviously, you can use your line art. You are using your line art to show that there's different parts of your fingers. What about the piece in general? I think it's good. It looks like you spent a lot of time with it. Your blending, you know, it's interesting, like to me, that you spent a lot of time on your... You've shown me way more intricate like cloth work, right? And it's interesting how most of the piece doesn't have any of it. Like for example, your coat, the overcoat is missing texture, like texture from your coloring, so to speak. So it feels kind of on the weaker side of things. And your skirt, I mean, your skirt is nice, the little like riffles and folds in the end, but it feels to me that you have done far more intricate ones than that before. But I guess you're not really graded on those things. I think overall, like, it looks great as a silhouette, like the general basis. I think the next part is basically lacking texture, right? Not that you need texture. I think most references for anime and whatnot don't have any texture. The reason the coat lacks texture is largely because you're avoiding your responsibility. Yeah, texture. Oftentimes, the thing about texture is it can be your brush technique. Like you don't necessarily have to create a line texture. You can create painting texture, which is how I typically go about it. So right now your coat looks like it's being filled in. So most of the stuff is filled in. Like your skirt, that is really intricate pattern. Like that's tough. That to me is a lot of time to do the coat, like the skirt pattern. That's not the same as texture. So like your like when you're doing like checkered things like this where you make a pattern, right? And then this is a pattern, so you're using patterns to coat surfaces, and that's really hard. Personally, I don't spend time making intricate patterns. The texture of the thing is missing. So like, you know, your skirt looks, I guess the skirt would be like something like this, right? The skirt piece, but it's missing like right? Or maybe something like something that makes it there's no like there's the direction is fine, right? You have these waves, but it kind of goes up. I don't know how to do skirts, but it just feels like you have patterns on a flat surface, and I don't know how to. I wouldn't know how to think about how to make it not appear so flat. The code appears flat, basically. It's very clean looking. Which I think that's what you were going for. Interesting. I don't know, I would have to look at it again. I mean, I looked at your different iterations as you were going. Maybe I'll do something this evening. But you have to send it in like 6 hours? Dang. What are you graded on? While I continue this. Oh wait. Did I add this? I did. Oh, no. We have different highs here. Jian. 圈见. Railing of a balcony. I don't know what threshold. That's threshold? Yin is threshold? Oh, it's a different read of it. Yeah, Kan is threshold. Interesting. We're gonna avoid alternative reads for now. You don't need to send it in 6 hours from now. You're trying to destroy you're trying not to destroy your sleep schedule. Okay, so you're working on it. You're not working on it anymore tonight. But tomorrow you have a time frame around 5 to 7 where you can continue working on it, and then the deadline is 4 p.m. I see. As for what they grade, well, the main concern is just making it look finished. So here's the thing. Here's the thing about your piece. The idea of making it look finished. Now I have. You're probably gonna hear this cliche a bunch about artwork. The idea is to finish the intent. So what I mean by that is if you're that it is intentionally done completely. And that's kind of I know that didn't help very much. When I look at the artwork, right, or like my artwork, did I do something all around, like balanced all around? Like, was their intent? So when I'm looking at this piece, I see that you started on various things and didn't finish various things. So it appears unfinished because you did something for certain places and then you stopped doing them for other places. So what I mean by that is you probably heard the comment about less is more situation, where if you have a particular goal in mind, it is done balanced around. So like, for example, how much detail you place in the skirt is not reflected in the shoes, and the middling ground with the coat is not reflective of the details in the skirt. Like, the skirt is very obviously far more captivating, and the face is far more captivating, and specifically just the hair around the face. But then because the hair around the face is rendered, the hair in the back is not, which is interesting because it could be a stylistic choice. Now, the thing about why in my opinion, why your piece may seem a little unfinished, at least to me, is that there's no consistency between the choices. Like, for example, the piece, you could literally decide to leave the coat one color with like I don't know, like a screen tone over it. But then if you deliberately decide to make the skirt the same, just one tone color with screen tones over it, and then so what I mean by that is, one of the ways you can save time or like execute on something is, since I'm very bad with cloth and whatnot, I can think of a scheme that I would apply to all my cloth. So all my cloth would have a very specific element, and then because they have that element, it'll look finished. So my hair would have an element, and it would deliberately be applied to everything the hair is. Then it would look finished because I finished a stage of it. It kind of feels like there are definitely parts that are unfinished. So if I had to look at your piece, the shoes are not finished, the hair in the back is not finished, the rifle is not finished. Although it's a pass because the rifle and the goggles look about the same, so you can probably keep them about the same so that they're adherent to each other. The hair could do this clever thing. The hair keeping the outline in the back is actually kind of neat, so I'll give the hair a pass. The coat, the skirt, the boots, like whatever she's wearing is incomplete, largely because there's varying levels of completion. That the armor, the ammunition belt is not at the same stage as the goggles and the rifle, so then the belt looks unfinished because your objects are not at the same stage, if you know what I mean. I think that's kind of what I typically would gravitate towards when you're trying to make something look quote-unquote finished. I often think of it as stages. So if you have like clothing, for example, you don't have to make it the best, like most detailed piece. The idea is, if your clothing is going to have stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, then all of them will have this, whatever it is, like maybe a base color, a print, and like directional lighting. That's it. It like, you don't even, like, if you didn't do shadows, right? If you say, oh, you're gonna skip shadows, then don't do shadows for all of them. What it looks like is you have completed the stages that unify everything. And then when you're doing the face, for example, anywhere there's skin, right? Anywhere there's skin, you have the same process. If you want to do lighting, maybe, I don't know, specular highlights and shadow, you do it for everywhere there's skin. So the idea is then the thing looks uniform. It's kind of like having a game in pixel art, right? Like, all the characters are in pixel art, but all the background is hand painted. The idea is that even though you're not applying a uniform, like finished, it's not come together, all of the pixel art has certain stages of rendering that are complete, and all of the background has and you can break that up into your character. Like, all your clothing could have a specific number of stages, and in all your skin, like the thing you care about, like anime sometimes do this quite a lot, where the eyes have like 6 things going on, but the face has like 2 things going on: directional lighting and 2 like a flat color and a directional lighting. That's all it has. But the eyes would have like 6 things. So then the show, every single character will have the eyes with the 6 things, and to save time, all the faces only have two rendering layers. And that's kind of how I would say when a thing feels finished. If you want to finish it or increase the level of feeling that it is finished, is to complete all the tasks across all the things. So then it feels like you have a stopping point. I think one of the downsides about, or one of the problems, not like a literal problem, it's not an objective problem, one of the subjective problems that I encounter whenever I, when Inktober is around the corner, right? And someone says that they don't like doing Inktober because their work is never finished, right? And my thought is, it's not necessarily the idea that it's never finished. I agree. Nearly everything I do is never finished. You stop doing artwork when you stop, not when it finishes. And the idea is, oftentimes people keep hopping back and forth. So you hear this a lot where one of the back and forths is you hop into details before doing everything else. So if you keep hopping from like, oh, I'm gonna do the hair one day, then do all of the hair. If you're gonna do the coat one day, then do the rest of the clothing. The idea is you don't want to keep hopping back and forth and leaving things half finished. The idea is, if you're going to do shadows, you can do it even in different organization. For me, is like, do shadows, then do all the shadows. Do directional lighting, then do all the directional lighting. Not pick the hair, right? And just do the hair, shadow, and direction one day, and then leave the rest without shadow and directional lighting for another day, or if you ever get to it. So then it leads into that problem that we're talking about now, that you feel the hand is off. The hand is off. I don't think the hand is off. I simply think it's unfinished, because at some point you were doing shadowing somewhere else, and then you didn't do the shadowing for the hand. And that's the thing that is talked about. It's also related to language learning, where someone would learn something and they would skip. They would go to the next thing without finishing the thing before them. So like, you get enough foundations in language learning, and then you just skip to the next thing. You just plow ahead. So then there's spotty. All your stuff is spotty. And usually that comes back in the form of, it feels unfinished. Like you didn't learn everything. You didn't graduate, or like you didn't do everything. It feels like there's always pockets and stuff that keeps coming up. I'm not saying that you can't be satisfied with it. Like, I think some people learn to embrace this feeling that they have where they look at something and is unfinished. I think oftentimes this feeling ends up resolving its way by figuring out your organization skills. Like, what do you think is considered finished? For me, details are last. So details is last at all times. And it's interesting because sometimes when you're putting on the last details, you're putting on like step 1 and step 2 of what I would think is a finished product. So this is the difference between you and me. It's not to say which one is right. When the hand thing that you just told me, that would be in step 1 and step 2. Like, it would come well before like the skirts like line detail. It would come before the hair detail or the skirt folds. Like, there's there would be no skirt folds before I do the shadow and lighting on the hand. So to me, then I can determine when I think it's finished. I think doing this artwork is a good reflection of how focused you are, like where you think you're focused. You wouldn't do this. I mean, that's actually closer to what I would do. So only the face would be complete, right? So the face looks like it's detailed, and then the hair might have a little too much detail, but that's closer to what I would probably submit if I had limited time. Largely because this would be the earlier stages. Like, your skirt still has too much detail, like more detail than I would have on it, typically. But this looks more balanced. The face is good because you finish the face, and the face is a unique part, and then everything else is pretty balanced level of detail. So now this looks less unfinished, basically, in my opinion. Like, it looks balanced. So it's kind of one of those juxtapositions. Like, if you have something like super detailed, right? Like, for example, I always use the tree thing. So if you had, like, here's your trunk for your tree, and then you did the rest, right? So this looks jarring. This looks more detailed than the trunk of the tree. It looks like your trunk was unfinished. So then you just compare it and you're like, all right, so let's add the same level of, let's balance out the details. Now these two are balanced. So now these two have like a similar level of detail. So this appears more finished than this, which is kind of one of those things that if you're doing things in organized way, it'll seem like the stuff is more detailed. Like, for example, if you make, I got one here. We'll just draw like, now, this looks unfinished because this looks like there's less detail. Like you skipped this and you focused on the detail at the top. So now this looks jarring. However, if you decide to balance it out with a few strokes, even though this looks sloppier, this looks like it's balanced. There's sufficient detail in the body of the apple, right? This looks like it's balanced. Your composition is balanced. So now the apple looks balanced. It does not look like you have an imbalance of the stuff. Like, oh, hey, it looks like this person just basically hyper-focused on a part of the piece and they didn't look at the bigger picture, the whole piece as a whole. So even though I just drew some random squiggly lines, it looks better than drawing this. And then somehow you decided to do like a hyper detailed thing up here. and this would look awful because like, or this would look off because there's so little weight. The weight is disproportionate. Now, you could get away with, you know, drawing a lots of detail here, right? And then just do this. But this looks awful too because there's no detail here. Like, what happened to the stem? Like, there's nothing there. So you try to balance it out a little. And you kind of have to fill this out, in my opinion, a lot of times. So I would add a couple leaves, and then now the composition is balanced. The parts are balanced. So if you're trying to ask for, like, how do you get a feeling of completeness, at least in my opinion, try to balance your things out. Balance all your objects out. Like, balance your clothing, so that if you're asking yourself, how does it feel more complete or whole? Where can I add a bit more so that it makes it feel like everything is quote unquote complete? At least that's my opinion on that. Oh yeah, that hand looks good. Yeah, that's good. That's very good. Now your hand looks like it's underneath the sleeve. So the thing about sleeves, right? I always this is a crutch of mine, so I don't know how aggressive you want to be, but typically whenever you have something that's underneath something, I usually go pretty hard right here, because then it's very clear. And then usually this part up here, if the light is coming this way, this is the brightest part as well. So there's usually edges. We talked about this before, Mika, the like the Hoyo effect or the Genshin effect or something, all the current things. If you want to practice your shape language and like your shadow and stuff, typically wherever you can find your interface of the white spot. So this is the light edge, right? The light edge. And then this is the dark edge. It creates that contrast where you have, you know, your shape, where the boundaries of one object and another object interacts with each other. And they're usually the strongest one, where it goes from a really light volume to a really dark volume. And that's to help you determine what's in front, right? Like if I do this and then draw this, and just color around it, then you know that this object, if the light source is coming at you, the object has to be in front, and then everything else is dropping far into the back. So these objects, like in video games, to create simple edges is to put something put something dark next to something really light, which is how they get that I guess the quote unquote HDR cell shade type of aesthetic, which is what you'll test a harder edge on it. Yeah, if you want, like, I think your piece is close to balance. You just have to figure out how to balance it. Like the boots, in my opinion, and the back hair, if you fill in whatever you do on the back hair and the boots, I think that would balance the things. Because your boots can balance your binoculars in its current state. Hello there, drama. You can see that your eyes, if you look down, the boots is not balanced by the binoculars. So your boots need some detail. And then the hair is part of the entire silhouette of your other hair, so that requires filling in. Other than that, I think that would be good enough, honestly, to balance it. The reason why I would do the top one is because it is more balanced with the boots. I like the boots, the rifle, and the binoculars are balanced. on your edges, and then your hair is closer, the back hair is closer to the front hair, and then your skirt is no longer sticking out like it is the most detailed thing compared to the coat. So I think overall my opinions on whether an object is finished or a piece is finished is when it's balanced to the eye, personally. What's up, Drama? What are you up to? Alright, so we need to figure out what are we going to use for this character. Let's see. Forbidden Place. Chen Ye. How does that work? I don't have Ye. Guess that's forbidden. Just checking in. I see. Chen Yan. I was looking. I know there was nothing on screen, but I was looking at Mika's art piece that she's going to submit tomorrow, and she just wanted me to look at it. Let's see, Shen Jian. I kind of like Jian, but it's a different read. Although it would be this would be the read I would use. Kan is a weird read. That's interesting. This reads better with the alternative read. I don't think I have. Wait. This is high, right? Oh. Nang? Oh man. Alright, we're gonna use this one. I didn't. Oh man. Ang. Oh, it's because. Oh, it's Ang, yeah. Xiang. Okay, we'll use Xiang for this for sure. It's the other high that I don't have anything. This was a 50-50.
B.
Stack. This was a 50-50 on its meaning. Yeah.
E.
That one's a freebie. This can be your more or less new work colleague randomly dropped that he lived in China for 10 years and is fluent in Chinese. Oh, well. That's cool. Were you interested in learning Chinese, or is that a recent discovery? Like that you're interested in it. New York colleague. I'm not surprised. The New York colleague. Did your second? Are you running again? Are you swimming again? Did your burn heal? I don't know how fast burn heals. Hopefully you're healing all right. From our last discussion, you tried a slightly harder shadow. Also sent it going to head off a moment. Yeah. I'll look at it. Yeah. You're gonna go to bed, and I will look at it with like maybe I'll give some point of inspiration before you wake up or something. It's really good. It looks fantastic for an OC. I mean, I haven't ever made an OC, so pretty neat. And all of these things are suggestions. You'll probably have different feedback from your instructor, seeing that I'm not a art teacher. I was more talking since you said about trying to feel finished. I was talking more about the idea of closure and the idea of feeling of finish, not really what are the skills it takes, because I can't really give too much advice on like color theory and shadow and all that stuff. I do have a thing about trying to get people to feel a little bit more resolved in their organization and how they can maybe achieve closure in their work. You don't remember how it came to the lore drop, but it was just funny. You knew him for 2 months now, almost working daily with him, and suddenly I get that big lore. You can run again, but you should avoid direct sun. Okay. Do you usually run outside? Are you planning to typically run outside, or do you have access to a treadmill? Because you have facilities, right? You already said you go swimming, so I imagine like whatever facilities you have, you probably have a treadmill somewhere. You shouldn't swim yet. Okay, so it's still like exposed. Yeah. Oh, the one thing when we were talking about, when we were chatting about running and stuff, drama, the one thing that this isn't a competition. I think swimming is, I wish I could swim, right? Or I mean, like, I wish I could say I can swim now. The thing is, the thing about running is that one thing about conversation. I enjoy the idea of running because you can talk to people. Now, I don't know about you. The last time I checked, when people go joy swimming, they don't talk and swim at the same time. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but it is, it's hard for me to imagine people casually like swimming and then conversing randomly in their swim and then conversing again. I can imagine like completing a set or something and then sitting by the pool and having a chat, which does happen for casual swimming, but I'm not sure about the whole thing. So oftentimes when I think of treadmill, yeah, usually not, but it's definitely possible. Yeah, I can imagine. Running, to me, the reason why I chose running, like, for example, the reason why I came across running, you could kind of say running chose me instead, because I didn't, like, say one day I'm just gonna go running. It's actually people did running, and they often spend time together running. So that's what happened. Like, I went to a place, lots of people gathered, it's all about running and whatnot, and that's how running became part of my life. Not that I wanted to be a runner. I didn't one day say, oh, I'm gonna be healthy. Like, for example, all the reasons to run, like cardiovascular health and etc., that came after the motivation that we were chatting about. The idea of meeting people, the idea of normalizing social activities was the reason for running. Not so much because running was like a health craze and stuff. You can walk. Like, in most cases, when you want the non-diminished return of exerting your body for performance, you walk. Walking is the gold standard for cardiovascular health and maintenance, not performance related things like running marathons and swimming for speed, like speeds, burst speed and stuff. Those are for pure hobby, like the idea of passionate things. So I often think of talking and socializing as my hobby, not necessarily the the act of running. And swimming is an interesting one because it would be interesting to turn it into like a social event. I think of being at like poolside or by the beach or something. Usually when I think of like social events for swimming, or like in between, I don't know what you call them, but in between circuits or in between performances, you can probably have casual things. I like bowling. Bowling have a shorter distance. When someone goes to bowl, you don't say anything. Like that, like kind of like golfing, where don't say anything when someone is performing, but then you chat the yap in between each one. So disc golf, I'm not Germany, I think, has a disc golf scene. Pretty sure, because one of the people that I know is from there. The disc golf scene, the idea is like you throw and you don't say anything. but on the way, when you walk towards on the way to your next like the next hole, right? The next hole, you would chat. So that's kind of the thing about doing social sports, to speak. You do have access to a treadmill, huh? But you rather run outside. Me too. I thought I wouldn't say that back in the day. Like, I hear it so often when, you know, when I was the age, like teenage age as well, the idea is like, oh yeah, there's a treadmill, I can run at home, you know, in the privacy of my home and stuff. And oftentimes it's usually because of being seen, right? Being seen as running and stuff. And I can't really even relate to that anymore. Like, oh, I get it. Like, you want to sit in your home running on a treadmill, and that's the convenience and stuff. However, now thanks to like wearable technology and all of that stuff, that argument of being convenient at home so that you don't have to move because the treadmill is very convenient in terms of its tracking and stuff, that type of reasoning has faded. However, the whole being seen doing something, that hasn't faded. And I don't think to me personally, I don't think it's a competition. Being like able to run outside, look around, and have a more sensory involvement in your running versus running in place. Now, in studying, right? In studying is very much similar to that. Like, when you do something and you're trying to form a habit, you're trying to be as comfortable as possible, right? However, that can also end up becoming a barrier to feeling comfortable doing more than that, right? Like if you're so comfortable at studying online by yourself, like self-studying, then the barrier to studying from the feedback of others, like a teacher and stuff, becomes greater and greater. Now, that is a little different from someone who has done it and haven't done it in a while. So in terms of like younger people, like in my opinion, people who are younger, when they're going to do something for the first time, that usually is either they're gonna do it or they're never going to do it. Like they have decided. For myself, whenever I think about like running again, like on a treadmill, it's funny because my first thought is I would rather go to a gym to run in a treadmill because then I'd be around people. That sounds preposterous. I understand where you might be like, some people say, why would you want to go to the gym to be around people? Like, why don't you go to the gym when no one's around so you have the gym all to yourself, like a home gym? And my first thought is it helps keep me accountable. Like, even if I don't know any of the people in the gym, there's when you're collectively around people or around an environment in which activities can happen, they tend to build an environment that creates normalcy, like whether for better or for worse. Typically, when it comes to this day and age of the internet, it's usually a negative place. Basically, you go to the gym and you see how people are more fit than you. But there are also people who are starting out. The idea is the filter is so strong that you only see the bad or the negativity in being in a public place. And running is one of those. Like, rather running outside, it's one of those things like, oh, but what if I look stupid while running outside? You'd be surprised how many people would be willing to join you in the running. Like that's kind of one of those things. Like when you run outside, it's fun to see the same people like go out during the day. Like they would be walking their dogs, or like, provided that you're in a place that happens, or you run, like some people run in the cities, and they would run in the cities and there are all these people, going to work and hustle and bustle. Running with a context is very habit forming. I think it's far more stimulating nowadays in an helpful future way. Like, I think the whole idea of running in a treadmill, I tend to gravitate towards that as a way in case you're like injured or something like that. Interesting. I'm thinking back and it's kind of like making me chuckle at myself, where I remember that most of the stuff that I do was to protect myself from being exposed. However, the reality is you're no more exposed than pretty much anyway. It's kind of like getting over the mental hurdle of going to a gym. When someone goes to a gym for the first time and they constantly think that everyone's paying attention to them, like, oh, what if I screw up? Oh, what if I look like an idiot, or I'm just struggling? Usually I know there are bad actors. Obviously there are bad actors. However, the vast majority of people would probably either experience the same thing or they're minding their own business, in the sense of like they already have a lot of things to think about. And the ones who kind of interrupt you, like for example, here's the bad actors versus the good actor situation. If someone is able to pay attention to you, yes, they could be a bad actor. However, there is also an equal and opposite opportunity that the person that has time to pay attention to you in a gym can be a good actor, because those people might be very well accustomed to being in the gym. So that's kind of one of those play your cards, right? For every one bad actor, there's also good actors. And then technically the vast majority of people are neither bad actors or good actors. There's something in between. And one of the things about running outside or running in an environment where there are other people is that you never know who you're going to meet, for both bad and good. Right? Now, the question is, are you willing to take that chance? And for me, whenever I think about having access to a facility, my first thought is, I might as well just go to the facility, because I don't know who I'll meet. I'll certainly meet people who you could consider as bad actors, but that is countered by who I could possibly meet or be inspired in the environment that are good actors. My thought is, how do you learn things online serendipitously? You don't. You only see what you want to see online. That's why, in my opinion, when you go to an environment in which you can't control, technically, right? You self-select, but you can't control it. There's also a chance of being inspired. I think inspiration is very different from contextual pre-selection. So when someone says, oh yeah, I came across this guy and they were just pumping out these laps, and that day I saw this guy pumping out this lap, I went hard. Like, I had a few times where I went to a gym and there's these kids right there. They were college kids and I was much older then. You know, they got on a treadmill and I'm like, oh dude, this guy is going hard. They're like 4 miles in and I'm just starting, and I started running next to them. You know, there was only one treadmill next to them, so I started running, and the longer they went, the longer I went. It didn't matter they knew what I was doing, just the idea that there's another person who's working incredibly hard serendipitously, like I don't even know this person, it's quite electric. That's what I feel like is missing online, because if you're online, you know what you're looking for. The internet is providing only in your comfort zone what you're looking for. So in my opinion, whenever you get inspiration from what you're looking for online, it feels less inspired because it's not serendipitous anymore. Most of the things you're inspired by is pre-selected based on your comfort zone. So whenever I get to know someone and they are willing to trust me on something, even for my own inconvenience, like for me mentally, I know it's going to be overwhelming, but let's do something together. in an environment that is serendipitous. So that's kind of my allusion to what's going to happen soon. Otakon is around the corner, and all I can think about is all the things we should try to do. We, as in, I'm taking a potato that I know from like for over 5 years, and he hasn't been to anything like this, and I haven't done anything experimental for a long time. So because I'm taking someone with me to somewhere new, kind of like your colleague friend who dropped the lore bomb on you, like my first thought is that's really cool that you can still get lore bombs dropped on you from coworkers, because that's kind of the thing about meeting and being in an environment that has serendipity involved. I think nowadays there's so much less of that, and because I'm taking this guy to Otakon this year, I'm more willing to do random things, like do more things outside of my comfort zone, and they would experience it too. So for better or worse, even the worst experience become incredibly memorable when done together in company. It's pretty, like, I'll give you a contrast. Someone else who decided to go to the gym, their first thing that they said was a barrier to them doing anything in the gym is that everyone's intimidating. But they didn't do anything. They simply existed, and their existence was intimidating to that person. So then that means that they don't go to the gym. They go to the gym like once every 2 weeks. How you view people as intimidating, in my opinion, is very reflective of how normally you're exposed to other people. I did the same when I was younger. Like the thought of having a personal gym wasn't one of convenience. The argument for convenience, it was the argument against social interactions. So, and obviously now what negativity that people can think about is, well, if you go to a public gym, there's going to be a content creator or something, or someone who's recording, and that's upsetting, etc. Fair enough. That's when you focus specifically on the worst side of things as opposed to potential side of things. Pretty neat though. I'm kind of curious what you're gonna observe, Drama, over time when you're running outside. I observed quite a lot. I mean, I ran during a solar eclipse, so that's one for the lifetime experience, running during a solar eclipse. A total solar eclipse. Not a your regular half eclipse. I ran, the time that I ran coincidentally lined up with the total solar eclipse. The other time was I was walking back from work. You never know. There's not much to see here. Well, you're gonna have to find something to see, you know? I thought about this thing. Here's one thing. Here's an experiment that I thought would be kind of fun. I would love to take a piece of chalk, so like go on Amazon and buy a piece of chalk, right? And each day when I run my circuit, I would put a mark on like a tree or something when I pass it, right? And just things like that, very little things like that. I actually got to the point where I run so consistently around the same neighborhood that all my neighbors know when to expect me to run by them. And it's like habitual. Like sometimes when they have like barbecues or yard sales, they know that I will be running through at a specific time. So I always thought maybe I can do something proactive, like buy a chalk, right? Buy some chalk and then like mark specific places to make it like fun. There's so many ways you can make things to see. Also, no people on your route. Not yet. Not yet. You could get people on your route. There was a couple of times when I bumped into kids. There's some of my neighbors have these kids, and let's just say they enjoy getting in the way. There's something about kids that are weird. Like when they see someone running, their first idea is like, "Hey, let's stand in the way." Like it's not they will run with you. They will simply stand in your way. And that's kind of one of those things like, well, there are certainly no people on my route, but there are people along the route or things along the route. And you can make things along the route, kind of like a game. I thought about the chalk idea recently where maybe I could run to a place, do something, and then run back. So each and every day I'll go to that place, do something there, and then run back. I was gonna do artwork, like maybe go buy a mobile piece of like stand or something, or maybe carry a small backpack with a sketchbook in the back, and I would run to a place, sketch it, and then come back. Your internet died. Oh, that's okay. You're back now. So here's the thing. So if no one's on your route, maybe you don't need people. So I thought about like, what else do I do? What else do you do? For example, I could run to a place, have a sketchbook in the back, right? Like maybe a tiny knapsack with a sketchbook, run to the place, do a sketch, then run back. So the idea is your activities can be compounded. And that's kind of the whole language learning thing too, where if you're going to do one activity, you can slowly build something that compounds your activities. So I guess you like that you were smiling that you did a smile when said also no people on your route. That's fair enough. If I had a place that had no people on my route and I wanted people on my route, I would try to encourage people to be on my route. That's kind of the whole like proactive thing. Otherwise, I can do something else, like make an event along the route that I would check. Usually when I'm running on my route, I simply look at what everyone is doing because they all like do their garage things. So they, in different times of the day, I can kind of know at this point. It goes back to when you're in a classroom, you remember all the details of your classmates, where they sit, etc. So when I run on my route, I pretty much now know when, what time, which day each of the people on the houses, in their houses, come back and leave for work. It's really interesting when and where they do that, and then when they're like extended family visits and whatnot. So that's kind of the things that I would do to try to kind of embellish and take in what's happening while running, outside of focusing on breathing and the initial months and years of running. Typically it would be involved in like how paying attention to my breathing, making sure my form is correct and all that cadence stuff. That stuff is great as well too. A friend also told you the popular running app is Strava. Interesting. Strava app. Is it an app? I guess. Oh wait, did you say app? Yeah, app. Interesting. Strava. American internet service. Apple in play? Okay. I'll have to look into this. I mean, it looks really popular. 4.6, 4.8 on their respective platform on both platforms, both mobile platforms. 100 mil plus gang. Okay. Is your friend a runner? That's interesting. You haven't tried it yourself? I'll have to look into this. It does have tiers. It's a tiered model. So we'll have to look at what the tier model is. Thanks for sharing. I have to look at it. I started adding. He's not okay. That's a vote of confidence. That's a vote of confidence because oftentimes when someone like says, "Oh, they're a super competitive runner," I'm like, okay, maybe it's unlikely for me for situation, if you know what I mean. Like, I think I more gravitate towards someone if they think something is interesting in a running app that is someone who's not like extraordinary. It's more likely to be something that can reflect a larger audience. So neat. Safety tracking. Oh, that type of safety tracking. I'll take a look at it. Thanks for sharing. I started incorporating back my long run days. So I'm gonna do a long run day every 3 or 4 days. Sometimes once I get back up to like a 10K or something on the long run days, I'll probably do it once a week or once every 2 weeks. Largely because now I'm curious. When we were like jostling and kind of yapping about potential, like, you know, running a marathon abroad, or not for you might be living in Japan, right, by then, right, solidly. I thought the idea of meeting up for a run abroad sounds pretty amazing in 2 to 3 years. So I wouldn't mind seeing how getting conditioned for that in a slower thing. I don't like doing marathon preps in one year. I've done it once in my lifetime, and that is a no-go. But 2 years or 3 years, that sounds pretty solid. It'd be cool to. I haven't. We talked about runner's high the other day, right? 2 days ago. I haven't ran long enough for runner's high yet, like for a while. So running is one of those things, like, it sucks. Like when you're running shorter distances, it's meant to suck and feel good after, right? You do the standard thing where it sucks in the moment, then it feels decent after that situation. However, I haven't had like habitual long run days yet, and I have to exceed like 5K at least, 5K to 10K. That would bring me enough time to feel that again. So it'll be interesting to feel that again. That's largely why one of the motivations of asking you, have you ran long enough yet to feel anything? It's not guaranteed to happen at a specific time, but usually I would say 30 minutes is a pretty solid place where you would get close to that. And it's running after 30 minutes, like after you get to that point, it's all the things afterwards that creates it. So I usually say 10K. When you're running a 10K, it's around 5K is when I would cross like a specific time period, which is 30 minutes. I don't run really that fast conversationally. So at 5K, I would get to that point, and then you would double the length. So the 10K, the second half of the 10K feels very different from, like, if I had to like map out my mood, right? It's usually like, oh yeah, so here's the mood. And let's just say this is happy mood up here, right? This is happy mood up here, and then this is sad, or this is death mood down here. Usually when I start running, it's like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like, oh no, no, no. And then right around like 5K area, like, oh, okay, okay. And then now you just keep going. Like there's a huge dip as going down towards the 5K. And usually this dip is pretty tough, even anything less than 20 minutes. So I haven't really done any. I usually only benchmark one day. The trade-off here is if you're constantly running in here, you get worn down over time. Like it feels good in the moment, but you can't keep doing this every day. Like, at least in my opinion, I don't think there's a human being that does this every day where they decide, oh, we're just gonna go on a long run every day. Usually 1 week, and then you recover. You try to recover while doing that. So you typically stay in like this zone a lot of times, and then this is like the 1 week reward, so to speak. But it does take up a lot of time. And my recovery periods are actually pretty long now because I'm older and to be safe. So it's usually 1 to 2 week recovery. So we do everything within this range, or maybe slightly in this range, but you don't get that great kind of addictive feeling that happens, or aka like the natural high from running, because the next day your foot, like your foot and your legs, your knees are going to complain at some point if you keep this up. I think 1 week is what I think most people would say, where do a long run 1 week and it feels great. Like obviously then you spend the rest of the time recovering, so you don't wear yourself down. The other parts of your body, not your brain. Your brain will feel great. Your brain will keep thinking you can do this every week, or you could do this every day if you wanted. Your body is not going to tell you that over time. And it needs time. Yeah, I read like your body, it's switching into running mode. Yeah, and it needs time and also produce a byproduct. Yep, at the beginning. That's why the beginning is so cruel. Exactly. So it's basically like, while this is going down and this is going back up, the mood is because something is producing at a steady rate, and it's usually the beginning is actually kind of slow. Like there's a lag until you reach your rhythm, and it will just slowly increase. And once it's past a threshold is when your mood or your sensation is increasing with it. And then eventually this threshold, it doesn't keep climbing. It just reaches saturation. Like it creates an equilibrium. So what happens is you're trying to reach a state where you're building and accumulating enough, and then eventually your body reaches a steady state where it keeps producing at a rate sufficient to keep on producing that feeling over time. It doesn't like, you can't OD, for example. You can't like OD. Obviously your body is homeostatic to an extent. So it would simply keep its level, and then your mood will continue to rise, which is pretty nice. I haven't done it in a long while. I'm usually in the crap phase. Like, yeah, it feels great and it's just tanking. Just keep tanking. Obviously, this is assuming that you're rested when you start. Not everyone stays rested, which deals with your like sleep hygiene, right? You're assuming you're going through the run. It's kind of more so like this, I guess. It's slightly like this, where in the right when you start running, you're feeling a little creaky. I warm up, so it's closer to the peak, and then you're kind of like, oh yeah, I can do this, and then suddenly, just a little bit later, you're like, this feels like crap. And I do my burst at the end. So I didn't write this in my journal or anything, but generally to maintain the 80-20, I actually sprint at the end. So I sprint the last 20%. I usually consistently have more, since I'm focused on conversational most of the time, I usually can sprint at the end, regardless of what distance I'm running. I would sprint at the end. I would go as, finish as strongly as possible. It's largely at least at double the pace. So if I was running at a, 10 minutes, sorry for the mile, but 10-minute mile pace, right? Then I would try to reach at least 7-minute mile pace. It's approximately 2x for like a really brief period, because 20 it scales to the distance. So if I'm running a short distance, that sprint is a proportionally shorter distance. And usually that's when I don't even focus on breathing. It's just simply going all out at the end. And it would be sufficient, largely because I hadn't pushed myself. I don't interval train, which is what someone would do, and I would start to do in the future before like a marathon or something, where you would go you would do something like this, where this would be the fast pace, right? Fast, conversational, right? You would interweave between fast and conversational. The idea is to help you recover. This introduces multiple places to recover. Or, I guess that's not this right here, this recovery. So recovery in runs. How useful that is for conditioning. And oftentimes I usually find interval training fantastic when you have like hilly things. My circuit, I think the circuit that I run, it has like one up, and it has one run up. Actually, it actually goes down first, then it comes back up, then it comes down, and then it comes back up. So this is the profile. So I do go downhill, and then uphill, then downhill, and uphill again, back to the beginning. No, hello there. Just saying hello and that you're still alive. That's good. You're gonna run away now, though? Oh yeah, no worries. Take care. You got school? Take care, take care. Abdul, good luck, good luck. Thanks for telling me you're alive. And hopefully healthy as well. Yeah, so this is the profile drama for my hill. There are 2 hills and 2 shorts. And sometimes I do, the uphill I run more vigorously. Even though it might not seem like it. And I run less here. So, despite keeping the same pace, the intensity is different in these 2 places. So I try to adjust for that. So you still have hills and downhill and uphill that you have to moderate your pace. So I actually increase my vigor going uphill, and I decrease my vigor going downhill in order to keep the pace the same. Not necessarily how well I'm breathing or something. So there is a chance that I'm breathing harder here and I'm breathing less here, or like having less of a struggle here. That's kind of one of those fun little things to map out your elevation. Anyways, I like talking about running. Maybe we'll get even nerdier and dig even deeper in the future. I like having an incentive. Alright. Thank you for being my incentive. Okay. So. This is a 50-50. Late. I'm gonna go with. Dang it. It's, John. It's the exception. Do I have a small cup? I think I have a teacup, don't I? You have a teacup. Dang you. What was this? Deep? It wasn't deep. It was warehouse. Warehouse is the other one. So the plate is the up. So the flail and the plate. Yeah. Good luck with your WaniKani. Good luck, good luck. Alright. Darn you. Oh, this is G. It's not shit, right? It's not a moon, it's an evening. Heck. Probably C. Dang it, it's silicon. Okay. Either you know or don't know.
展
So this has to be coupled with warehouse. What was the warehouse? Tree? Warehouse? Oh, Shun, not Shun. That's okay.
细迷
So what was overflow? That was the water thing. What was this? Okay. Oh, this one's
把
I think of it more as a pull up than a pull out. Heck. Wait. Oh, a embryo. This is a special one. Either you know it or you don't. Situation. How do I even get the pay? Just don't. Special no sign on the ground. Along the beach. Oops, that's Gua.
宣
Okay. Darn it. We added something for that. Eh? Yuan? Or ape?
Oh
Oh no, wait, this is Bay. Or profound. Oh no, it's profound. Yep, it's okay. Although it's we only have we don't have like that great of choices here.
圆黑
Don't. This one is okay, I think. And it's not. Pretty sure it's. Oh. Wait. It's not okay. Because I'm thinking of tent. Okay, so we have the. Wait. Okay. There is also Drong. No. What is tent? We're gonna need a word for Tron, but what is tent? Oh, dang it. It's the other one. Okay, it's okay. Let's go find a building. Oh wait, we do have a building. Oh, it's 6 building. Oh, okay, okay. We need to find. Can we get like building? That doesn't seem auspicious. Jing Chuang, a Buddhist stone pillar. Where's the Buddhist part coming from? Oh, it looks like there's also... Oh no, there's not much. Yeah, nope. Legitimately not much to go on. They don't even link to the correct... Oh no. Okay, so I guess this one is just gonna be either I know it or I don't. Must be like a formality thing. Oh look here. Maybe archaic? That's 2 primary, yeah. Okay, yeah, we got... Oh, Zhuang. Oh, Zhuang is hard too. Yeah, it's just combined with like Lo and Fang. But it doesn't look like there's too many examples. Interesting. Alright. I guess we're stuck with either I know it or I don't. The right was what? I wrote up. I could use child. Oh no. That's a little dark. Well, I could just be pretending. Okay. Okay. All right.
Shan. Ji.
Eh?
Yu.
What kind of tree is this? Or is it a fruit? No. Okay. I was stuck between a elm and a maple. What are you? Speak to me. It's the top. It's definitely the top. And it's gone. It's a mandarin duck, though. Isn't it? Yep. And then it's yuan. Yuan. And the top was part of a yen. What type of yen was it? Oh, resentment. Yen. Suffering. Let's group these together. What is the other Mandarin duck? Yen? Like, yen yen? No. That might not be right. Yanqi. What the? Okay, that's oh yeah, Yun Yang, yeah, Yun Yang for Mandarin duck. We'll just combine them. Those are the two. I don't know what to do about this one.
床
That's in for the books. In for the books for now.
火
Like partnership. That one's weird. One's fine.
八
This one's weird.
眼
We added a new one for that.
福
It's either gonna be bat. It's either gonna be bat. No, it's gotta be bat.
烟
I don't know of anyone.
瓜
It's not proud. I keep writing proud. Was it profound?
Ji
Jealous is weird. I think we added there is a vocabulary word to combine the two jealouses. What was the other one? Du, right? Yeah, ji du. Okay. I just went for it. That didn't turn out well. What? Is this not? Oh no, wait. It's tray for hammer. Dang it. It's not off the chu. It's off the chu. Oh no, law. And no, wait, that's not law. It's liao for the right hand, liao for puts down. This one's weird. Like, it's out of left field. Let's add something. Puts down. Maybe unload? Like, liao xie. Maybe? Or just down. Just xia. Like, liao xia. Liao di. Give a performance at a temple fair or on the street? What? Oh, liao dao is okay. To quit one's job in disgust. That's interesting. Liao tiaozi. No, that's rough. We'll use this. I have no idea where this is going. But down and topple is good. To knock down or mull down. Fair enough. Good enough for me. Although, the hard part about that is it doesn't read like Liao. It doesn't read like Liao at all.
Hu
This one's a weird one. This one was a flex
Tree
on the lead, not mallet hammer. Badger. This one's weird too.
Huan
Badger is weird. I sound like a broken record because most of the end characters are weird. They're pretty tough. Was it this? Ooh. Oh, it's smell. Xiao. Okay. It's not, that's not Ling. It's now. Oh, But is it a flex on? It's yin. It's a flex. Dang. 50-50. When I said flex, not the jing. So this is jing right here on the right, but it's a flex, as in it's a read flex. To yin. Reciting. Let's go find something. Reciting. Maybe Ying Song. Ying Song is a good one for reciting. Oh, it can be anything that deals with speaking too, though. Like Shuo. Ying Yo. Tour around and reciting, to wander as minstrel. Oh, that's kind of cute. I like that. Yi Ne. I don't have a Ne. What is... Oh, I do. Doubt? Oh. Wow. I don't remember Ne. Oh, it's because it's O. I see. I see. That's a different read. It's a secondary read. Ying Chang. Oh, that works actually pretty well. To chant or recite. Ying Shi. To recite a poem. Yeah. Ying Yong. Oh, different chant. A different type of chant. Ying Song. Oh, there's Ying Song. To read aloud. I think we're gonna use Song because Song is one of the other characters that are weak. Although this character has vocabulary. Right. That was the one that I was thinking of right off the top of my head. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm gonna say, was this, Zhuo?
坐
Dang it. It's not that. It's like to bore a hole. I don't use bore very often. That's not doubt, is it? Is that doubt? That's doubt. Eh? Ah. Alright. Draft. Not good. 虚拟 not great. Ding. Why did I type E? Because it's probably the dominant. Oh no, it's just because E is doubt. They're all different. So, okay. So let's go see if we can find a draft. Maybe a Gao, Ni Gao. Oh, Ni Gao sounds weird. Gao Ni. That doesn't be redundant. Find out. Oh, there it is. Ni Gao. Okay. Yeah, draft a statement. We'll do it. Ni Gao is yeah, Ni Gao is the most reinforced that I have.
Liao Dong
That's this one's rough. This one's rough because of English. Is this sonorous? No. Yes? It's not. Dang it. And it's bang or pound sterling. Okay. And sterling is just sterling, so ying pang. So how is this different? How does this look different from Kung? Is it is Kung? Oh no, wait. Oh, Kung is a different thing. Yeah, Bang is super strong, but oh, Pung? No. Pung. There's Pung is water. And what is... Oh, Kung is off the Jian, and what was it? This is Qian. Yeah, Chang is off the Jiang. Ah, okay. Oh, neither of those. All right. Pound sterling. That's either you know. They measuring thing.
棒
50-50 right at the moment.
融
Oh, dissolve as opposed to melt.
精
Japanese. Ge. It's gone. Oh,
你
this one's rough.
侠
Or crafty.
智
Weird one too. Why did I think it was Moo? But it's not Moo. So it's nephew.
生
Or the sister's son, nephew, not the brother's son. Still not gonna gonna push that off for drawing like a family tree or something to figure those things out.
宁
Oh goodness me. I want to say it's gone. Hang on. It's not the stick thing, so that's fine. The winter though. Dang it. Long. Oh, this is the long for the alien. Or do we use the alien as opposed to life? Ground. Also use the foreman. I don't know how much I look. I feel like I'm doing a bunch of things. Maybe we'll do a life. Rewrite the life into the winter. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha.
他
Click clack. Yeah. Okay.
宣
Daylilies.
狼
It's not. It's definitely an insect, though. Right? We're not talking about oysters here or a clam. Jung is cockroach, but this is cockroach too. Okay. Oh no, wait. Wrong one. This is, clan. G. Okay.
秀
Ah! No. I thought it was... Okay. Coward. I'm gonna need something for this. Coward. What was it? Because we're using... Obligation, right? Obligation. And then this is coward. What's a coward? We could use pa or some sort of fear. There's quite a lot of fear. Fool? Really? No fool. No roll. That's good. Roll is pretty good. I don't know about no fool, but this is pretty good. Let's add this. Coward and weak. Oops. Okay.
赢
What was it? It was tied to song. And then... Yo, what? Skeleton machine.
带
That's a flex. This
龙
is more encoding. Kinda tough. Both ways. Oh no. Yeah. I think this is gonna need some help, right? Achievements, maybe like 工艺 or 结义 or 技艺. There's quite a lot of good accomplishment stuff. Yeah. Interesting. I don't know what yet is at the moment. I don't know what that means either. Iche. I'm guessing that has something to do with the imperial thing. Yimen, to visit somebody. Achieve? Okay. Jie, profoundly well versed. I don't know about that. Tao Yi, that's not great. Gong Yi. Oh, wait. No, that's not the same. Yuan Yi, deep and profound. Yuan is weak. Yuan Yi. That's pretty weak. I don't have too many else. Achieve. Make painstaking effort. We're not. Oh. Kuxing. Kuxing Guyi. I mean. Yuan Yi. This achievement. I could kind of help on some things. Oh yeah, level of master area. Oh, is like proclamation, right? Or just to. That's still. Zol. Great achievement. I think we're gonna go with Yao Yi. This is a tough one. Very tough one. What? What is incense in a flowers? Some part of me want to type G. Some part of me want to type. Dang it! I lost it. Tie. It's a special tie. If I want to. It's tie no matter what. It's either I know it or I don't. Yeah, I typed T because that's the closest to character. And T is stronger. But it's not strong enough to. This is probably going to be not. I don't think there's any plant related to this, right? They're probably all going to be proper nouns. Yeah, almost all of them. Pretty much all of them are proper nouns. So we either know it or we don't. Feels bad, man. This is a moth or something.
度
And it's gone. You know, I think it's Lee. Oh, it's La, not Lee. Can't. Alright. Let me guess. Any arm. Ribeye. Oh. Oh, interesting. It has a second read. Lagu. Lagu works. Aren't you soon done with well, where you're talking about? Are you talking about lessons? Lessons was like a month ago. We already stopped doing lessons. Well, now we're just looking at dictionary. We're actually doing dictionary things. It was a while ago. Alright, so now we're adding... I think this will help out with the bones. Lagu. It's been over a month. If you're talking about lessons. Lessons are now added for voluntary. We're word discovering now. Let's see. Oh, there's no... Not gonna be a Yao. Could be a... Yeah. No. Ooh. Scratch. Yeah, Naoto is okay, but how do we get the scratch on the... Yeah, word discovery. Because a lot of the characters don't have words attached to them. And then other ways to reinforce characters is to discover more words. So scratch. I think this will probably line up with Sal. Was it Sal? Yeah. Sal Niao? Niao Sal? Maybe. Now Bai. Scratch and loss. That's interesting. Now Chu. Now Chu. Now Chi. Scratch and bend. Flexing. Interesting. Niao To. Tricky. Wait. Niao To? Oh, that's what they mean by to scratch one's head. Puzzling. That's the one we have. That's the... Okay. Now Li. What the Li? How does that work? Wait, is this a... Oh, that is Li. Okay. Now go... A scratch hook. Iron hook at the end. Oh, at the end of a long pole. That's kind of cute. Now lay. Now Lie. Now Lie is manufacturing. Flex split due to repeated. Wait, this is split, not manufacturing. Split. Scratch and split. Freaking. Oh, we're not using tickle. I don't see anything that jumps out at me right away. Now is gonna be tough. Naoto is... We're gonna stick with Naoto. I think that's on by default. So this is a flex from Yao. So the fingers is the flex. Maybe we do Sage King? Sage King is super. Side. Scratching. Turning his head. Or how to... Point the finger in the right direction. Hmm. Oh, there's no... I can't spell... I don't know. That's rough. Okay. Probably.
某
I didn't know. Digging high. Eye on the cow that's tucked. Eye for pupil. Pupil eye. What do we have? Ning Mo. Ning? Congeal? Okay. I think we can do better than that. Gang, maybe. Yen. Mo Zi. Yan Mo. Okay, Yan Mo as opposed to Mo Yan. Yan Mo, we'll take Yan Mo. Ooh, Hui Mo. Glance back. Shuang Mo, a pair of eyes. Yeah, one's pair of eyes. Let's go with, yeah, Yan Mo is good. Remind me that it's pupil.
Ge
The power of the moon is gone again. Oh, wait. What did I add? I added bone, right? Yeah. Oh, la.
乐
Yes. Yeah. We did rib bone. Rib bone.
绝
That's gonna suck. Unruly is gonna suck. Purpose of speech. Did I write something? Oh, yeah.
意
Purpose of the flavor. Achievement. And we did mastery, right? So skill was attached to achievement somehow. We'll review that tomorrow. We added a word for it.
Nuo
What was added to Nuo? Nuo roll. Nuo roll for weak or cowardly. What the? I see a bit of a chung. But with the silk. elaborate needs help. But what do we got? Over elaborates on rule. That not the greatest. I think we can change the right. Because I'm seeing Chen. Okay. Oh, but it's rule. It's disgrace. Disgrace is the thing I'm using. I missed out on disgrace. Rule. Thanks, Rama. Yeah, so the word discovery thing, Drama, is that there's a dictionary in HanziHero. And we're basically going back. There are a bunch of characters that don't have vocabulary words. And then we're just going to the dictionary to look at words that I would use or words that I would take because it's taking advantage of Chinese. So like for example, this is rule. So fan rule. Fan rule is over elaborate, but technically this doesn't tell me about elaborate. So if I go back to the dictionary, HanziHero, Ru could be paired up with elaborate. So elaborate, we could talk about like idea, Ru-yi, or Ru Kai. Has my Chinese gotten better overall? I don't know what you mean by that. It's all like how has it not? I don't understand why would you ask? Like if you're gonna say overall, well yes, it's always gonna be overall. Fan rule. Oh wow, there's nothing here. Fan wen. Like do you feel the difference? I always feel the difference every single day. You only feel the difference like when you feel the difference, you can know the difference too. You don't have to feel the difference. Do I feel different? I mean, like if I look at Chinese, I can write a book about it. So yeah, I guess it feels different. I'm not sure how you would not feel different when you're learning. Can you tell me that? Or have other people noticed? Well, I don't interact with other people. I mean, you could tell me if you notice. Like, what I do is not the same anymore, so I would think it would take a blind dog to miss the difference. If they notice a difference. You're asking, do I feel a difference or have people notice a difference? I would be very, very shocked if people haven't noticed a difference. But you did mention gotten better overall. If you're not learning, then you didn't get better overall. So I guess the other question I would ask you is, how do you know when you're not getting better overall? I'm genuinely curious. Like when you ask that question, that would imply that there's a chance that it can be a no. So how would no work? I feel different every day. Like a new day, a different day situation. Other people noticing, I don't interact with other people, so either they're looking on word on their own or not. Having gained no value from learning words. I don't know. How do you not gain any value from learning words? Makes no sense when you type it out. I'm like, hear me out. I hope you don't feel that way. I don't. So there isn't a passing moment in my life that I feel like I'm wasting my life. So that's kind of one of the things I wanted to make sure. If you're asking me, have my Chinese gotten better overall, I haven't been measuring whether the Chinese got better. So, like, what I mean is better according to whom. For myself, getting better means knowing more. So, if I like what I'm doing here is always going to be more than what I've done before. I think one of the things that could make someone feel no different is if they forget. So if you gain no value, I guess it's more like, did I lose value? Is what people ask when they say, have your Chinese gotten better? As in, did you gain more than you lost? Which for myself, I don't know. That's a good question. Did I forget more than I remembered? Because anything you remember is better overall than what you have known, right? So the idea is, have I lost more Chinese than I have gained over the however long HanziHero? The answer would be a resounding no. As in, I did not lose more than I gained. So I would say by all stretch of the imagination, I am a different person who has gotten better at Chinese. And it would be very, very weird for someone to say they saw me in day one in HanziHero, and then they watch me now and don't notice a difference. But it would be kind of interesting to get the opinions of someone who thinks that there is no difference. For myself, if you learn a word, it has value. For myself. For others, I think they learn because I don't know what you're doing if you're the tough part about the question you're asking is, I hope people aren't using their time to gain no value from their learning. Now, there is objectivity involved. So, like, someone else can tell you you had no value gained because you didn't improve in the metric that they cared about. So, for example, if you learn 10 words and someone tested you on not those words, then you've gained no value, according to them. So that is definitely a very solid argument. You can definitely argue when someone tests you on things you haven't learned. And since you haven't learned them, you spent a lot of time learning things of no value to them. Now, for a person, if you're asking yourself, did you gain no value from learning words? That kind of sucks. I would say if a person like that, I hope they find some way to reconcile their life choices. It really does suck. And I am saying this not in the idea of language learning. I'm saying this more like people with self-esteem issues, or maybe like meandering in life. Oftentimes when I ask them, like, hey, what did you do today? They're like, oh, I did the same thing I always do every day. I'm like, oh, like what? It's like, it doesn't matter. That's when I feel someone can, like, that's a really funny pose. That's when I feel that someone is doing something, but they're doing it just to exist. So they have no value of their own life. And that would suck. So for me, if I learned a word that I'm not going to use, that's okay. I'm still learning something. What I mean is I'll find a use for the word. So right now, this dictionary thing, I'm discovering words of value to me, as opposed to words prescribed to me, right? And then that's where I'm trying my best to say, you can have no value gain from learning words when the words you're learning are prescribed to you. And that can happen. It happens a lot, actually. High school students explain, like early childhood and younger people experience this a lot. Where, like, hey, drama, you gotta learn the philosophy of Socrates now. And then you're like, I don't care about Socrates. You sent me a random, wait, from where? Oh, dang. That's it. That's cool. I mean, that's good. Undressing, get rid of the dress, you know? So I can tell you more about Datsui. So Datsui is yi, right? Yi is where the yi comes from. Yi is clothing. And then Datsu is that's interesting. I'm not sure if I know the Datsu off of the Chinese. What is that, like? Younger brother? I don't actually think Datsu exists. Oh, it's because it's reversed. It's reversed. It's not the same. So when you think it's older, it's both older and younger, depending on what you're doing. So because it's not the same. This is the character. So the horns and fins are mirror imaged in Chinese. So to take off is tuo yi, right? Tuo yi is the thing. And I don't know why this is the case, but fins and horns are tough because fins and horns are inversed. So this merman is the thing for traditional Chinese. So this is equivalent to this. So these two are the same thing. Just to make it. That's why I couldn't find out. Like, I was looking at this, I'm like, this doesn't exist. It's not Chinese. In my lexicon so far, it's this. So then if I see this, it's tuo, right? But if I see this, it's actually new, but datsu works too. And then both of these are yi. Yi is fine. So yi and yi are the same thing. So this is how I would prove to myself that my Chinese has improved. Basically, if I read a Japanese word and someone asks me, you gave me a random WaniKani word, I would give you the Chinese origins of the Japanese character. That's how I look at Japanese words. And then when I look at Chinese words, I try to think of what the Japanese one. So most of the time, if there was a difference to be said, you found a worse on in frequency. Which worse on? Oh, chiga. Chiga. Okay, chiga. Yeah, the price of land. That's good. Price is different, I think. So jia. So jia is different in China, in traditional. So jia would be, oh no, it might not be jia at all. Huh, hold up. I really thought it was jia. Oh, this might not be close enough. Oh, it's jia. I don't think that's close enough. Oh, it is. This is jia. it's missing. So this gets simplified. Mr. Cowboy. Mr. Cowboy and this is Ja. So this is the principal Ja for value, and then value gets changed to the Japanese part is this. So then you tack on the person, and then you get the ka, and Ja lines up with ka. All of the Jas line up with ka. So any form of this is gonna have these two. And the thing is preserved. Chi is one of the reads. Ji could be one of the reads. And D is the lan. D is lan. So lan. I've gotten pretty good at using my mouse to write these characters nowadays. So D. This is D and lan. You can probably swap all the D's for tu. For dirt. Tu. So there's also tu. This is how I think my Chinese got better. So when you're asking, did my Chinese get better? My character reading got better, because that's what HanziHero taught me. HanziHero taught me to talk about the characters. Now, can I explain the characters in Chinese? No, I can't, because I haven't done that part yet. So now, every time we look at characters, I have a lot to say about the characters, whether it's Japanese or Chinese. And then I can look up them if I have to fill in gaps almost immediately. About 1/4 of the words in WaniKani are very niche words with the only purpose to get more kanji repetition. Yeah. That's the point. Yeah. And when you ask me word discovery, that's the point. Last one. Fukushi. Fukushi, that's fine. Fukushi. This is dealing with the idea of slice of life. I bet it's slice of life. So what does Fukushi tell you? Like, what do you think Fukushi tells you in terms of your character studies? I think this word is really important to me. So it's not a niche word. Adverb is not a niche word, because I talk about grammar all the time in English and Chinese. So she is good. The character study is kind of tough though. Fuku is vice, like secondary. So fuku like this. Fuku. Oh wait, how do I do fuku? It's this, right? That's secondary, and then she is a word, and typically it's more like part of speech. So secondary part of speech in add, and then usually the default word that this could be referring to is a verb. So it's a secondary verb. Or a secondary word, something that complements another word. So an adverb is one of the possibilities of the meaning. So it's a secondary part of verb. It's an addition, so an additional verb. Or an additional word, which the word is contextualized to whatever it is. In this case, in Japanese, they ended up using it as adverb. I don't actually know if adverb, I don't think adverb is used here. So if we were to go look, right? If we were to go look in the dictionary for an adverb, we could get fukushi, futsu, yeah, futsu, which is an adverb, right? Same characters. Same, but different. Just kidding. Yeah, so deputy word. Pretty neat. Those are really good words. In the future, I would probably... this is... she looks different. It's type. So... it's flattened because of type. This is because of digital age. The top thing is not supposed to be flattened when written, but since this is typographical, there are two fonts. You can either flatten the top thing, or it becomes a stroke. So every stroke can be flat. Every double can be flat. So, for example, moon is this or this. So any type of these strokes can be flattened. Any type of this stroke can be flattened. And any type of these can be the other direction. Largely because of origins and stylization and all that. Also, like, any of these can end up being these, or yeah. So it happens. You get used to it. You get used to it. So when I'm writing Chinese, I do this. And if you're wondering, this is, I don't know why they do this. Here's a, where's another one? And it really does make a difference. Like, what I mean is, you notice this, which is really good, because it can, like, noticing them and then knowing that they're the same is very important, because it can really throw you for a loop. Like, do I have an example? I do have an example. Wait, is it, I think it's, I'm missing a stroke. Like this bottom thing is something. That is not, I forgot what it is. Oh, it's a repeat. I think this might be incorrect, but let's just say I assume it's correct. I don't think it's correct. I think there's something wrong with this. This is a recent one. What am I trying to write here? It's my most recent WaniKani thing. Last level. Let me think. Ocean. I don't know it, but it's something like this. These two, this thing is like extra. Repeats. There's also things like, can I get an example? I love talking about characters for days. No, Mulberry is not a good example. I'm trying to think of another. Oh, there it is. Yes, that. Oh, it's ear. It's ear. Not nose. It's ear. Thank you. Yeah. So it's this. Yep. And then it's it's basically the 3 repeated. So it's 3 repeated in Chinese. What's another good example? Like we could like bounce words off each other all the time. Like I would do this. I would find it fun to do this for days. So character studies, I am very good at character studies. Shibuya? Oh yeah, in Boya, yeah, in Yeah, in Shibuya, this is Ya. Or is this Shibu? Is it Ya? Which one is it? Shibu? Yeah, Shibu. Okay. And then Ya is the, what was that? That's the non-traditional valley, right? Yeah. I don't actually know what this character is. Hang on, let me think. Probably there's no repeat for this one. I don't think we have one for this. They do exist. They are simply not in the stack 4000. So that's kind of one of the things, unless I can see one. I don't think there is one like that. So Shibu is unique for the time being. Now, here's the thing. There's still a lot of discovery. Oh, actually, no. I thought I might know. Now the thing is, they still exist. The characters still exist. It's just not within my characters, so we can still discover characters. And the thing that makes me feel very rewarding about WaniKani and HanziHero is that I can always, like, I feel like I can always get to somewhere. I don't stare at something blankly. Whether it's a complete picture or not, that does present value loss if you're goal oriented. So for example, if your goal is to memorize all of these, like memorize all of these character studies and be like 100%, I don't reach that. So like that could be a value loss. That could be something that you're saying, I want to be here, and you're less than it. So that gives you that feeling of not getting better overall. I think that's kind of how some people can get to the feeling like when they learn something, they gain no value. Because if they didn't get to their goal yet, then everything they have done would be for naught. It would be, so if you can't speak Chinese, all the things you have done so far has no value, because it wouldn't be realizing its value yet. And for myself, since HanziHero is basically a character study thing, what we're doing now is how I've gotten better. I will always have something to say about a character. It can be a very roundabout way of doing it, but that is how I gotten better. If someone like shoots me a, here's the thing, right? If someone gives me a character, like they give me this character, and I'll say, well, I don't got it, and that's zero value, right? It's zero value to the person. So if I gave you a character and you're like, I don't know it, then you haven't gotten better overall, right? Because you had to know it to get better. That's not how I view my learning skills. My learning skills is that if I was given this character, what do I know about it? Well, I can explain it. This is fingers. This is foot, or stop if you're a WaniKani user, if you want. Stop, right? This could be 指 in Chinese, this part, just this part, right? This can be 手. So 手和指 equals 扯, which is to pull. So even if I don't know anything, like if I don't know if I forgot something, it doesn't substitute for all the things that I do know. And that's the idea of being open-ended. When you're open-ended, you're testing how much you know, not if you know the right answer. So for me, I always have value for the time that I have used. And to demonstrate how much I know, I don't necessarily only evaluate myself based on the all or none situation. So I could end up stuck here and say, well, I have no idea anymore. So I would take a guess. If I had finger and stop, then how do you stop something with your fingers? You pull on it. Even if I don't know the pull, I could possibly get to it, and I would get to it in various different ways. And now I don't necessarily have to use like mnemonic, like the mnemonics like that was used in HanziHero. We can simply substitute Chinese words because I know 指 and I know 手 or 手, right? 手 and I don't know what stop is. What is stop alone? I guess I would just use toll in this case. We'll just use toll. Se? It does kind of look like a se. Yeah. Or I'm using toll right now is because tomeru, right? Tomeru or tomaru. And that to me is how I hope other people get value to. Like me and you, when you're studying, if you're lost, right? If you're looking at something and you're lost and you feel like you have zero value out of whatever, like you don't know the right answer. It's 是, okay. Oh, it is 是, okay. Sorry. I'm pronouncing it like, say it was correct? Okay. Alright. So, oh yeah, and then this is part of ashi as well. Ashi for the kunyomi, ashi probably. The kanji is correct? Okay. So, the thing is, the thing we're talking about now is when you're looking at something. Oh, okay. I see. Correct. Yeah, correct. As in, so correct. This is jung in Chinese, and jung it lines up with like 20% of the time. So, what I'm saying here is you can say a lot more about things. Se, sho, tada, and masa. Actually, I don't know where does masa, do you have an example of masa? I actually don't know. Se could be like seifu, and then sho could be like seisho, keisho, and tada. What is the ending for the verb? Tadakeru? Interesting. There's tadashi, for sure. But was there a verb? No, there wasn't a verb of it. Tadashi only. So there's no verb. Not used in verbiage. I guess you could use a pseudo verb. Oh, there's kaku. Does it line up with jitsu as well? Probably not. It probably lines up with soku. Oh, tadasu. Oh yeah, tadasu. Okay. It's a su. Okay. Excellent. See, I think there's value. There's value. That is the value. If you wanna think about it how I want to think about it. Obviously, I'm trying to bring in, trying to empathize. All the stuff that you're saying now is also value. We wouldn't be having this discussion or these discussions or capable of having these discussions, even though technically someone could say, why do you need to know all of that? Or why do you even need to know that? It's not going to help you make a sentence, right? It's not going to help you casually speak in Japanese. It's like, yeah, you think Masa is just in names. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Masa. What is Masamune? What is the Masa in Masamune? Like the person, Masamune. It is. Masamune, the famous sword. Masamune is using correct. Oh, Mune as in... Oh. Oh, that's cute. As in religion. Masamune. The famous sword. That's exactly what I mean. So I didn't know Masamune uses the kanji for correct, but I immediately thought about it when you said names. This is the famous sword in, you know, you probably know of some, like Final Fantasy games use Masamune for so immediately. And that's kind of how I would say if I needed to demonstrate if I got better. Oh, Terraria? True. True. So, this, in my opinion, drama, if I had to encourage someone, or like if I had a word of encouragement to anyone who studies characters, right, in order to like learn Japanese or Chinese, do this. Like, remind yourself that you can do this. Do all this other stuff, which may not be the thing you're looking for at the time, but it can be very valuable if you're interacting with someone else. So for me, that's, never mind, Terrario is, oh, Moramasa. Moramasa, yeah, well, Moramasa, it's still the same Masa, right? Pretty sure, because Mora is probably gonna be village, right? Probably. Mora is using village, and then the correct village. Yep, Moramasa. Yep. So this is Mora. The only Mora that I know that's common in names is village. So, and then it's still the same Masa, so that's kind of neat. How many other Masas? Masahiko. I think Masahiko is probably... Oh no, it's not. Oh, that's really different. Okay, Masahiko doesn't work. Oh, Masashi. That's right, Masashi and oh, Masame. Oh wait, is that Masame or Masa? Oh yeah, there are a lot. You're right. What is the last one? Let me see. Masakira? What is the last one? Oh, Masako. Oh, Masako. Fair enough. What is the last one? Masashi? Masaki. Oh, Aki. Interesting. Neat. Okay. Well. Masayuki. Okay. Oh, Yuki for... Oh, okay. So Aki for... Yeah, I know. Aki is for the bright, for the light. And then Yuki for the... Yeah. Interesting. For the joy... for the, not joy, but the... For the... What do you call that character? It's the totem in WaniKani, but the totem is more like joy. Or not, yeah, more like joy. So like ko, probably. In its own yomi form. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, it's ko. When in doubt, just say ko. when in doubt, choose cho, ko, kyo. When you see those kind of like overlapping things. Like those like totem or cross-like things. I'm kidding. It doesn't really work out that well. This is Masato. Oh, Hito. Shortening of Hito. Masahito. Masato. That's kind of... That name is awesome, though. The correct person. The correct person. That's cute. What a name. There's I don't know. Makoto is using that one character, but there is Makoto for truth, and I'm not sure Makoto for the name uses the truth character, but that would be pretty cool. Most of the time I see it in Kana, so like Makoto, a very common one, like one of the characters from Persona. Japanese names are cool. Yeah, I do. So here's the silly part. Chinese names are not cool. I'm kidding, but sorta not. Chinese names, the meaning of their characters are just the sound. And then you have to use the radicals to determine what the meaning of the name is. Your name is Megami, the beautiful woman of spring blossom type name. Oh, yeah, Megami. Like for example, I'll give you an example. Like Tao, wait, Tao, right? It's these characters, how I learned it is like one of the characters is just the sound. It's there for the sound. However, if you know the radical, then it's kind of interesting to some extent. But I don't actually know the radicals. I know what I learned as the mnemonic device. So we have to keep in mind that in HanziHero, it's the mnemonic device that gives me the meaning. So it's of no value to a Chinese person, for example. Like this is I'm getting into the nitty-gritty of how people don't feel value, to go back to your original question. Some people might think that not knowing the correct thing means that you have no value gained. So I'll illustrate here. So Tao, the radical meaning for these components are not how I remember this. Tao is a secret agent. This is a secret agent. Now, if someone else tells me I didn't get any better at Chinese, that's true for the radicals, because the radicals are not secret agent. This is not the radical for secret agent. So it's not saying Tao's name is not a secret agent who exercises. Like that's not the meaning of the actual thing. So whenever I'm looking at Japanese now, right, when I'm saying Masato, I see correct person. Now that might be close, or it might not be close at all, because I didn't study the actual radicals or the actual like name construction. So some people might say, well, a Japanese person would laugh at you a bunch of times because their name might mean something entirely different because you used a mnemonic device and you didn't use a radical study. Well, we could go back to the radical study. That would be kind of an interesting thing. Like go back and read all the radicals. Like Hazek's use the original radicals, like the Japanese or the Chinese radical meanings, and can go back and interpret their name that way. So we have to keep that in mind. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I did study characters for a very long time. And I know and can appreciate that when I say Cao Cao has nothing to do possibly with the idea of a secret agent, nor some syrup and some fingers. I get that. Now, did we get better overall in knowing that this is Cao Cao, which is, by the way, Dynasty Warriors? If you are familiar with Dynasty Warriors, there are three generals. Cao Cao of Cao the Tao Dynasty, the blue ones, the guys in blue in Dynasty Wars. That's this guy. This is the name of the guy that leads that. So that's my personal. And then Liu Bei, right? Liu Bei. It's either Liu. I think it's Liu Bei. Liu Bei is the green guys, the other kingdom, the three kingdoms, right? The one kingdom, the ones in green, I think it's Liu Bei. Liu Bei is the guy's name. And then the third one is you followed Zhao Yun or something like that, the guy with the spear thing. And they're in blue. So regardless, you learn something. Just sometimes things don't have value to other people. I say things unapologetically because if I share it and then someone's like, oh no, that's not what that radical means. Oh, what does it mean? Then I can connect the two. And if I can connect the two, it's grown in value. At least in my opinion. I talk about Dynasty Warriors all the time, and I haven't played a Dynasty Warrior game since Dynasty Warriors 2. So now learning Chinese, I hear some of the Three Kingdoms characters coming back around. Like, I'm still not sure which, like, for the green guy with the huge halberd, Guan Yu is how I pronounce it in English, but I don't know what his characters are yet. It could be like Guan Yu or Guan Yu or something. He's a very iconic guy with a long bladed halberd, and he's like a giant, and he's one of Liu Bei's soldiers, like right-hand soldiers. And all of those things come back, which is really fun. So I might take a mini project on looking at the original radicals, like the native radicals. This is a point of contention, by the way. Whenever someone brings up something like WaniKani, they're like, so what's the point? You're learning components. Like, people talk about semantics all the time because we're in the age of internet, so semantics matter, right? A lot, to the point of disgruntlement. Like, people can get upset if skip is not the same as complete. So when you skip something, it feels awful. So like a person would demand that the developers say, hey, can this say complete, not skip? Because I already know the thing. Like, well, then if you already know the thing, why does it matter that it's skip or complete? Right? So this is very similar. In WaniKani and also HanziHero, HanziHero used the word components. And one of the semantics is that components are not to be confused with radicals. WaniKani uses radicals, but they are not the Japanese radicals. They are radicals in the nature of their function. So a bunch of people would make an argument like, so you're wasting your time learning meaning to radicals when they're not the correct radical meanings that Japanese people remember. Like, well, yeah. So if your metric is, are you getting better at radicals in WaniKani? The answer is yes and no. You sometimes learn radicals from native Japanese, like it lines up with native Japanese, and sometimes you don't. Actually, I'm gonna say it's a contentious point. I think most still over 50% of the radicals are extendable to Japanese native radicals. So when someone comes around and tells you, what do you value? I will explain to the person what I value. And then I would ask that person, what do you value? So when someone tells me, I value being a Japanese native, it's like, well, then most of the stuff that I have learned does not make me a better Japanese native. So I would not have overall gotten very good or better according to this person's value system, right? Like when someone asks me, hey, have you become more Chinese? No, I have not become more Chinese, despite being Chinese. If a native like person speaks to me, right, like a native Chinese person, I have this dialogue before where like a native Chinese person would come up to me and ask me like, oh, so where are you from? And I'm like, I was born in the United States. So, oh, so you're American. It's like no matter how much I could possibly learn as a Chinese person, I don't get better at being Chinese because their value system does not include what is important about being a Chinese person. Like all my value systems do not include what they believe is the value of being Chinese. So that's kind of what my life has taught me. This would be the life lesson about finding value. If you ask me, it would probably be a different answer than someone else most of the time. And I have no problems with someone telling me that I have not improved in Chinese. If I haven't, I can explain it, right? I can explain why they don't believe I have improved in Chinese, which to me makes me feel comfortable. And that's kind of the thing that I would say. I hope that many other people feel that way. It allows them in the future to understand why you can have a disagreement with someone and still feel like you can occupy the same room with them, which is the idea that if you can explain why they think you haven't improved and you think you have, and then compromise based on terms, I think that's a great way to live life, because then you don't have to compromise on your own values versus someone else's value. Generally speaking, though, I think my character studies have improved. Character studies are not the goal of most people who are learning how to read. Like when someone says, I can feel my Japanese getting better, or I can feel my Chinese getting better. It's not this. I think they sideline character studies. They are typically saying if they can read it in a sentence, if they can read it as a use case for the language. And I don't think I can demonstrate that very well. Like, for example, this is fine, right? San Yuan, right? San Yuan, oh no, San Guo, I dropped this, and then Yi. 这是什么? Yan Yi. Possibly Yan Yi. I don't think it's Yan Yi now. Oh yeah, it is Yan Yi. Yan Yi Zhong, right? Yan Yi Zhong. 什么? 描述了曹操 right? 曹操的是什么? 是 oh no, 智谋 right? So if I'm placed on the spot, 描述了曹操的智谋, I can drop various characters here and there on the spot at any given day. And I would say that, well, in day one, I can't read any of it. Like, I legitimately can't read any of it. And then you're gonna argue, well, you didn't read it fluently, and you didn't read it the first time without making a mistake. It's like, yeah, I don't read English with 100% fidelity either. The idea is, all right, so now we're going to sit down and we're going to use our character study. So if I sat down and waited and spent 5 minutes looking at all the characters, I would be likely more able to figure all those things out and then read it. That's perfectly fine. That is more than what I could have done by staring at these characters and I'm like, I have no idea what this says. Except for a sun. And even though sun is here, right? Sun makes sense. Sun in 3 is really important in all the languages, so they just happen to be the same. That's about it. So nowadays, though, hear me out. Here's how a good feeling part. On YouTube, most of YouTube text is legible, and that's more than I can ever imagine. So like, if the feeling is involved, I can read my way out of filling a box 99% of the time, I would say. So even despite dropping characters, I know what they mean. So like, there are times where I don't have to be able to read this to read it, as in know the meanings without hearing the words. Although I do predominate on it. So I want to be able to hear these characters before I actually interpret the characters. So my skills lately have been, I must hear the sounds in my head before I translate it or before I read it. But nowadays though, if I simply shut my mouth and think about what the sentence is telling me, I don't have to hear anything to know what it means. Which is great. I think that's one of the testaments for character studies. Like, you can probably know what this says to a great extent because of your Japanese character studies. Because character studies they overlap because of their similarities in script. So you can still guess these things. So one way, in my opinion, to demonstrate it, your Japanese or your Chinese character studies get better, look at the characters and write in English what it means without using any form of reading. Like, what I mean is hearing. So no reads, no nothing. If you can describe what the sentence means, you're already improved in your character studies. You can guess these things, right? At least most of these things. You can even probably pick out things like, what's the counter look like? What is the adverbial modifier? What is the possession? Without even knowing the grammar either. So pretty neat. Like this, what could this possibly be? Well, it's a person thing. So it's a person or a figure or something, right? And then this is history, right? 歴史, right? 歴史, and then you have 人 and 物, 人物, right? Or you can say 人物 or 人物, all of those things. But no matter what, it doesn't matter what the read is, you'll know what it means. It's a historical figure. Now, in terms of, this is 历史人物. Pretty cool. I think that's probably my favorite part. So for the feeling part, drama, maybe you're over it. I don't know if you ever get over it. I don't think it ever gets old. I think in this day and age, in the internet hustle culture, things can get old fast. Well, the irony here is getting old is slow. If you know what I mean. So the older you get, you know, when you hit your 30s and you hit your 40s, things don't things don't age fast, they age slow. So for me, it still hasn't gotten old that I could sit here and I'm like, well, here's a big block of text, and I'm like, well, all right, I get what they're trying to say, and that's fair. Did I read all of the things correctly? No, not by a long shot. Not by a long shot. So whenever I log into, or when I read the NHK site, right, the news site, and whatever Chinese site there are, it's like, all right, well, at least I extracted the information of what they're trying to tell me, but by no means did I know all the reads, which is really funny. Anyways, good talk, good talk. I hope you feel this way too, Drama. I can't imagine a life of, like, for me, it's very hard to empathize with someone who feels like they spent so much time doing what they want and then get slapped in the face and easily accept that they have no value with the time that they use. That's a really, really unfortunate way to live, personally. I can definitely see how, here's an example of someone who does live like this. There's a few content creators that I parasocially follow, and they actually thrive on the opposite model. Basically, they believe that if you don't place heavy pressure on yourself to gain value in recognizable returns, then they wouldn't push themselves hard enough to work. So for them, what I'm saying would make them lazy and complacent. So they have an entirely different approach. The idea is they would give themselves a goal and a time frame, and if they don't achieve that goal and time frame, then that pressure of gaining that value, that desperation, they simply say they do it and achieve it. They never try. So I'm a try person. I don't want to say guy because that's probably trademarked. I'm a try person. But because I'm a try person, I have to make a series of narrative weight and psychological strategies to make myself successful in my eyes. That other person, if they used my approach, my narrative, they wouldn't have done anything, because they could keep saying, oh, it's okay to just try. It's okay to relax and vibe and do nothing. So the things that I'm talking about may work if you know that you're having too much of something. Like, I do understand, like, for example, getting into graduate school. If you don't get into graduate school, everything you have done to get into graduate school can feel like it was a waste of time. If that hurts you overall psychologically, like if that prevents you and causes you to be catatonic, that's where the try person comes in. So the difference here is, like, right, try is to help someone who's stuck in achieving goals. Do is someone who is vigorously achieving goals, or no, not vigorously, failing to achieve goals. Oh wait, they both say the same thing. Sorry, I didn't think this through very much. Oh, is goalless, sorry. Do is for goalless people. Goalless people. So these are the two opposite things, and they both have value systems. The value system of someone who do without a goal is meandering. They achieve nothing. It's gonna feel like they do nothing. When someone is, right, like if you're doing and you don't have a goal, then everything is achievable technically. So then what is it? What is the lower limit? This is not quite well thought out, but when you're trying, you can be stuck on a goal because because everything else is okay. Now, when you're stuck on a goal, right? Like a goal rejects you. Oh man, this is not really well thought out. So, I think a better example would be to use an example. So you want to be fluent in Japanese. For example, you want to be fluent in Japanese. That's your goal, right? And you want to do this. You're a doer. You're saying, I want to become fluent in Japanese. I'm going to do it. And I'm going to do it in 6 years. Right? And as you're getting here, it doesn't seem like it's going to be possible. Not possible. So you give up. Because doers give up when their goals are not met. When their goals can't be met. So there's a yes and no to getting better. If you give up, the answer is no. You wasted your time. You've never gotten better. When you're a trier, what happens is when someone is giving up, like they're gonna give up on something, a trier would not give up. They simply consolidate what they're going to do along the way. So they adjust where it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm not going to become fluent in Japanese, but it doesn't matter because triers tend to be quote unquote goalless in that way, goalless people, and doers tend to deal with stuck goals. So if you're a doer, if you're like someone who tries and never gets anything done, quote unquote gets anything done, like a goal, then you have to become a doer. How do you get to a doer? Set goals and achieve them and place pressures on yourself to achieve the goals at any cost. That's how you'll get to achieve your first goal. Since you're so lax on yourself and everything's acceptable, generally speaking, setting any goals would be sufficient. Meanwhile, a trier is someone who, when goals kill you, like when the goals destroy your motivation, you have to start trying as opposed to doing. And I'm far more of a trier than a doer. So right now, if you're asking me to channel my inner doer, right, like a person who's goal-oriented, my goal that I had set for myself for Chinese is to read Chinese to other people. I did not get overall better at doing that yet. Like, substantially. I can explain characters and what they sound like, and I can I can mimetically read character sounds in Chinese. So, technically, I could make an argument that I did get better overall as someone who's trying. I didn't get better overall at someone who's doing, because I didn't get to my goal yet. So, yes, someone's gonna be in between, right? So goals are here. A trier tries to appreciate these things, right? A trier tries to appreciate these things. A doer tries to appreciate this one thing. And I would say I'm further away than I am close to my goal. My doer goal is to read Chinese to record. So, like, one day I will play Like a Dragon 9. That's the goal. One day I'll play Like a Dragon 9, which hasn't come out yet, right? I'm thinking maybe a year or two from now. Like a Dragon 9, and I will read the Chinese to a recorded device, to the stream. And that is the goal. How much did HanziHero help me out in achieving this? It didn't. Because I didn't achieve the goal yet. So it's gonna feel like no improvement. To a doer. Because it's insignificant. All of these steps are typically really insignificant to feeling good. When you feel it, you do it. Now, I'm more of a trier right now. So trying allows me to keep on going. And that's what I emphasize for myself. I will constantly, if you ever need a word of encouragement, or if someone around me feels like they're going to quit, or they just feel like life never gets goals done, then that's where I come in. I typically, let's go and point out all the things you can do. Let's go do that now. Because to me, the odds of me encountering someone is probably in this phase. More than 90% of the time, the people online, they have really large goals. The bigger your goals are, the more time you're going to spend in the quote-unquote the trying phase. And what we did right now, you and I, when we were talking about and getting excited about the characters like Masa, right? Masa, the question that I asked, and then you can rattle these off and talk about these things, that should get you excited. It's like, okay, it kept your mind off of how far you are from your goal of being fluent, for example, in Japanese, and helped you appreciate all the things that you have done along the way, so that you can get up tomorrow and be like, yeah, I'm gonna crush that WaniKani lesson out, and to heck with this. Even those niche items, watch me break it out randomly. Like, here's my take about how niche items work. Crepuscular. I don't know if you know this word, crepuscular. Crepuscular is a new word that I learned, and I learned it in like the last week, and I learned it from HanziHero. It's a translation of something that's holy. So like a sunbeam can be crepuscular. And now you might be thinking, oh yeah, this is such a niche item, like there's no way people would use crepuscular. On that same exact day, in the evening, Procall gave me a vocabulary test, which was based on a Vsauce and Hannah Fry podcast about estimating the vocabulary depth of an English speaker. And he shared about his father's score of 96 out of 100, I think, and then Procall tested and talked about that thing. Crepuscular was one of those words. And just so happens they were one of the words I wouldn't have known if I used HanziHero. So why am I bringing that up? It's because when someone is trying, not when someone's doing, their eyes is here, not over here. So whenever I think about how to keep someone going, how to make people think about the trivialities of their, or constantly concerned about the trivialities of their knowledge, the idea is it's niche because you know at a distance it's not important. It is important right now because you need to know it. So to do well on WaniKani, you have to know these niche things. So right now, you have to create value out of the niche things you know. You explain to yourself it's niche because later down the line, it will have no value to you. So that's perfectly fine, right? So Crepuscular ended up helping me get a perfect score on the this thing. This thing apparently had 100 questions. 100 questions. You could even try it. Drama. It's really cool. And if you get the 100 correct, it is estimated that you have 850,000 plus in English words. I don't know how they got that, but I did manage to get all 100 words. And there were some really funky ones that for a long time I haven't like seen, and there's no way I have seen these words other than it coming up. Like what's one? I think it was you Caligon, I think. You Caligon, right? I only seen this once, and it was a long time ago. This is like old Middle English thing, and this occurred in a show, like a feudal time show. That's how I knew Ucaligon. And Ucaligon is a neighbor who burns, like someone burning a neighbor's house. It's a reference to an act. So that was one of the last ones, the last groups, and it was so fun to hear them. And here's some more like average words that I haven't used in a while. Verbose is now far more common. So I use verbose, and the opposite of verbose I typically use is tarsh. So this is like, I'm verbose. I find drama from a lot of times. You're a lot of a tarsh person, an efficient person, someone who's very concise, right? So there's other words, like if you say tarsh, you could say concise, or that's not concise, that's consist. Concise. And then verbose could be like long-winded. Now in this vocabulary set, they reminded me of two other words. Obsequious. I don't know how to spell obsequious. We're just gonna go with that. That's not how you spell obsequious. It's fine. And then there is like capricious, but capricious is unrelated. Tarsh can be taciturn. So taciturn is another. Those are words that I have forgotten. But the thing is, how do I remember these words? It's because I remember tarsh and verbose. I talked about this before when I was younger. I was identified as a gifted person because of my association. I wasn't like some memory person, like some person who could remember, they say like 7, 1, 5, 6, 8, 9, and then say it backwards. I didn't have like exceptional short-term memory or something. I was gifted in the way that I associate things at an early age. So I don't think I'm gifted anymore because IQ, the way they evaluate IQ and stuff, it's based on biological age. I feel like nowadays as a 40-year-old, I'm not that like above average anymore. But most of the people my age are pretty intelligent at this now. So associations. So whenever they explain to me words, so there was a psychological evaluation. They asked me to explain words. Like, if someone asks you, what does taciturn mean? I would say, well, okay, I mean, I don't know what this word means, but tacit reminds me of the word tacit. And there's earn, but there's also turn. Tacit has tactful in it. So it's probably something behaving with tact, with an earn. So what does that mean? Short with words. I guess what taciturn means. Short with words. Now, now we're going to relate this back to Chinese and Japanese. So how does this relate to the way Chinese and Japanese work? This is how I remember Chinese and Japanese. I learn things and I associate them. So even niche items become forms of association because they're tethered to each other. So this, if you say, well, how do I remember this? Dynasty Warriors 2. Like, well, that sounds like a niche item. Who in the world would remember Dynasty Warriors 2? I do. So that's kind of where when you know something, when you have knowledge, in my opinion, it's valueless. It's valueless if it doesn't serve a function to you. So no function to you, right? No function to you. And I think when it comes to high school and college, if your perspective is you're hoping that they provide function and value, that's one source of value. Now, when I went to college, everything was valuable that I spent time on. So I went from high school where I waited for value to happen to college is valuable because I make it valuable. And if it's extra valuable, passive, if it's passively valuable, then that's extra. It's a bonus. Like that's an addition. In high school, you had certain amount of time and you choose when it's not valuable. And that's kind of what happens when you continue life like that. So if you don't go to college, you might not ever learn this. If you go to, if you work and you are very successful, you might not never have to learn it. You don't have to compensate for trying. So what I mean is, my life has told me that I should try, not do. Because otherwise, why would I try to be Chinese? Why would I try to be American? I can't be those things. That's the crazy part. Now, for others, their life might take them somewhere. And that's the deepest connection that I have. Why am I a trier? Because my life has taught me I can't be something. And you don't have to feel sad for me because I'm a trier. I like trying to be something I can't be. Like perfect. Right? I try to be perfect. It's not going to stop me from recognizing that I can't be perfect. Now, I was using the word perfect because that's kind of what the internet struggles with. I have other, like, I don't even get to perfect. I'm not even concerned with perfect. I'm talking about being Chinese and being American, whatever that means. Like, oftentimes, I like exploring how I can try to be Chinese, try to be American. And this is why, and here's the full circle. Here's the TLDR, the punchline, the hot take. When you are learning a language, especially a secondary language, what you're doing is you're trying to be something you can possibly can't be. That's the kicker, in my opinion. Like, I understand what it's like to be a foreigner, even in the country I'm born in. And the thing is, if you can resonate with me, I think you'll go a far longer way to like moving to Japan and being happy, being like really great at trying to be something you can't be, because the satisfaction comes from the value you place in all the things you do. I don't know how that's gonna help those who don't want to think of it this way, because you can't possibly not, if you move to Japan and you weren't born in Japan, you can't be other than a foreigner. You don't have to be unhappy though. And Asian countries, you can resonate with me. That's good because it's beautiful. And for the record, it's not like Japanese people or like Chinese people or something are gonna say, "Oh man, look at that foreigner. He's like trying, and it's all like haha, like they can never be." You're half Russian. Oh yes, that's exactly it. So what I mean is, if I had to, I don't speak for Japanese, but in terms of the Asian perspective, it is beautiful to see someone trying despite like doing their best and trying their best despite being told they can't do it or they can't be it, at least in my opinion, especially from a outside perspective. So like what I feel if I were to internalize Japanese culture is that, so what if you're a foreigner? If you're trying really hard to do your best to like respect their culture and all that stuff and integrate and assimilate and whatnot, that is what they'll see. That is what they will value. And as opposed to like trying to be something you're not. Right? Which can be a little hairy. And if you can resonate with me, which you're half Russian, that's kind of how I feel most of the time. And I think it's a happy place if you're a happy person. So most of the time I'm not telling myself, oh, did I become more Chinese overall? And I don't know what that means, but I can tell you, I know a lot of things about being Chinese. I've experienced a lot of things that Chinese people experience. I'm not upset when someone tells me, oh yeah, you're a fake Chinese person. It's like, okay, can you explain to me how you qualify a fake Chinese person? Like, well, just someone who's not born in China. It's like, you're right, then I'm fake Chinese because I'm not born in China. Like, it doesn't hurt my identity. They didn't ask me what I think a Chinese person is. So the nice thing is their value system doesn't overlap with my value system, which is why we disagree. If their value system overlaps with my value system, then we can resonate. We can then choose to resonate with each other. And in all of my being, like every ounce of my being, people need to be happy, at least in my opinion. Like, so I would do anything possible to discover ways or different ways to have people have their liberty to be happy in the limited amount of time that they have. I think spending most of your life being upset about constantly like devaluing what you're doing to the point where you might not find any value other than the goal being reached, that kind of sucks when it fails. I'm not saying it will fail. The devastation is pretty big. The bigger the goal is. Maybe, drama, again, maybe 3 or 4 years down the line, we'll have wonderful discussions or not have wonderful discussions in quote-unquote fluent Japanese or something like that. My money is that whatever Japanese you speak in 4 years' time, since you're resonating with me now, will be satisfactory. It will be satisfying enough wherever you are. I hope so. Because that means that you spend most of your life enjoying what you're doing. Like, knowing, not enjoying as in physically enjoying, like running, swimming, things are exhausting, right? But they're positive stress. You're saying to yourself, I am getting better because I'm choosing to spend my time doing it. And then you still keep your goal. You know, you can still say, well, I didn't get to my goal yet, so it could be in vain if you never follow through to that goal. Meanwhile, the counterbalance is that everything you're doing can be repurposed. It can be used in the way it is valuable now. I think one of the biggest life lessons I would have is in the terms of money, right? Money, happy dollars. We'll use happy dollars because we can't really talk about actual money. This is not investment advice. When money sits there, right? Sits there. When money sits there and you're saying, I'm saving up. I'm saving up for that 100,000 accumulation, right? So if you don't cross 100,000 happy dollars, then you failed. That's not how money works, right? The amount that you use, that you have 10,000, you can use this 10,000 to make 20,000 and so on, right? You don't have to sit there and wait to get to use the value that it exists. These are two different perspectives, and they both exist for humans. Like, you can choose to save and wait for that goal to happen, or you can use what value you have now to build to that, and you have both of them. Humans do both. I feel at edge when someone is all or none on one way, like using all your wealth without thinking about the future, right? That's like going into depth, expecting for a payout later, versus you go all in and you never develop anything you currently have to hope that you can enjoy it later. Those are the two biggest things. My parents are this side of things. They spend most of their life hoping that they can enjoy their life later down the road, right? Now they've reached that and they still don't enjoy the thing down the road because the down the road kept going further down the road. So that's kind of one of the things that they're really heavy on the other end, where like, so what are you saving all of this for now? There's no, it turns out that they don't need to save all those things, since my sister and I kind of worked out, so to speak. Something fun was you randomly join a Thai streamer and you could communicate through both of your broken Japanese. Oh dude, that's great. Every so often Subhan does that, where Subhan would type in random things and I'm like, oh okay. I could read, and one time it was Russian. I met a Russian who is learning Chinese, and they didn't want to use, they weren't comfortable with English, so I used English into Chinese and they used Russian into Chinese to communicate. And since they only have to type, I only had to read. So then I simply used all the words that I knew and then used like the broken English, that the English that I injected are like things like is and am and stuff, so it was reasonable. And I inferred the Russian that was in some of it. Learn more languages. A Thai streamer? How do you... What were they streaming, Drama? For the Thai streamer? Broken Japanese. Are you... is it an Arknights streamer? A Thai streamer who knows Japanese, huh? Anyways, just thought I'd share. Oh, a Monster Hunter? Oh, okay, Monster Hunter. Are you excited about the expansion? What was it called? Ascendance? Yeah, they announced Monster Hunter Wild Ascendance. Are you gonna play that? It's either Ascendance or something. Something about the sky. That's all I remember.
Ceng.
That hate? I don't think that's hate. No. Soul is hate. Ton is a sound. I don't know what type of sound you're making. Whoosh. Of course it's whoosh. You'll probably play it. Not really hyped though. Okay, fair enough. Play it. Value it. You know? So, here's where my Chinese is right now, okay, Drama? I'll give you an idea about niche stuff. This is whoosh. Like, I'm in the onomatopoeia zone. So, many of the last, like, 2 months of characters are either... they're the actual name, so like Masa, right? It's the character used for like Masa, and that's it. It's just Masa. There's no like Tao. It's just Tao. There's nothing else attached to it. And then we have things like this, like oh, clack, clang, bang, whoosh, hiss, rustle, bing bong, like that clank, a creak, that stuff. And then the rest is I the other time when you came by, you mentioned something like, oh, you either know it or you don't. You mentioned, you made a comment about it. This is pretty much it. Like, these characters are, you know it or you don't. Like, there are 4 bangs, and hear me out. And what I'm doing is, since I don't know these, right? Whoosh, for example. I know what this word sounds like. So like this character, I know it's tongue. Whoosh has to be tongue, but this will always be tongue. Like when I read this, it's tongue. Now I don't know what it means anymore, right? Like I'm trying to learn what it means, the whoosh thing. So what happens is we're gonna go to the dictionary, and maybe there's something that resonates with me. So that's what the word discovery thing is right now. Which, miso? Like, look at this. Wait, tongue. Oh, that is miso. You see what I mean? This is word discovery. That is miso. And miso, here's the thing about miso, right? Like, see, this says tongue. So it's a different read of this character. This is taught as tongue, but this is tongue. So, but it's the same character. So now I'm doing double reads. We're doing double reads. And actually, if you look at miso, it's the other way around. So if you look at this character, right? Like, that's not miso. It looks a little bit different. Right? Because guess what? Now it's the other way. Japanese is this way. These things are the other direction. Like I gave earlier, we had an example of older brother, right? So Japanese this way, Chinese this way. Now the soul in miso is this way, and I just now found out that they use this character, but these two are different characters right now for now. But that's what I mean by word discovery. This is pretty fun. And what does this say? This says oh, it's just flavor plus whatever this means. Whoosh. Miso soup. Okay, yeah, tongue. Wei jiang, and it's a different read, so I don't know. We can't use this obviously for whoosh. Still, pretty interesting. I will eventually learn that it's wei jiang tongue. If this was placed, I could tell that it's some type of soup, and I would probably be able to tell it's miso soup because of Japanese, because it's close enough to miso. That's kind of cute. For now though, this is just whoosh, so we're just gonna whoosh it up. Oh no. Oh no, this is not. Oh, it's ling, not ling. No, ling. No G, no G. It's ling, not ling. It kind of sounds like I'm saying the same thing. You don't like miso, by the way? What? You can't even be.
菜
What? How you gonna live without miso? I'm kidding. Do you like any form of bean paste? Fermented bean paste? It's not even the taste, your brain just blocks it? Oh. Do you like any other form of fermented bean paste? Like other types? It doesn't want me to eat it. Okay. Oh, wait. Do you mean like digest it? Like, do you have like a digestion problem or something? Or something, or it's just like bleh, bleh. Not good. Oh, here's an example. This is Thai, by the way. It's just Thai. So, if I look this up, right? If I look this up, it's probably just names. Yeah, they're all names. Oh, you can't swallow it. Oh, so you do have a... Interesting, you have a reflex to it. What about other types of bean paste? Have you tried natto? The first thing you're gonna have to do, like one of the things that you're going to have to... Oh, wait, you probably already tried it. Did you go to... When you went to Japan, did you, the multiple times you went to Japan, did you try, natto? Natto is even worse. Yeah, miso is related. Miso is also like a type of fermented, like fermented bean. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, you don't have to like it. What about tofu? Tofu is tasteless, right? You're fine with tofu. Tofu is, it goes through a lot more processing than natto and miso from the soybeans. Obviously they don't have to use soybeans, but typically many of the stuff is related to that bean family. You don't like tofu? It's fine, like it's understandable. What about soy milk? Soy milk barely has like the funk of... Oh, but you can eat it. Okay. You drank soy milk before? Yeah, I'm sensing the bean part. How far back does it have to go? So we only have proper nouns here, so that's not gonna change anything. We're gonna go back and just remember it's Thai now. What was this?
No.
You do like soy sauce? Okay, soy sauce. You haven't tried soy milk? Okay. Asian. So Asian soy milk. I know that sounds a little bit generic, but Eastern soy milk has like has a like a kind of a like a strongish like soybean quality to it, and it's not the same as like the Western one where you use like where you get like oat milk, almond milk, and soy milk in Western ones where you would like mix. So it'll be interesting. Soy milk is I have a reaction to soy milk. So even though I enjoy growing up, I did enjoy drinking soy milk. It makes my throat itchy, so I might have like a growing allergy to it. So I'm actually kind of curious if you had some sort of reaction to it. You also don't like Japanese egg for some reason? Oh, is it the texture maybe? Oh, what is it about the Japanese egg? Have you narrowed it down somehow? I don't think I've had Japanese eggs, so I'm not too certain. Like, because the way Japanese prepares their egg, it's usually not for export. You don't export eggs ever. Like, so eggs are typically local, and then the way Japanese handle their eggs, it's all in-house due to like quality control and standardization. Obviously, you can probably sort of export westernized eggs, like how westernized eggs are done. And also, even in Europe, there are different, egg quality controls between the United States and Europe. And you probably heard plenty of these type of debates. But in Japanese, I imagine the way they handle their eggs will have something to do with how they handle their eggs. AI said it's because the chicken are fed with fish or something like that. Oh yeah, higher nitrogen. Oh, that's interesting. Can you taste nitrogenous compounds? I think that would, when I think about feeding with fish or something, I probably think of like nitrogenous compounds in their eggs. Nitrogenous compound is like ammonia base or urine base, like something that fishy, you know, like if you think about the fishy thing that carries over, oftentimes they're nitrogenous compounds. Interesting, their chicken is fed with fish. That's so intriguing. What is chicken feed in the West? I wonder what common chicken feed is for corn, soybeans, and wheat. Intriguing. I'll have to look more into that. I wonder what it tastes like now. I look forward to visiting Japan to taste it. Did you have it raw or did you have it cooked? Like, are we talking about, I don't know, tamago sushi or something like that? Japanese eggs are highly prized for their rich, savory flavor. Oh, there's a savory flavor, huh? Creamier texture and vibrant, yeah, dark orange yolks, yeah, for sure. This distinct difference from Western eggs come from specialized chickens' diets rich in ingredients like fish. Oh, okay, fish meal, seaweed, and carotenoids. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, their eggs they look very different. For sure. Consistently different. Hello there, Xing Xing. How are we doing? We're doing pretty alright. We're talking about Japanese eggs. How do you feel about Australian eggs, Xing Xing? Did you have to adjust when you first moved to Australia? Or are we feeling like, oh, I'm familiar with this? Apparently, Drama was not a big fan. Like, something about Japanese eggs didn't agree with him. And apparently, there is a distinction that's carried through the feeding process, the raising process, the specialized diets. How do you feel about Australian eggs, Xing Xing? That's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about foods. Mainly, how Drama doesn't agree with miso and natto and don't like tofu. I have a reaction, some reaction, depending on what type of bean. Interesting question. One of the two eggs you have eaten is not your style, but the normal egg with the white and yellow tastes exactly the same as Netherlands. Interesting. You had your cooked and raw, both unenjoyable. Okay, so neither the cooking method doesn't help with the egg. That's interesting. I enjoy eggs quite a lot. I haven't gone to other countries to eat eggs before, so it will be very interesting. I'll make a note of it. I mean, it would be hard for me not to go to Japan and eat an egg dish because egg is like the foundation of my diet. You also enjoy European eggs? I see. Absolute peak. Okay. Fair enough. I don't know, like, I haven't gone to Europe to eat eggs, so I have no idea. You only ate eggs now when you eat bami? Okay. Yeah, I haven't eaten eggs in other places. And usually eggs are one of those special items. And what I mean by special items is, earlier, Xing Xing, before you popped in, eggs are typically localized. So you rarely say like, oh, I get eggs exported, you know, or imported from here and here. Eggs don't, they stay local. So oftentimes whenever you have dishes and cuisines and stuff, if they integrate eggs, they tend to be very regional. And I have not gone outside or to another place to consume eggs. Like, I've consumed eggs in New Zealand, but I think I was not as cultured back then, so I wasn't taking notes or contrasting what the eggs were like in New Zealand. So I would be curious to go to another country. Have eggs. Oh, and you really dislike Japanese tissues? They are way too thin? Yeah, but you gotta be delicate. Okay. Shopping some stuff you dislike. Not everything is perfect there. Being able to talk about it and not like... being able to talk about it and accept it is good, right? Because you're gonna accept the whole package, obviously. You gotta accept it. How would they even export eggs without breaking them? That's a good question. And also, you know, the other thing is exporting eggs by disease, right? Like, or spoilage. Eggs are like one of those things. Even if you find a really wonderful way to export them, spoilage due to the exporting thing. The standards are really high for like various differing standards. I mean, yeah, export glass is what I was gonna use. I was literally gonna use the thing glass. Glass is a good example. They have by the way, you can't export things because you export animals. You know, like animal eggs, like if you know what I mean. Like animals get rescued and stuff, and there are ways to export like animals to like sanctuaries and all that. So there's probably already ways to export eggs in that manner. Probably not on the scale of feeding people. That's probably what I would say. In the Netherlands, you never bought eggs from stores, always from farmers. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing here too. I live in a state where most of the eggs come from the state. So like where we buy eggs, it comes from the state. So it doesn't come from like, I'm not eating eggs from like California or something. It would be wildly kind of like, unless a disaster happens or something like that. Usually eggs in the local grocer is from the local place. And do they taste sufficiently different? I've been around the United States. Not enough for my palate to discern. You and Xing Xing had to have had the same egg taste. Amsterdam is 4-hour drive from there. Oh, okay. Nice. I'll keep that in mind. Something about an egg tour sounds amazing. I wonder if anyone has ever done an egg tour. Just like go around the world tasting out the eggs. This is what I live for. Tell me all your experiences. One day, drama, we're gonna share some Japanese eggs together, and you're gonna be like, nah, I'm over it. I love these eggs. Like 2 years into your residency in Japan or something. I'm kidding. You don't have to like Japanese eggs. I mean, I don't even know if I like Japanese eggs. Who knows? Yeah, visa news. Do tell, Xing Xing. Do tell. What do you got? Let me see if I remember what this is. Oh no. What? Oh, I added an E. Whoops. Ru, elaborate.
Ru.
Maybe it's because your stomach didn't adjust yet. I like to think so. Outside of allergies, right? Drama, outside of like really strongly biological aversions or like legitimate repulsions, I think oftentimes taste is acquired, right? Like the idea of acquired taste. That is one of the antithesis, at least in my opinion, the counter arguments to the whole idea of maybe you're specifically born a way and you're unable to appreciate, like, become fond of something. So acquired taste is one of those theories, or at least conceptual ideas that are effectively experienced but difficult to explain, at least from a biological and a psychological interaction standpoint. So we'll see when I go there. I mean, obviously you're more than it can be just as likely that you'll continue to avoid Japanese eggs, even though I'm gonna be honest with you, Drama, it's hard to live in, like, for me, if I think about like an Eastern culture, it's difficult to survive without eggs. I mean, like, you can't get. You used to hate sushi. Oh, now you really enjoy it. My best friends were very similar. Yeah, a lot of or they were more so. They weren't acclimated yet, so the hate came from more of a. Well, that's a different experience. I don't like it. That type of thing, right? So acquired taste is an interesting thing. You avoid miso and natto for sure. What? How can you not have a warm bowl of miso soup as a palate cleanser? Miso is practically I'm projecting now. That's okay. You can use other things as a palate cleanser. How are you with ginger? Or ooh, what other type of soup base do they use for palate cleansers outside of miso? That's gonna be tough. I mean, miso is even more ubiquitous than chicken stock or like beef stock. Oh, hello there, Curdle. Hey, it's been a while, but hope all is well. I'm glad to see you're here and chatting. Yeah, Curdle. Thank you. Welcome. You've never had miso? It tastes nice. So miso is like the standard stock. Oh, I guess you can have like seaweed stock, like kombu, and how you would kombu and bonito. The other, like, just flat kombu, I guess it kind of just tastes like chicken bouillon now that I think about it. It's not that it's kind of fishy. It's a little bit fishy though. I hope all is well with you too, Curdle. How are you doing? Yeah, we're just chatting about food now. You have been to so many Japanese places in Melbourne but never tried it. Not miso? It's a palate cleanser. You eat your comfort food always, which is chicken. Oh, I see. You go to a Japanese place to eat chicken. Ting Ting, we need to talk about this for a moment. Okay. And you're even by the ocean. What happened to the seafood? No seaweed either. Seaweed would be a palate cleanser as well. You feel like you get miso no matter what you order? Yeah, you just get miso. That's period. It's the palate cleanser. It's like the rice. Like I think miso is even more common than rice. I would even, obviously I'm being a little hyperbolic. It's difficult for me to imagine, like, I can imagine without rice. It's hard for me to imagine without miso. Like, when you order something, you're gonna be offered miso or tea. Obviously you can drink tea and miso. If you would have both oftentimes, something warm and something like neutral. But man, you guys are, oh man, Xing Xing like dislikes seafood. Oh, you too. You were always sitting there, breathing and then drinking in one sip. Oh, you too. That would be kind of cool to like meet somewhere and see what you guys like to eat. I don't know if you go on food trips, but generally speaking, when I go on food trips, it's like dislike or not dislike. It's kind of fun to explore food experiences with people. So despite you saying you dislike seafood, I'll probably try very hard to introduce you to seafood. I sound so disappointed. Japanese chicken. Yeah, Japanese chicken is nice. Yeah. What do you have? Like probably your standard like teriyaki, probably, right? Something with teriyaki, or karaage. Are you like fried chicken or something? I'm not disappointed. Second one, oh, karaage, nice. Fair enough. Fried chicken ramen. Skip on the miso broth. I'm sorry. I'm being way too indirectly cheeky right now. You also can't eat any type of noodles. What? That's tough. That's gonna be a tough one. Oh man, you're trying, but you can't for now. Do you have a gag reflex for noodles? Some people actually, I've been around a lot of different types of people, and eating restrictions, like, they existed before the internet, like the internet made aware of all these eating restrictions. So I have encountered people who have gag reflexes with long things. So like it's tough for them to consume noodles, but I'm not sure if that's a real thing. Like for you, what I mean is, I don't know, when you say you can't for now, it could be a mechanical thing. Noodles can be a mechanical thing for a lot of people, like those. So I don't want to be like unintentionally insensitive if you had like a mechanical thing. My father is actually, he's getting older and he has a problem consuming certain things. You can't eat you can eat spaghetti, but no problem. Oh, interesting. So no gag reflex. They're just straight up hating on Asian noodles. Dang. None of that Asian nudes, huh? The thing is mostly the flavors of the noodle. Rice? Or are you talking about the noodle themselves, or the thing they're often served in? Definitely the noodle would be different. Yeah, the noodles themselves would definitely do the rice. Okay, yeah, definitely the noodles by far are gonna taste different, because the flour process for pasta is. You have no idea? Well, maybe one day we'll find out. Udon was like #1 food for you too. Udon, oh my gosh, give me the thick noodles. I want to top that drama. One day maybe we'll both also visit China. Udon, hand cut noodles. like bian noodles. Like I like my noodles thick and girthy. Like udon times 2. Like noodles that will scorch your mouth because they're so thick, and then when you try to eat it from like the bowl, it will scorch because they retain so much heat. Sorry, I might be, you think I'm exaggerating, but have you guys ever consumed something that was too hot and then you like get that initial burn and then you can consume it in that temperature and then the next day your tongue feels weird? Have you ever had that? In China, okay, I've never been to China, but one of the things that are really often known in China is that Chinese people consume hot things. They consume a lot of hot things very often, like scorching hot things. And oftentimes that leads to like esophageal damage or esophageal cancer, right? And that's like kind of my thing a lot of times. When you're drinking noodles and you're eating noodles, it's just like scorch your mouth. And I'm like, oh, that's like one of the experiences of eating super starchy and thick things that retain their heat. They're never something too hot. Oh, okay. Fair enough. You and your German. But at least you're trying to eat it. Oh, okay. Rice noodles. Here's the thing. The funny thing about rice noodles is that they often help with gluten. Like it's interesting for someone to like spaghetti but not like pasta, but be like a little bit of averse to Eastern noodles that are rice dependent. It's interesting. I mean, I'm not saying it's gluten free, but you hear it often. Oh, and it's funny. Oh no, he was Norwegian. You need to sleep? All right, good night. Good night, drama. It's really late. I'm surprised you were here for that long. Hopefully you rest well. Get excited, right? Learn more Japanese tomorrow. Reconvene. Chat some more. Yeah, take care, drama. You think Uncle dislikes you because you got trouble eating noodles? Listen, that's kind of tough. I'm not. I'm. That's a hard sell. Like, I don't know which one is more Xing Xing. I don't know what's more of a uphill battle. You disliking seafood, or you disliking noodles, especially Eastern noodles. Like, the next thing, and I already know more about the stuff you eat. You're probably not a spice person. So I think we had a couple conversations where we could triangulate on your palate, your sensitivity, your spice sensitivity, right? So yeah, that's rough. It's very difficult to enter like a Asian household and be like, yeah, none of these things, please. And hear me out, Xing Xing. This is purely, I don't want to say this as an insult. I think it's more of an accommodation of cultures. Since I grew up in the United States, I grew up in Americanized like environment, and whenever my parents would have guests, like some of our guests or some of my sister's guests, when we're eating as a family, every time we go to like an Asian place, they would specifically eat chicken and white rice, right? Just straight up the most mellow thing possible, you know, like teriyaki chicken or like something as mellow as possible, but it would be a land animal. It would basically just be chicken. And you probably could imagine every Asian family has had that conversation where like, why do you go to Asian restaurant to eat poultry. or here's another one where it was like a couple of people that I know, they're vegetarians. So that's really tough too when they're vegetarians. Now, I'm not saying all Asian demographics, because we have to keep in account like Indians have one of the largest like vegetarian groups, right? And also like Muslims and like those who practice the Islamic faith and stuff, they also have dietary restrictions when it comes to like meats, right? So the thing is though, seafood, yeah, that's a rough one. Like that is like the treat. It's kind of humorous because if you ask my parents, how do they demonstrate to their guests that to like treat their guests well, they break out the seafood. Seafood, quality noodles, right? As opposed to like simply offering rice. And it would be pretty much things that immediately like it would be disagreeable to you, which is really funny. They serve you food that was not spicy, but to your mouth was burning. Seafood gotta go out the door. Have you had fish balls before? So here's the thing about seafood. There are in Asian cultures, like I'm saying Asian in general, so take it with a grain of salt. There are types of seafood that is heavily processed. Not in the same way. I'm not talking about like McDonald's and machine process. I'm talking about it took them a really long time to prep the food. So things like fish balls, the fresh the fresh fish is then deconstructed, processed as in like chopped up, minced, and then it is combined with like a starch, and then they are flash fried or boiled or flash boiled, and then they look like meatballs, but they don't retain their like fishiness that a lot of people have problems with. And I know this because when you give fish balls to like multiple generation Americans, they don't actually mind it at all. They quite enjoy it. In fact, that's the item. Like I'm not sure if you had shabu shabu or like hot pot or something, like in a place where it's just a rolling boil pot, and then you throw in things, and oftentimes there are these things that look like meatballs, and those meatballs, a lot of them actually have seafood, and usually those are pretty good. Like they are often more of like what I would say a gateway to acquiring seafood taste. The only seafood you can eat is kibbeling. I think I have a Oh, intriguing. Maybe we just deep fry everything. Have you had tempura before? Like, have you gone to a Japanese place and ordered tempura? Not all tempura has seafood in it, but you can like order like a variety where, okay, tempura might be good. Like if you like kibbeling, tempura is the Japanese way of frying something. It's lighter. It's actually quite less greasier. Not that it's better or not. When I'm eating fried foods, I'm American raised. If I'm gonna go out to eat fried food, it's like get the fat in me situation. That's besides the point. So I'm not saying that it's lighter in grease, meaning that it's like gonna agree with your palate as much, because it might actually be the frying technique that makes it more agreeable. But tempura is the Japanese frying thing, and they would fry vegetables and various things, especially vegetables, along with seafood. And in my experience, personally, like I'm projecting a little, my friends, tempura would be the thing that they would enjoy, even though they don't like seafood. Like, so, fish balls, tempura is, and then things that are fried, obviously. I know I'm playing into the stereotype about Americans, right? But frying does help quite a bit about complementing whatever the seafood is. For me, tempura, lotus root. I love fried lotus root. I'm not sure if you're into your rooty vegetables, but lotus root is amazing. Yeah, tempura would be... I would love to hear your tempura experience if you ever get a chance.
离
Oh, no, wait. This is seep through. I mean, seep in is okay. You should take a look. Like, take a look at the picture. Take a look at a picture of tempura. You might find it green. It's not quite as golden brown. It's more like whiter. It's a whiter batter. It's quite light. It really does remind me of your kibling here. Cod, huh? That looks delicious, by the way. That dish looks... Fried fish? Sign me up. You talk about your friends about it for sure? Okay. Like, one thing that people like about tempura is... And usually it's from a dietary concern because of frying stuff. I don't have these restrictions. Generally speaking, though, tempura is lighter. It's way lighter. So, the prep work of how Japanese people, traditionally prep frying their food is not so much as karage. Karage uses like a different thing. Tempura is like very fluffy thing. It's not meant to be oily or like, I might not even call it a comfort food, really. It's a light snack. It's a pretty like an appetizer kind of thing. At least it feels a little weird to have someone tell me, hey, I just had tempura for my entree. But you can probably get that if you eat light. So it's not like, at least what you're saying, this Dutch dish. Oh, it's a snack too, though. Honestly, it's kind of like this. Like, it's a snack place. Because they force you to go to Japanese places. Oh, I see. I see. You must be the life of the party. Sorry. Sing sing. Chicken's good though. How about I'm trying to think of as many types of seafood. Have you ever had takoyaki? Octopus. Or squid, depending on how they substitute. What about crab meat? We're not talking about crab meat, like actual crab meat, but imitation crab meat. That's also a thing that seems to agree quite a bit with multi-generational, like westernized palates. And I'm not sure if it helps bridge enjoying crab meat itself, but I think shellfish tends to be a little different from seafood. Like, the idea that people think about when they think about seafood, when they're talking about fish, like bass, cod, mackerel. Oftentimes salmon is kept aside, so they're thinking more like tuna and stuff. Instead, crabs, like crustaceans, like shellfish, they tend to be different. They're viewed very different. Like, crab eats differently. So when you have crustaceans, crab is one, and shrimp. Shrimp and crabs tend to be their type of like an exclusion from the seafood category. It's always Korean, Japanese, or Filipino food that they force you to go to. Korean. All right, real talk. Since you're a connoisseur of chicken, Korean fried chicken or Korean fried chicken or Japanese fried chicken. You could say both, obviously. Have you had Korean fried chicken? Delicious. Ah. And Filipino also has a style. I forgot what the Filipino style is called. A lot. Man. I'm legitimately, my stomach is rolling right now. Whoops. I meant to type ling. Dang it. What type of fish is this? Ling? Is it carp? Are you a carp? Are you an oyster? We're gonna go with carp. Dang it. Oh, it's fish scales. Dang it. It's either you know it or you don't. It's ling. Fish scales. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can find a character for Filipino. What do you eat at a Filipino place? For me, any form of adobo. You probably had chicken adobo, probably. all I'm gonna do now is whenever you tell me whenever you tell me you've ate at a restaurant, I'm just gonna tell you the dish that is typically served with chicken. Probably chicken adobo. You think Korean fried chicken is your choice? Probably because it's the first fried chicken you had. Oh, okay. The OG. Yeah, chicken adobo. If you hadn't had adobo, that's fantastic. Chicken adobo is amazing. But fantastic. Lian Ling Chuang. Scaly. Oh my gosh, squamish. Squamish, I haven't even seen this word in so long. Squamous. Like squamous carcinoma. Sorry, that's where my mind goes. I don't know if you're familiar with the word squamous, but squamous cells. Squamous carcinoma. That's all I remember. Squamous cell carcinoma. It's the second most common form of skin cancer. That's exactly where my head goes. Okay. No idea? Alright. Oh, we're done with our character size. Okay. We still got one more thing to do tonight, which is to wrap up Neverwinter thing today. It's been a pleasure, Sing Sing. It's great to catch up. Oh, wait. You told me visa news. Wait, did I miss your visa news? Hold up, we still gotta roll this out. You said visa news. They finally, after a year, start on your visa. Okay. Wait, is that it? That's the news? They finally started on your visa? Can you remind me, what is it that they're starting on? Like, what is it about the visa that they're starting on? I can tell it's big news because you said finally, so it must have been a very long time. I was kind of expecting the visa to just be done. Like, it could take 2 years to start on it. Oh, dang. That sucks. So what does that allow you when your visa, what's the turnover time on visas? If they start now, what is the average time the visa will complete? And then what are you going to do with it? We'll chat a little bit longer. I'm about to take a break and then come back for the last session thing. Okay, it depends on the case. All right. So in your case, oh, so no idea. Oh, okay. So you don't have an estimate on your case? They don't give you an estimate on your case or your types of cases? All right, let's go over this stuff. Gotta keep up with that. It's a wait in line type process, so that's why it takes so long. Oh, a rolling. Okay, rolling process. Interesting. Well, I hope you get it. What are you gonna do with it? What are your plans for your visa? Uh, 叫什么？交接。Shining clean. Trivial matters. No. Wait, yes? No. No. Liao gun. Air dry. Kai Qiao. To make clear or understandable, I guess, to be enlightened, become enlightened. You need to start working on the papers for next year to get the permanent visa, which you can submit 2 years after temporary visa submission date. Oh. So this is just to stay in Australia. Is that is that what you're inferring here? Or am I like missing the point? You have to do this. But with temporary you can finally work, okay. So you need a visa to I see. Learn and leave this country when you want. Oh, okay. So it also restricts you from I see. Intriguing. I'm not sure if in my life I'm going to go through that process. And it is very intriguing to hear the different types of like immigration process in the modern age. Like and what I mean by the modern age, like in my age time, because you know my parents went through the process in the United States before I was born. So I myself have never really considered the idea of leaving the United States at the moment. Currently, you're not allowed to leave this place. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Why would you? You have plenty of seafood. It's a lot of paperwork. Yeah, I got that impression whenever I heard about the opposite. Yeah, we've already talked about Wen, right? The Vietnamese girl who did the opposite, right? Like she went over to Europe and like she shares quite a bit about like fun skits and stuff as well about the visa process, where like it sounds like something that I'm not entirely sure if I'll ever encounter in my life, because I don't necessarily have a any imminent motivation to immigrate anywhere. Really interesting to hear the different. I haven't heard one person who said like, yeah, visas, they're awesome. I think generally the impression that I've gotten with my interaction with largely internationals in a period of my life, visas are notoriously just that lots of paperwork. I don't think I've heard, and like maybe there's like one weird exception somewhere. You know that moving to China and Vietnam are more complicated than Australia? I can imagine. I imagine if I had to take a wager, the countries that score highest on their like there's like this way of scoring of how open a country is. I imagine the ones that are most open have less complicated ones, and I believe Australia is one. Along with that would be something possibly like Malaysia, right? China and Vietnam sounds like incredibly. I would say those are probably one of the tougher ones, without a doubt. I'm not sure how. Well, I'll hear from Drama. Drama is eventually working on his visa thing for Japan. I would imagine Japan is quite stringent as well. It doesn't quite scream like, hey, we're just gonna not scream. For those, you need either family or a very good degree background. That sounds about right. I can't tell you how almost stereotypically expected that is to have some sort of either influential or professional financial upbringing, and then it goes hand in hand a lot of times, because family, if you have family, it also means that your family is adjusted. So, and also it's both. If you have both, where you have family that's adjusted, like as in family from that place of origin, descendants or relations, or your family is of good standing as well. That's typically a selection factor. I mean, I honestly haven't ever gone to China, right? I haven't gone to China or Japan, but that's kind of how my parents select things too. A lot of times it's often selected through the idea of family, relational descendants, or both, varying degrees of good professional background, legacy, lineage dependent stuff. I actually genuinely have no idea how you would succeed otherwise. Like if you wanted to move to China, I'm not as close to Vietnam, but it's difficult for me to imagine going to those countries for opportunities. And I'm not saying there aren't opportunities or like you can't make it. The idea is like you bring the opportunities with you. That's kind of the expectation of, without sounding too cliche, the expectation of Asian culture. A lot of common stereotypes are accurate. The legacy is Vietnam, you mostly need family. Yeah, legacy is the biggest thing. You can do it through marriage. Marriage is acceptable, but generally speaking, the dominant family, the one with the highest lineage, is part of the culture, right? Like to really resonate with how important lineage is for Asian cultures. Other than that, I obviously can always stay as a foreigner, like temporarily. It's mostly because they're still building themselves up. I can imagine that. I can imagine that in a sense. Obviously, for Vietnam, that is still true in China and especially Japan. They're always building themselves up. However, I can definitely agree with like the current economic standings, like the legacy lineage standings from historical things, like where Vietnam is like currently in their history, right? Yeah, less so here, definitely. This type of discussion I've had with my parents quite a lot. Largely because I'm born and raised in the United States, and that type of discussion can create a cultural barrier, a very large cultural barrier, despite living in another country, right? Like living in the United States. Lineage is still king whether you're building up or not. It's very difficult to not take into account lineage. For better or for worse, I suppose. We were, by coincidence, me and Drama were talking about multiculturalism earlier. And of course, Sing Sing, we talked about multiculturalism before. That's kind of how, in fact, like, it accounts for a lot of our conversations. Like the conversation about food, that's an interaction of multiculturalism, right? You not liking seafood, it's an interaction of multiculturalism. Drama deciding to move to Japan but not liking miso. That's interesting. One day is like, hey, I'm gonna move to an island nation, but I hate islands. I'm kidding, of course. I think things change over time. Humans have this plasticity involved. So hopefully you can find some sort of enjoyment in seafood in the future, you know, with your significant other and your extended family. Especially when you get your visa. Done. 酱香 was it 酱香? No, it's 酱香. Or oh no, it is 酱香. Dang it. 酱香. And praise or admire, I suppose. You're just an outsider. Oh, they love seafood. Yeah, I would be surprised if you told. It was my assumption. I was assuming they love seafood. If you told me they hated seafood, I would be a little concerned. Like, what I mean is, if your entire extended family just hates seafood, I'm like, how did they survive? I know I'm saying this like jokingly, but at the same time, I don't. Be very difficult to survive. Like, are you sure Vietnamese? Yeah, the outsider effect. Did you introduce them to anything you like? Sing Sing? Like, what I mean is, have you culturally exchanged the other way around? My parents, without a doubt, they love pizza. Like, my father absolutely loves pizza. Actually, it's to the point where, you know, he's got that Americanized problem where, like, too much carbs and whatnot. He absolutely loves. And early on, when I was younger, McDonald's were not always like that stereotypical portrayal that that most internet folks now know of. When I was younger, you know, like over 30 years ago, McDonald's was pretty fantastic in my opinion. And my parents were, they were very much in adopters of that type of thing. Obviously, since as the years gone, it has faded because of capitalism and all that stuff. Your fiance eats bread with cheese and ham for breakfast now, which is only because of you. Yeah. They tried, didn't accept. Okay. My parents like croissants, so they often buy like croissants and then put cheese and ham in them. Yeah. Bread is a big thing, like a westernized bread. So that has been definitely something that they have been more into. Yeah, you'd make a ham and cheese croissant. Oh, hello there, Kazuma. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? How are you? We're talking about food. Talk about cultural exchange foods. And I'm wrapping this up so then I can go in my last session thing. Okay, so let's go into show Huo or harvest. That's good. You're good too? Good to hear. But uncle is like, what I don't know, I don't eat type person. That's fair enough. What I don't know, I don't eat. That's interesting. Maybe this is my American side of me, but I often am the surprise me person. So I think your uncle and I would have a conflict of interest when going to a place to eat. Whenever I like go out with someone or something, it's more like, hey, surprise me. They come back with something, it's like, I don't know what this is, but I gotta give it a try, you know? You're the I will try, but if I can't, I can't person. Oh, okay. Fair enough. But if you don't know it, right? If you don't know it, does it affect you? Like what your uncle said. Where are my parents on the spectrum? I don't think my parents have the... they do have one. If it's not cooked, it's a pass. My parents are the... they grew up from the Chinese region, right? Like a particular Chinese region. So, historically, if you ever talk about like sushi, right? For example, in Japan, they cannot... they have a avoidance of raw things because based on Chinese culture where things are grown up, the whole aspect of Chinese cooking in those areas is to cook to compensate for poor quality, like the accessibility to high quality ingredients. So it's opposite in Japan where you can have handling and standardization that allows the common folk to eat those things. It's a luxury to eat certain things in China. So that culture kind of pervades in the quote unquote lower class origin Chinese people. So whenever it comes to fish, you can get sick from eating fish that is uncooked. You can get sick from uncooked food a lot of times. So that's where that aversion comes from. Where whenever now you're in a different country, maybe the handling is still kind of questionable. You know, the United States is not quite regionally consistent in their handling of foods. But generally speaking, my parents would have a requirement of it being cooked. Now, what it is optional. My parents will eat whatever because food is presented as an opportunity to satiate oneself and you do not turn away food. However, cooking is one of them. Like, it's through more so the fear of being sick, which is kind of a luxury in itself. So going to Japan and like eating sushi and stuff, understanding that even commoners or like people who are not of high influence can enjoy incredibly high standard ingredients. That's more of a cultural bent. Are they with vegetables? Well, they eat anything. This is simply that they have to be cooked. So vegetables would be. They cook them and serve them cold, or cook them, they just cook them. Always blanched. Like, rarely, like, salads, that doesn't make they still eat salads, but you have to know cooking a Chinese vegetable dish is it requires cooking. So like eating a salad is very uneventful. So like even eating raw broccoli, well, you have to think about the alternative. You can blanch the broccoli and then impart other flavors into the broccoli. So oftentimes you think of like unadulterated, because here they kind of cook them, but they serve them cold. Oh, that's besides the point. That's still cooked. Like, if you think about Chinese things, there are so many things that are preserved. Like pickled radishes are refrigerated and eaten cold. I mean, the whole instant stuff, you have to remember that most of those things are cold. They were cooked once. So most of the stuff is cooked once. Although I do know what you mean though. I have encountered a couple people who they believe, like culturally, they believe that when you eat something cold, it'll upset your stomach. So typically the stuff has to be warm, regardless if it was meant to be served cold. That's not the case with my parents. Chinese cooking have a lot of preservative, like preservation, not like processing preservative, but more like preservation techniques. Like salted fish would be eaten at room temperature. So not necessarily cold, but eaten at room temperature. Like they're not warm either. So things that are once cooked over. That happens a lot. Usually though, they prefer it to be warm, largely because of cultural norms. Like my favorite dish is a cold noodle dish from China. Cold noodle dishes do occur quite a bit. Like you eat cold noodle dishes during the warm seasons. It's interesting. I do like myself a bread ham and cheese. I enjoy ham and cheese quite a lot. One that my parents that I like from the United States, but it's actually acquired from, where does a Reuben come from? I feel like the Reuben's somewhere in Europe. However, it was like transplanted. German, probably. German. Because the area where I am is heavily, it's Pennsylvania Dutch. So the Reuben sandwich is fantastic. For me, sauerkraut, some form of corned beef. Usually it's like I actually prosciutto, and it's a red meat of some sort, and then sauerkraut on rye bread or some fancy mixed bread, and your dressing would be some sort of like mayonnaise adjacent dressing to complement the acidity of the sauerkraut. A Reuben sandwich. Absolutely love Reuben sandwiches. I'm like very hungry. Quite hungry right now. All right, let's continue. Wait a minute. That's oh. Cha biao. Use the stopwatch. Wreck havoc. Oh yeah, sure thing. Thanks for the conversation. Fantastic. I'll have to revisit this food conversation sometime with new experiences. I can't read that. It's so clustered. What is that supposed to be? Luobo, I think. Or radish. Okay. Ying 什么？鹦鹉 carrot 经纶 yeah no 痉挛 no 痉挛 you jerk. Oh no, what is that? I can't read you. Oh. Ming, Ming Sheng Bu Xiang. Wait, Ming Sheng Bu Xiang. Keep silent. Chi Dai. Imbecility. Kind of an interesting word, English word. Oh, Shu Ya. Leave it stress. Chan Mei. Flatter. Zhong Ai. Good treasure. Wonton. Wonton. It. Duen. Twin. Wen Shu. Guinea pig. Jia. Struggle. Yeah. What are you? Oh no. You're so weak. Jiang. Buy or sell on credit. Xiao. Che or Che. Yeah. Shy or timid? Quayle. Quayle Xi. The show? Shubi. Vertical stroke. Way high, tall, towering. 鸡嘶吼摇鸡翅姿势体大 It's no small thing matter 音爆 admission 泽夫 no yeah 泽夫 bluster 伶俐 clever 学字 bloodstain 账房 warehouse 勉强 to do with difficulty 后门 knock on a door 纸鹤 paper crane 器皿 household utensil 鸡掌 bit by bit 灵性 rhombus 叱咤 mold 鼻屎 booger 芙蓉 hibiscus 憔悴 haggard 浸入 seep into 稽查 inspection 夜宿观 crepuscular rays 海蛎 oyster 梨园 fence 寒奖 silkworm cocoon 绿色 maroon 病流 gush 花蕊 stamen 蟒蛇 python 横眉 lentil 鸿雁 a swan goose 的确 concubine. Hoang. Stealing and robbing. Tea. Big Trotter. Mingxiang. Muse. Yao Han. Old. Tough as nails. Dodger. Creek. Onomatopoeia. Chen Pu. Simple and honest. Ling. Amnesty. Pujian. Oh no, that's not Pujian. Bing Jian. Side by side. Mian Jian. Shy. Xi Huan. Oh, Xi Huan. Slow. Miao Xiao. Minute. Mie shi. To loathe. 自信. Email. Quan Fu. Curl up. 赤骂. Curse. 破壁. Haggard. And then Si Su. Rustling. Onomatopoeia. Alright. That is a wrap for HanziHero today. We're gonna watch this later. Yes, yeah. As always, feel free to pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. You're welcome to come on by. Yap, discuss, exchange cultures, you know? Exchange experiences. Keep each other motivated. So until next time. 大家下次见，感谢观看. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for our last session of Neverwinter. I'll be right back. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is Tuesday as opposed to Monday. Didn't quite line up with my schedule yesterday. So today is our fifth week, our fifth session of covering Neverwinter Online, the Biting Cold, module 33. This will be the last coverage. We're kind of cutting the amount of weeks down to half because I don't know why I didn't do this sooner rather than later, but here we are. Largely because the milestone, the final milestone, is actually the last week. However, because of, again, the threshold thing, like the weekly haul, quest things overflow. So today we'll be covering the final, like, whatever lore related, story related thing that I'll be covering. And then this is presuming that the rest of the weeks, so week 6 through 10, are largely the same thing. And that has been true for the last... since the weekly haul was introduced, the 10-week structure. I think it's been 7 or 8 modules at this point. And I don't think that seems to be changing. I think it's being compressed even further as it's going. Obviously, I'm not the target audience here. Generally speaking, the things I cover are those things. The campaign region, and a bit of the dungeon if it's possible, and a bit of the trial if it's possible. And sure enough, last week I was serendipitously lucky enough to record the first advance run, just actually even the first run period of Jodenscar with a pug, like a pickup group. And we had a lot of learning, and there was a bunch of things. The tank was very resolute. We cycled a single position, but the 3 other players were very resolute and amazing. I couldn't plan it better, in my opinion. Like, it was serendipitously exactly the ideal type of thing I wanted to record for posterity's sake, like what the experience is like. Since then, though, between the last recording, I did actually hit the random dungeon queue format for Jodenscar once, and it looks like they basically preserved all the mechanics outside of the encroaching frost mechanic. So the thing that creates permadeath due to stacking. So the cleansing and the stacking are the things that are removed, and then outside of that, everything's scaled down so it's less punishing, right? And basically it became a DPS thing, and you can see all the mechanics going. Oh, and there's another miss. The reverse hypo that I really like, the second phase of the hypo was also removed, where you have to land on a circle after getting hit with hypo. So those were the removed parts. And throughout the dungeon there were various few changes, like there was no icy surface around the circle, but generally speaking, most of the permadeath things are not in the normal one, and it's usually a DPS race. Most things are brute forceable. In fact, it is rarely something you can't simply soak. So the run that I had was pretty interesting. It was a bit of, you can kind of see the players trying to do something different. It was a no-fail situation, so it was set up in a no-fail manner. I think the one thing that was really interesting that I finally got an answer to was the poison stacking, like the poison circle, right? The toxic circle, which was not apparent when I first ran Jodenscar in week 4 a week ago. And you're supposed to distribute the poison, like exchange poison with another member until it becomes weakened. So that's kind of why the tank had to share the poison circle at least once with someone so that it doesn't fully load. So it's a pretty neat idea where you exchange it and you pass it along until it is survivable, right? At least that's what it looked like over the time. The boss fights, their HPs are wild. It's gigantic oftentimes, and it's enough to see the rotation over and over again. And I'm not sure if that's why they're designing it with so much HP. In general, though, I think the HP situation is debatable because it ends up being attrition, a series of attrition, as opposed to novel mechanics or interactivity. Generally, you're cycling the same thing, and that normal run was a very long time. On top of that, I also, by happenstance, whatever alliance that I'm part of, that's still part of, we ran a single group twice through Advanced Yodenskar, and it was by chance because I don't know these people. It just so happens in the evening this person wanted to do that, and we got a group together, and that went pretty well. It went as clockwork. So Advance is in a good place. There might be like 1 or 2 hiccups here and there, but overall it was really well designed. Honestly, I enjoyed the dungeon quite a bit. That's usually rarely my criticisms about Neverwinter. Now we get into the criticisms. The criticism is so now that I have completed Advanced Yodenskar multiple times to see what it's like and get a little bit of a mixed experience, obviously, I looked at the currency. And I think this is where I will probably talk about it after the stream today. It is easily one of the lowest points. The lowest point is the idea that yes, people like the mentality of Neverwinter, at least in my opinion. This includes the vocal player base. It's this really older school. I'm not saying it's bad because it's old, but more so that this tradition of balance, it's constantly transactional, right? Everything is a transaction. Your time equals a certain amount of gear. Your time equals a certain amount of rarity. How much effort, how often you'll fail has a certain amount of payout. All classes have to be equal. They have to constantly be balanced, even though you have accessibility to all the classes because you're a player that can play all of them. But like instead of pushing for multi-class players, you're constantly doing like segregation and balancing. So the call for balance is so rigorously ingrained in the traditionalism of both the player base and the developer. And this also translates to the currency exchange, your time, your loot, odds. So every time a new module drops, in my opinion, personally, this is not for everyone. I'm not the target audience for this. I actually think I'm in the minority. Most players would be fine with this. I feel like every time they introduce something, like they try to introduce another way to acquire something or another way to encourage playtime to gain something, right? A reward or loot. It's often balanced. It's constantly, the key word, it's to a fault. It's balance. And what do I mean by this? When they introduce a new way, the balancing point is how long will it take for other methods. So like, for example, they introduce, why is this relevant? They introduce a new currency. So the currency now has been reduced to the idea that you run a certain amount, and if you don't get the certain amount of loot, right? Currently, this is the topic when it comes to the major feedback. One of the contentious points is you can defeat bosses, you can defeat runs, and you get these currency, and you can exchange this currency once you have enough to get a piece of gear from that respective level or tier when you accumulate enough. But it was balanced. That's the word. It was balanced. So the devs made it so how do you know how much currency you're gonna need, right? In this case, it's 500 of their respective currency for any tier, so advanced or masters. 500, and you get roughly, I can show you this. Or let's get in here. So I did 3 runs. And this currency, for the advanced one at least, is, where is it? Let's go to the store. It's easier to see in the store. I want to say you roughly, for clear, you roughly get 2 or 3 per boss, right? It's this currency. So Coldstone Amulets is the advanced one. And then there's a separate master one, which is Brooch. And Brooch is 300, right? And I don't know what the drop rate is that. I'm going to assume it's not 3. It's probably 1. So you get a roughly 3 for a run. I don't know. Maybe anywhere from 1%. So 1%. That's what they regulated at. So this one is about 1%. So you have to do roughly 100 runs to get 1 piece of gear. And the assumption is that it's balanced by math, because if you think about the pool of gear and the rolling and re-rolling of the chests, it still comes out to they're trying to balance how to get the precise gear from completion pity. I'm going to call this a pity, as in you fail to roll properly or get lucky to get that thing. And in 100 runs, if you don't get your gear of choice, you get a guaranteed one. 100 runs is their balancing point. That is their minimum. They decide on the minimum game time to get 1 piece of gear, and you're hoping that in the 100 runs maybe you get 2 pieces of gear or 3, because so the minimum, this is what I mean by balancing point. They take a minimum and they introduce a new exchange thing, and that is the bottom line. It's so incredibly transactional. It's like, hey guys, guess what? We heard your complaints. Now we're going to make it easier, quote unquote, easier to get the gear you want, reflective of your playtime. I don't think that's true. It's genuinely, when they introduce a new way to get the gear, it is balanced transactionally to the minimum amount of time that you would have gotten the gear despite that alternative method. That's kind of my impression of what they're getting. So anytime the developer says, hey, oh, we heard you, we know you don't like the low RNG and whatnot, we added another RNG. And then the way they depict fairness, like how they argue, at least indirectly, about, oh, I think we believe this drop rate is good enough for the new methods, and then we're going to take some of that drop rate from the original method. And it turns out, in my opinion, overall, what you get when you hear the player base, the time that it takes ends up going up. It doesn't go down, it goes up. And then the developers will come back with like some nebulous comment like, we think it's fair because the rate, this particular rate was increased 10x. Like, that isn't the point. In my opinion, the developer clearly made a bottlenecking, like the way they balance and transactional time, they bottleneck something, and that becomes the basis of the time. So all these other extra methods, like, hey, so if you fail to get this, it still takes the same amount of time, like, for the satisfaction. Now there are many ways to obfuscate how rare it is. So when you add RNG upon RNG upon RNG, and then you suddenly add a pity timer that's normalized to the amount of time you would expect to participate in the RNG, it is still that amount of time. Like, it's barely sufficient to make someone who feels unlucky to be earnable. So to me, that is the biggest stain that I can see, not even in just this module. That is the must change that is happening. Like, the the waves, they cross the line. It's crossing the line. 100 runs times like in at least for to me, my perspective, 30 to an hour a run. So we're just gonna round it up. So that's 100 hours for a module. That is so far outside of live service. Like what I mean is my thought is 100 hours for what you place in this game. I play various types of games that require hundreds of hours for sure. This stuff, that it's not 100 hours of satisfying attention to detail situation where it isn't simply an inflation of transactional things. Like, it's 100 hours because someone decided to put a 0 at the end of this number. Like, instead of 55, it's 550. Now, I'm not saying reduce it by tenfold, but this is a dictation. This is the new bottom line. And this new bottom line is still higher overall. It's consistently getting higher and higher. So, to me, this is a poor excuse of adulterating and souring what I think was fantastic. Like, I do enjoy the dungeon. Do I enjoy being reminded that I'm doing the dungeon hundreds of times in order to meet a goal as opposed to trying to enjoy the process? No. And I already went through like hours of explaining how like the difference between a trier and a doer, like where the satisfaction comes from. This is not it. Like, I'm already satisfied with my Johanskar experience. I am not relishing the idea that I look at this and I have 36 from 3 runs, and I look at this and it's 550. That is so absurd. Like, I can't even begin to think this is a rational time. So outside of that, now we have a metric. So from now on, this actually provides a convenient metric on the future modules. Like, what is their base exchange rate when someone is quote unquote unlucky? Because any obfuscation, which is what's happening right now, the post is like, oh, here's all the loot, here's the new loot. There's no transparency in the probability. So whenever a developer comes around, or like the developer's mouthpiece comes around saying, we believe the drop rates are fair and stuff, it's like, what drop rates? Explain them. Show them. Show the math. Because otherwise, when evidence doesn't exist, it doesn't prove the contrary either. So the moment you're like, oh, it's a 10x rate, it's like, show the rates. Show transparency. Because then there will be a justification for 100 run min. This is guaranteed. So the 100 run min is the bottom line. You run 100 times, you take out that amount of boss, you'll probably eclipse 550. I imagine that's how this is normalized too. And I'm rounding because I don't want to do the... It's probably slightly under 100 because I do see 36 here. That's 12. 12, that means it's 4 a run. Actually, it's below... Wait, no, sorry. That's 12. So 12 per run, that's over 10%, right? I would say, what is that? So if we get 12 a run, you do the math, it's probably like 70, 80 to 90 runs. I don't know how it varies, maybe 2 to 1, 2 to 1 ish per boss. That's absurd. Like, I can't even imagine this amount of content for 100 hours. And this is assuming, again, I'm rounding up slightly higher because it's assuming you're always successful. And it's also assuming it always goes smoothly. When you're pugging and you're waiting and seeing, it varies. One of the run took an hour and a half. The one that I recorded the first time, that took 2.5 hours. So regardless, there are other players and whatnot. you're not expecting everyone to like bolt through for 30 minutes or an hour, and even then having that type of experience is not even it's not complementing the dungeon design. It's complementing how well the person who decided these numbers decided the numbers. So right now we're basically on the heaviest things. If next module comes out and it's more than 100 runs, or roughly more than 100 hours, then that is a barometer for how, in my opinion, the developers negotiate time. Because it's still the bottom line. Even if you introduce like 6 or 7 RNGs, you're normalizing it to the minimum amount of time a player is expected, which is still hundreds. We're still thinking about hundreds. This is on the lower end. This is the earliest possible time, at least in my opinion. The only way someone else would get this before this time is if they're lucky. That's not the same as on average. You don't on average 100 runs. You get lucky with more than 100 or less than 100 runs. That's more than 100 hours. And if there's a counter argument saying, no, we can get a super group together and like blitz through it 30 minutes at a time. This, like the discourse in the Discord that's being expressed, even your power groups, that's still doing the dungeon like 100 times over. And that's not what they're talking about. I'm talking about getting one piece of gear. I'm really satisfied with filling out like one thing and tweaking one thing. We're talking about people who want sets. So now sets, you add a multiplier to that. It's like 300 runs. And then if you're a player who plays multiple characters, at least 3 sets times that. So it's 300 times 3 times 3 for a module that can barely, in my opinion, with all due respect to the content creators, they only have the time and resources to create the content in a certain amount. This is artificial inflation. It's overstepping boundaries, in my opinion. It's greatly overstepping the extent or the value or the proposed value, what they think the value is of their virtual content, right? And that is rough. I think that's the biggest contention point, and we'll see if it changes in the future. This is kind of the summation of my experience. I really enjoyed the location. The environment is not as exciting like on the ground, but I do like the aesthetics they're going for. Obviously, I don't think I've ever said anything critical about what they have to work with, like the people who makes the assets, the music, even the voice acting. Like the voice acting could have been someone just reading off. Like I genuinely think the people who are offering their voices are still giving it all. I don't think there's ever been a slip, like it's gone downhill. The consistency has been. The music is fantastic. In fact, I really enjoy this vibe of this music. So that's fantastic. It kind of makes me want to play The Witcher. So another time, Witcher is going to be back on the calendar very, very in the imminent future. So this is great. This part is great. Largely anything to do with the currency, how they kind of balance transactions by like return on investment, like treating transaction player time like a balancing game, much like the class balancing thing. That is such a hyper focused old school traditional way of looking at live service, for better or for worse. To me personally, it's to a fault. You think of everything as balanced as transactionally, like, oh hey guys, we have this really wonderful gear, but we also have to make it transactionally available to the time it's worth and the accolades it's worth. Like, great. So you're playing a video game like a job. And then you're compromising, you're negotiating what the job is. Like, hey guys, oh, we can't give you this stuff for trying, and we can't give you this stuff because you worked hundreds of hours to do things. It has to be fair to us. We think this gear is worth 200 hours of your time, so we're gonna normalize everything to 200 hours. It's like, hey, we gave you multiple ways to spend that 200 to get the gear, not multiple ways in which you can reduce the amount of time because you're a good player. Is multiple ways of inflating your time to get it. So, for example, you have your pity currency and you're wondering, oh yeah, so the pity currency is a way to guarantee a piece. That's the bottom line. And then when you get other gear, you still have to run that amount of time. It's additional to the 100. So to me, the developers are telling me personally, hey, we think our content is worth 100 hours of your human time. And the 100 hours is you playing 5 to 6 hours of the same content 100 times, like for 100 hours. So that's at least 30 times over, or my math is off. 20 times over, like around 20, 15 to 20 times over. So no, you're not playing 100 hours of content. You're playing 5 to 6 hours of content 20 times as a bare minimum. That's not that to me is not, in my opinion, how live service is going to transactionally check out. There's a difference between spreading out your content to account for many days with the total amount of time reflecting its content. Like, for example, encouraging the players to explore the 15 hours of content across a 2-month period, you know, time gating and stuff. So the player would play 30 minutes until it adds up to 15 hours, which would accomplish the time. That's kind of one of the more live service friendly versions, because they're still spending 15 hours, but it is across attention gathering daily process, right? You're reminding the player, hey, this game exists, so put in 30 minutes a day for 2 months while you work on the next thing. This game is telling you, hey, it's 100 hours. You can do it now or you can do it later, but we want 100 hours. Period. And everything is transactional. So due to how currency is modulated, how currency rates are done, you can still predict that. And what I feel is it's obvious that since they didn't disclose all the math, like the projected math, they are also hiding it specifically. Maybe I'm pushing a little too hard, but generally speaking, when a developer representative says, we believe our drop rate is reflects the math of how much time we have. Okay, then I'll take your word for it. 100 runs. That's absurd. That's disagreeable. If whatever math you think is fair and the player base decides to create anecdotally and in experience collect the math, 100 runs, and they say it's unreasonable, you can't simply come back and say, I think it's reasonable. It's like, well, then it's not. Or you can show the math, right? Demonstrate that it actually comes out to be less than what the player is expecting. You're either telling the player it's okay to a request of them to do hundreds of hours on less than 10 hours of content. I'm stretching, by the way. I'm being quite generous about the 10 hour of content. It's less, and it's getting smaller and smaller in my opinion, more compressed. I think it's not necessarily because the content creators, the people who create the content of the game, are like not willing to make more content. It's deadlines, investments, budgets, right? The person who's deciding how much that content is worth is, in my opinion, I would argue is not the same person who's making the content, which is kind of a little bit obvious by how much they want to stretch it. Like, hey, I made this dungeon. Like, if I made, for example, I'm thinking, I made this dungeon. Okay, so let's go test this. Okay, it took us about 30 minutes to an hour to run this, but we have seasoned players. They might accomplish it in less time, so we have to make it a little difficult. Let's tweak and balance that. That's the designers, right? The people who make the content. They're gonna make it harder or easier to increase any one run's time or consistency of the run's time. Then you come along and someone's like, hey, here are the rewards. I'm sorry we didn't tell you this, but they're gonna have to run your dungeon 500 times over in order to get the rewards that are in it. And then the person in the dungeon's like, wait, but my dungeon only runs for like an hour long. And you're telling me that now you're going to apply a reward system that requires them to run my 1 hour dungeon 500 times? I wouldn't even want to do that. Now, I'm projecting a hypothetical situation that might not be the truth. I don't work with Cryptic. I don't work with anyone else who like has communication with them. My thinking is that I genuinely find it very difficult to believe that the person who designed the dungeon, knowing what they know about the design that the dungeons that they have and the data and feedback that they get from the player base, would translate to, oh yeah, let's go make the player base run my dungeon 300 times over and not have that as a sour point. That is the tough one. Like, I have a habit of giving the developer the benefit of the doubt that because they made the dungeon, they are fully aware of how entertaining it is, or at least they try to be realistic about how often a human, a person who likes to play video games, who also likes to develop games, would consider the weight, the realistic weight and the playtime of their content. Like, I write, for example, if I wrote a book, which I have written some stuff, right? If I wrote a 200-page book, right? And I give out and ask people, oh, how long did it take you to read the book and any other feedback? And everyone's like, oh yeah, I read your book. It took me about 30 minutes. And you collect data. It's about 30 minutes. My first thought is like, oh man, how am I going to squeeze my 30-minute book on average to be 3,000 hours? That is how I feel about whoever's doing the transactional business side of things. It's all constantly balancing act. Like, hey, we don't want to decrease to show that we care about and value the time of our player base, whatever remains of it, right? And the loyalists and whatnot, and new players. We want to show them that how much of their hour is worth our game. That is kind of how I feel about the transaction right now. Like, they present methods and an acquisition on a time basis. So when they release a module, it's like, okay guys, to earn our stuff that we're not giving you, to earn it, because you want to feel rewarded for your hard work, right? 100 hours minimum. And it keeps going up. Like, next time, if they the next module, they're gonna release, I don't know, new celestial gear, or heck, like super rare, limited, special, one-time gear, and then they're gonna put a price on it, and you have to bid for that price. As in, if the player base, if there's enough good actors for them in their interest to get that gear, it's gonna tell them it's okay. We can keep pushing. We can keep pushing harder. Like this module, there's still gonna be players who do the 400 to 500 runs to get the gear, and that would be the okay signal for whoever's determining the bottom line. Like, okay, so they're okay with 100 runs. Let's do 150 runs next time. 200 runs, 300 runs. Okay, let's come up with a clever way to make it seem like we're being more generous by stacking on more RNG so that it's harder and harder to do the math to seeing how long it actually takes to get to the point that they want. That to me is predatorial. And no, I'm not talking about the dungeon players, like the people who make the dungeon, the people who do the voice acting. Like, imagine telling a voice actor, hey, can you speak enough lines so that it could accommodate 1,000 hours of runs through the same dungeon? The voice actor would be, okay, so how much do you think my time is worth? How many lines are you going to pay me for? Right? That, of course, that's not happening on the Cryptic side of things. I'm talking about the gamer side of things. It's like a labor to enjoy what they say is generous. Like, the developer is like, oh, hey, we're bringing something really exciting to the game. Like, we got new power-ups, we got new celestial gear. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, it costs 200 hours of your time. We think it's worth 200 hours of your time. We think it's fair that our projection of you is that this gear that you want, you're worth 200 hours for this gear. Not the other way around. It rarely ever feels like, oh, hey, you guys did so well. Here's something for doing so well. It's not a reward. It's a payment. That's kind of how it feels to play this game right now. P5X, I can't tell you how often I simply just wait. Like, P5X anniversary is around it's less than 8 days now, 8 and 9 days from it. I can't wait to see what they're giving me. Like, what I look forward to. And that's what I look forward to do these recordings. I look forward to playing the campaign. I look forward to playing the dungeon, the things that they made, so I can talk about them and share with them, and then maybe someone who's interested in investing in the developers, right? The developers who are developing the content. And again, I could have this entirely incorrect, and the person who's making the dungeon is also the person who's putting a value tag on their thing, but the gear reward and the progression stuff, that is a currency right now. It is what makes this feel like a business transaction. Your payment is your time to get that gear, and it's not a reward for doing well. It's not a reward for enjoying the content. It's not a thanks, I'm glad you had fun with my content. Is, hey, did you play it long enough so that you can get this thing? It's not, did you enjoy our dungeon? Here's some gear as a look forward to participating in the dungeon. It's more like, have you done our dungeon enough to meet the minimum requirements to pay for the gear? That is the discussion we're having now. And it's tough to overlook that. It's so difficult to feel like, oh, hey, look at all the gear they listed. Can we get a timetable of how much time you're expected? So, like, next module, here's a really hot take. I would be incredibly surprised. The next time they release module 34 or 35.5, and dear me, if they bring back Slaughterhouse for 33.5, I would love to see their table. And they would say, here's all the gear, here's all the fancy gear, where to find it, and the last column, the last two columns, all the probabilities of the different sources, drop rates, so that the player base can calculate, keep the developers honest, keep the currency developer, the one that keeps deciding how much reward, how much time, that developer, keep that developer accountable for how much they think is a fair time. because if they say 100 hours is a fair time and the math checks out, then there is negotiating available. You can then say, oh, this developer knows what they're doing, but now I disagree with the amount of time. It's different for the conversation right now because there's no transparency on that. The player base is like, oh, it took me 100 hours. Oh, it took me 150. It took me 200. Or this is my projected, but I'm not going to do it. Like, I can't complain, technically. Like, this is not a complaint. I'm only going to put in the amount of time that I think it's worth, and I don't have evidence to prove what I'm saying from the Discord. I didn't play 300 hours to prove that it took me 300 hours to get all the gear. I'm not doing that. Period. I'm celebrating that there is content that's worth less than 10 hours because it took me less than 10 hours to experience it. So, does that mean it's poor in value? No. I think playing this game for 10 hours to complete, listen, enjoy the thing is the highest value proposition. So streaming for 5 weeks instead of 10 weeks is the highest proposition that I have to cover all the things I like about Neverwinter. It is the highest value. Completing the campaign, the story parts, the milestone parts, completing the dungeon, and that's it for me. Like the gear, even the, like, I mean, eventually we'll complete this campaign. The gear at the end, again, I said was probably the highest value per unit time. Even that's not attractive. Like, that's not attractive. I can live without this. So I could stop right here, experience the story, and I'm done. That's how I feel about the highest value of Neverwinter. So the people who are making milestone from the first 4 milestones, the voice acting, the dungeon or trial, if you do trials are a moot point to me as well because of player-based problems. That is where the highest value per time is. So it's the most valuable. The 10 hours, I'm gonna say 10 hours roughly. We're gonna nice round number. It's actually less, but let's say the 10 hours. That is the highest quality volume valued, highest quality that can be had. All this other time, the rest of it, like the 990 hours or so, or maybe like if you're super lucky, 390 extra hours, all of that are so much diminished return that I think I sound pretty tame. Like right now, I am probably fairly tame compared to those who actually spent that time. Like those who actually spent 300 to 400 hours and found out that that's what they think is fair. You know, they write it on the Discord and then the developers come back and say, well, we think it's fair because it's better than the last time we did. And then the player would come back and say, it's worse than the last time we did it. It's worse. And then the developer, no, trust us. We know it's the math. Show the math. So next module, the 33.5, Slaughterhouse version 3, all the percentages if you want, or I think even higher than that. That person, again, it could be the dungeon designer and whatnot, sure. That person who had decided what the minimum amount of targeted playtime is by looking at the transactional ways of getting what player wants, right? Because they're thinking about this. It's their responsibility. Have them tell the community manager to communicate on a visual, like a literal thing to hold them accountable. How much time do they think each piece of gear or across the gear to get is a reasonable amount of time they projected based on their design? And if they hit that design, then there's no counter argument. There's either we think it's too long, you know, like the player thinks it's too long, or it's too short, or it's just right. Because other than that, there's no accountability. There's simply like hearsay, varied experiences, and then a constant. Any every single new module in the last like 5 or 6 modules, there's a new way to obfuscate, like to make it more complicated, to find out where all that time goes. Like what happened? It's been 400 hours. I don't know where all that time gone. They told me that there was a lot of exciting gear, and there's new ways to get things, but somehow it still ends up being more time than they originally than the last module. Where did it go? That to me is incredibly, arguably, professionally disrespectful. Like, you think that you are pulling a fast one by trying to add more and more RNG, layer the RNG, segregate currencies, and like just keep stacking more and more multiple like interactions between where loot is coming from, so that one day you have a bunch of players who say, oh, I can't be bothered to do the math, and then you can crank as much of the time as you want, and then any new module you continue to create new ways to make it harder to calculate, or new ways so that you simply keep challenging the player base to figure out how much time it takes. Case in point, every single module, in my opinion, this discussion occurs repeatedly. It's not like it's going to go away, and I think it's incredibly disrespectful to both the person who's developing the content and the players who's playing the content, and in fact, the people who invest in the game. Like, I'm not even talking about time playing, I'm talking about monetary, because you have games like gacha games where they have to calculate the investment money, like the players that spend money also has to be accounted for on what the bottom line is, like retaining the value of the investment. That is a whole different can of worms. Right now there's like a whole discussion about, why do you guys keep retroactive, like why does the developer, like I'm reading, like paraphrasing some of the comments, why do you keep retroactively changing things that have value attached to them that people purchased? So retroactively changing something and altering that value and saying sorry and then that's it, is like, that's a depiction of how such low standards of the player base, both paying and not paying. Obviously I have less to lose here because I'm only going to invest in the highest quality of Neverwinter. And I'd say if they changed, like for example, if you change this to a 4-week, just a 4-week thing, that's not going to stop players from running the dungeon like over and over again. Those players that want to run the dungeon over and over again, they're going to. But if you change all these rewards and made it into a 4-week campaign, that is being more generous. That is increasing the value of the player's time. Not some, in my opinion, some really wicked or maybe honest mistake. I don't know. Like I like to believe that there isn't someone who's so malicious and hyper-focused that they think they are being very clever by trying to extend things deliberately, and then whenever they advertise new gear, it's another excuse to create another layer of extended permutation to make themselves feel like their content is more valuable. And again, this is assuming that the developer who's deciding on how to space these out is the same people that are making the content that distributes this stuff. I am arguing that there are 2 separate people, at least 3 or like 2 separate groups even. So these people think that, in my opinion, these people make it sound like the people who make the content is overselling the value of their content. which can be unfortunate because I think it's a lose-lose situation. You have players that think that the person who makes content is saying their content is worth this much, when the person who's making the decision of how much the content is worth isn't even designing the content. That's like, if I had to take an analogy, you have like an artist who composed a song, right? And then someone else, their manager, says like, oh, I think your song is worth 100,000 tickets. Let's go pre-order 100,000 tickets. And then find out that they only managed to sell 50,000 tickets. And now everything else is a lose-lose. The fans, the people who buy in, is a lose-lose. And the person who made the song loses as well. That's kind of how I feel about it. Because what happens is the dungeon gets overrun, and all you can say now about the dungeon is it's boring, it's frustrating, everyone has done it so many times that you can pick out all the bad things about the dungeon, constantly whine and complain. Admittedly, justifiably complain about how they can pick out all the erroneous problems, the arguably trivial problems, or any of the nuance of the dungeon because they had to run it like 200 times. So what happens then is you get exhaustion, burnout, consistent burnout over and over again. And the next module comes out and it's the same, in my opinion, it's a very similar carrot on a stick situation. Hey guys, we're going to replace your gear with an even higher tier gear now. Oh, and the baseline cost for that, since it's super rare, it's even better. 400 hours. Tell you know, like they're gonna keep doing it. It's like, tell us when we have gone too far. Would you spend 500 hours to get the super celestial gear set? Would you spend 1,000 hours to get a super limited edition one-time only title? That is a bidding war. It's a bidding war, in my opinion, that haven't been there since hardcore Vault of the Stars. That was a 6-month period on like spread out on average of 3 hours a day, and I never saw the loot. That was the last time. It was multiple years ago, like a couple years ago, maybe 5 years ago. Not again, because that's a bidding war. You don't bid against a developer who thinks they can be acceptably saying, I think it's fair. So you're either gonna like it or you don't, right? I take my money and I go somewhere else. So that's kind of, and money being like not literal money, but time, the value of time. So this is gonna be the last, right? This is my like prologue or preface into the last one. I don't expect to get a run in because it's after midnight local time, so maybe there's a chance I can find the rare Jotun-Scar group or something like that. We're gonna go through our weekly hauls, listen to the rest of how they explain Jotun-Scar, like how you get into Jotun-Scar and whatnot. And that's kind of my like end to this. I'll be back for the next module, right? Not 33.5 probably, because the last 32.5 or 31.5 and 32.5 was I can't even, there's no words to talk about how they're not full modules. So you can make an excuse like, oh, they're just half modules and experimental. Experimentally there was no conceptual improvement, in my opinion, like very rare conceptual improvement. That doesn't tell me that the philosophy behind the motivation behind the design is, the ideas are great. Again, same story. The monetization of your time is not. It feels like it's consistently the same group of people, which admittedly is Cryptic still, right? Decide on how much the content is worth in time. and how much, like, I often talk about this before. If you are generous with your content, the difference in the quality is reflected in the money that you gain, in my opinion. So like when someone says, oh yeah, this game is worth, oh, this content is worth $40 or like 40 hours, but the developer ended up saying, hey guys, you only have to play this game for like 6 hours. Oh, if you play for more, that's great. I'm glad to hear that you found like this this content, you squeezed 40 hours of it. We only wanted you to play for 88 hours. Where does that money go? That other 32 hours. Those people who think that they're getting more than their money's worth, they are more likely to invest live service for the long haul, right? This is not that. This is more like, hey, can you talk down the hours, please? Because I don't want to do this. I already did it. Now you're gonna gatekeep gear and gatekeep using time and any other valid excuse you have by saying you're more generous. Like, it's not a bidding war for how much you can squeeze time, it's how much you can get a player to feel that it's worth way more than the time you ask. Because they are more willing to say, oh man, this game, I got hundreds of hours of good times with this game, but it only takes like 30 minutes to enjoy the game, and somehow I squeezed 400 hours. Thank you, developers. Here's another 300 hours worth of money because I think this game is worth way more than the money they think their content is worth. Neverwinter is more like content first. They dictate how much money, quote unquote money, time, it's worth. And they do it literally with their currency. Like, this module, how much is this module worth? 100 runs, 100 hours. Now, will a player meet the 100 hours? For myself, I'm not going to come close. Not even close. Even with streaming combined, like covering the streams and talking about the good parts, the parts that are more indirectly, unintentionally panders to me, like the actual campaign and stuff. 10 hours. And anything past 10 hours would mean that I'm paying for it. As in, it's inflation. So if I manage to get 40 hours and I know that it takes 10 hours to do everything, then I'm willing to pay for that extra time because it's worth way more than its literal time value. This is not the case. Like 10 hours max for me. And it's not even a close competition. 10 hours is so far away from 100 hours. It feels like I'm paying to play the game. Not in currency, but in time. So, to me, it's an easy choice. Do I run the dungeon 100 hours to get a piece of gear? No, absolutely not. Do I talk about it and have fun doing what I want to do, like right now, do like commentary, talk about the discourse, read the Discord channel and stuff? That is our hours that are spent to my purpose. So I believe in that. So once this stream is over, that's how much time I invested in a module. My time is proportional, usually representative to the proportional of what I think it's worth to me. And there are games that I play that they don't even ask me to do that, and I would throw money at them. If they say, hey, here's something, let's throw money at them. Because they don't dictate how much you have to pay to be successful in a game. They ask you to determine the value of their content, and usually because they're asking the player to determine the value of the content, the developers often go above and beyond. And when they go above and beyond, it's a no contest. You can tell, like, dude, you don't have to do this for us. Like, this is free content. I can't believe this is free. I had like 30 hours of incredible fun. And then, you know, the developer comes out and say, oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I mean, we thought you might get like 3 or 4 hours out of it, maybe. And then we'll try hard and continue to provide. But definitely, if you're enjoying so much, feel free to support us, right? Feel free. Here's some extra stuff. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to pay your actual livelihood and time for it. It's extra. I hope you like the extra stuff. That is kind of like wild experience if your only game you're playing is Neverwinter. Like, this is the duality that I have. Whenever I log in and I cover a P5X update, it's like, yo, guys, anniversary's right on the corner. It's gonna be 7 days from now. I can't wait, because we're just gonna crunch out like 10 hours, even though it's really unhealthy. In fact, the developer often said like, hey guys, you should space out some of this. I know we're not time gating any of this stuff, but you should really space out and take it easy and spread out the content. No, someone like me, I'm crunching through, is like, hey, let me sing some praises for this developer. They allowed me the choice of deciding a lower limit to my time investment, and yet I still play it nonstop. Like, I love logging in and collecting the loot and whatnot, and progressively expanding my roster. This game, no. You have to earn your satisfaction. It's so weird. And again, I have transitioned to a more contemporary satisfaction with live service games. This, again, to a fault, is more of the old traditional way. You earn your satisfaction. You have to earn your performance records. You earn your loot to feel satisfied. And that is in itself its own reward, right? So you work for your rewards. You work to be lucky, ? And that kind of thing, right? I play a gacha game, so let's just say work to be lucky is a thing, right? This game, loot boxes, I suppose, the basic routine to feel rewarded for wanting to play a game and enjoy and support the developer is a payment process. Like, oh, hey, they're releasing a new module. How much time am I gonna use? Am I gonna have to use to get what I want? Not how much time am I gonna sink in this game because I just want to. That's what I mean by the difference between a successful live service game, at least right now, versus an old school game that totally wants to be a subscription-based game still. Like, totally still want to be Final Fantasy 14 and World of Warcraft. Like that, the commitment's already made. You subscribe, and the player is gonna say, oh, how much more time am I gonna squeeze out of my $30 subscription, right? Like, I'm gonna subscribe to Netflix for 1 month for $11. How much more value can I squeeze out past that $11? That's the subscription model. The idea that you're trying to gain more value from a pre-contributed value. Like when you buy your hammer, right? You buy a really fancy hammer for $40. You're like, huh, is this hammer really worth $40? We'll find out. Oh, I'm gonna run this hammer for all of its worth, and hopefully I get more. And if they get more, they're going to buy another hammer from that creator, from that seller, right? You buy a mouse, right, for $40, and you're like, oh dude, I got like 300 hours out of this mouse, and it isn't even supposed to last that long. I'm definitely going to buy another mouse by this manufacturer. That's product loyalty. That's how World of Warcraft, in my opinion, and Final Fantasy is. You're buying a subscription because you believe in supporting the content as it's rolling, and you're constantly getting a value that's obligated. This is not. Live service is you put your worth out and you see how the player responds to its worth. This is not it anymore, at least in my opinion. Neverwinter is constantly the PR about Cryptic and how they post their updates and stuff. It's always avoiding the obvious elephant in the room. Here's all our cool loot. 200 hours. We're aiming for a budget of 200 hours. So if they place, I'm genuinely curious. If they wrote, we designed this game so that this module will take about an average of 100 hours. We tested it with players or themselves. It's going to take 100 hours for the average player to get this set of gear right on the front page. Like right 100 hours of fun, quote unquote, 100 hours of fun. Are you in it? Then, in my opinion, I want to know how many people would play the module anyways. I would still play the module for sure. When someone says, when they say, oh, this will take 100 hours to get a new set, it's still irrelevant to me. I will still play the module for the story and stuff. The question is, how would it change the arguments that other people who are spending hundreds of hours are confirming if that's their entry price, right? So another way to say it is they don't have to say 100 hours. They can place all the probabilities of all the loots and let the player decide, yeah, I'm definitely going for it. So there's no complaint anymore, at least in my opinion. They could negotiate saying, hey, 100 hours seems a lot for this. Can we like lower it down to 80 hours next time? I'm totally willing to do 80 hours. Tell us the math, go for it, and then negotiate that. But right now, it's more like, hey, 100 hours, you don't know where it's going to come from, you don't know where it's going to happen, and then some players are like, oh, okay, it's roughly 100 hours, and then they find out that it took them 400 hours, and now they're just ticked off, right? Here on Discord, it's like, dude, this is absurd. This took 400 hours. So it's lose-lose when you are not transparent about what you want. At least in my opinion, I would be definitely far more respectful when a developer doesn't obfuscate and say, I think we have a fair drop rate. Tell us the probabilities and tell how much time you think with this probability it's going to happen. And if it is exactly what you predict, then yes, you were being fair. The player themselves don't think it's fair. So now you can negotiate, right? It sounds like a union. It sounds like a union argument or something like that. It's because that's kind of the nature of Cryptic. Cryptic proposes things based on a payment system. It's like expecting the player to be subscribed to the game already. Like they release a module and they release all their reward system based on how much they think it's worth. So how much is their module worth? 3 months, right? Because to the next module. So they will organize bottom line, bottleneck, overlay all their probabilities in order to not have a lull period between now and the next module. 3 months. I would say roughly 3 months. I mean, they're doing these half modules, so call it a month and a half, or the length of this battle pass. So it's about a month and a half before the end of this battle pass. That will be the next half module or something. So how do we organize our currency and our dungeon and our content? Not how we design our content. I think it's a separate group of people. The person's like, how do we negotiate so that we get on average 2 hours a day times 85 days, right? That's about 170 hours round up. So now we have roughly 200 to 300 hours. That, in my opinion, is how they're barometering their cost. The module is worth 1 to 2 hours a day for 2 months because that's the time that they want to stretch out. And I'm not saying that the other companies aren't doing that, right? They are clearly doing that too. They're like, oh, we have a patch every 2 weeks. How do we keep the player engaged during our second week and our first week and keep them going? The thing is, it's very obviously clear for those games, at least the games I'm playing. They're like, hey guys, 10 minutes, literally have timers. This is when the timer is going to happen. This is the unit of measure. What do you think? And then they would adjust over time. Like when they have an overbarometer saying, oh, okay, this is costing too much time, they lower it and increase it. Cryptic just keeps going higher. Like the last couple modules, it just keeps getting higher. And it gets more and more convoluted and more confusing, as though whoever's doing the reward system is the one trying to say, hey, look at how clever I am. I can add more and more RNG and we can up gear by like 5% and lock behind certain gear and certain trade routes and certain upgrade routes in order to make it harder and harder for them to determine, like, we have an excuse now to increase time. Right? Wait till they add a new gear set. When they add a new gear set, it's an excuse to increase time. Which is absurd because time is still the same value. Like, it's still the same value. So if you're replacing gear, it should be either the same value or less, not more value. That's kind of where the diminished return comes from. Like, oh, this gear is better than our last set of gear, so now we expect more time from you. Like, no, you expect the same time because it's replacing the existing gear. If at all, to be more generous and to increase the amount of value time is to decrease the amount of time. Because you're replacing the gear. It's not horizontal investments. You're not like keeping the value of the original gear. You're replacing it. So that time shouldn't go up. Even if the value, the tier of the gear goes up. That's my biggest leap of irrational cognitive dissonance that I think Cryptic has. Where you think the rarity of a gear is equivalent to the amount of time a player used to acquire it. That is absolutely an incredibly fallacious logic, because the gear is replacing something that already exists. That means the time and value stays the same, if not less, in order to increase the value, the perceived value of a player's time. You are replacing gear, not increasing the haul of a player. That gear is literally the previous gear has a value, and this new gear is replacing that gear on top. So that means that whole time is going to still be the lowest bottom line the player is going to get. So when a player says, I'm really happy the last time it took 50 hours to get the BIS set. Now I have to replace this BIS set in the next module because they advertise how cool their gear is. 50 hours would be a fair amount of time. Not 100 hours because the gear is better. Better than what? Are you talking about a cross-sectional way? No. A longitudinal way means that the value stays the same because it's the gear they're going to be using. The previous gear no longer exists in their mind. This is a replacement. It's kind of like saying, oh, hey, you have a coffee maker. That's a cool coffee maker. Now, here's our new coffee maker. It costs us more money to make this coffee maker, and this coffee maker does more things. And we want you to buy this coffee maker to replace your current coffee maker. That means whatever value this coffee maker has to exceed the value of the coffee maker that that person already has and uses. That means that whatever this value is, it has to match the coffee maker and then some to be an attractive purchase. In video game sense, that means the new model, in order to increase the value, perceived value of these things for time played, is to decrease the amount of time it takes to acquire this, because the value of the time is equivalent to the failure to horizontally invest. You're vertically investing. That's like buying, selling back, buying, selling back in a diminished return. It's not even equal anymore. Like, hey, okay, so I guess I'll buy your new coffee maker for 3 times the price because it costs you more to make it, and you said it's more expensive, and okay, I'll buy for 3 times the amount, and I'm going to sell you my old coffee maker for half the value. Not the full value of the old coffee maker, because you already used it. Your gear is already used. That's power creep, by the way. When something is being used and it gets resold back, figuratively, for half the price. That's diminished return. You're constantly replacing something you already have with features that you may or may not even want. This, you get replaced with features that you may or may not even see. You may or may not even get. That is so absurd. That's such, in my opinion, for lack of a... It's a pretty aggressive... That's such a crooked way of squeezing playtime. It's either going to stay the same because it's fair. Like, if it takes 50 hours to get the BIS, and the vast majority of player base is like, yes, 50 hours, that's awesome. I have enough time to play in my life for 2 months for 50 hours. That's a fair price. And then you release a new set of gear and say, hey, this is going to replace all of your existing gear. 50 hours. 50 hours. And if you want to be generous, make it 49 hours. Because 49 hours mean that the value of the BIS per time went up. As in, they're getting more. And we're not going to even talk about the actual dungeon content or like the actual content itself, because the content itself is on a different metric. It's not even in the same ballpark as the actual payment. Again, it's like less than 10 hours to experience the content. So we're not making an argument about what the lowest amount of time you're using. We're making an argument about what the average time it takes. So if this is worth 50% inflation time of, like, you have to log in and do a weekly haul twice the length just to get this, all of this is diminished return with respect to the content, because you're not experiencing new content here. There's not new content here. No new content. When you, instead of spending 10 hours playing this game, and you're spending 300 hours, the other 290 hours is not content dependent, because the content is already exhausted. It is a repetition of that content. That is diminished return. Now, if a player says, oh yeah, 300 hours, solid. Everyone loves 300 hours. And then you come out with a new gear set. It's like, oh, this is even better. And they're asking 600 hours. That is asinine. That is stating that, oh, now your time is worth less to us. Like the developer is saying, hey, guess what? You think 300 hours was worth your time? Our new gear set is worth 600 hours, but we're not going to change anything. We're just simply going to release new gear, and now we're expecting you to pay 600 hours for the same thing that you were really satisfied with for 300 hours. That, to me, is contextualizing what's going on right now. It keeps going up. The payment, just because this gear is more conceived rarer, the value of its time went up like celestial dust. Same thing with rings, right? Rings here, where you the pants, the rings, how to upgrade. It is an extra step, and that is an obfuscation. It's a clever way to make it look like, oh, these are rarer, so your time is worth less. So what took 300 hours, or maybe less, and let's just say what took 100 hours in Soul Harvest and stuff to get this gear, because this is a new tier rarity, the time is the inflation, not the content. Like, we're not talking about the content just magically at hour 100, there's new content. The boss just does something crazy and does something new. No, it's not scaling to content. It's scaling to a fake, an inflation of math. You are repeating something more often. So if someone is making an argument for content, it's not, it's independent of content. This is a maths game, right? A math related game. You think getting BIS for 50 hours was reasonable. Now to get BIS as a state is over 150 hours because someone thought increasing the value of this somehow increases the value, perceived value of your content versus player time. And I'll probably leave it at that. I think that is the core of what is creating the biggest amount of discourse. The idea that Cryptic keeps thinking that vertical investment is the same as horizontal investment. So when a tier is higher, despite replacing existing gear, they think it's worth more of your time. That means player time is worth increasingly less valuable over time. Despite only having one gear, the gear is still going to replace the existing gear. So they already set a time. Increasing that means the value goes down, period. 50 hours to get BIS, now it's 100 plus hours to get BIS. Value went down by double. So next module, if they say we're gonna release a replacement, a same replacement again, and because it's a replacement and it's stronger by nature, and increase it by another 2x, that's ridiculous. That's so psychologically profoundly misguided, in my opinion. Especially from a logistic standpoint, like a logical standpoint. Alright, anyways. I've spoken more at length about the interesting ways they do currency and whatnot than actually playing the content that's available, because I don't think the content that's available is justifiable and unfortunately a disservice to those who make the content. Because in my opinion, I would say 90% of the time, maybe that's a little high, maybe more than 50% of the time, 1 out of 2 players are going to leave a module exhausted and having sour, burnt out impressions of the limited content because someone thought it was a great idea to impose a minimum payment for bootstrapping through the content. That's like that feeling when someone says, oh, this is just a fluff for game time. Cryptic is deciding how far you can push that. Alright. Anyways, let's go and look at the whatever's left of the main storyline.
We've a task for you. Abrak the Destroyer? How did he get into all of this? I know he might have something to do with the return of the trolls and the ogres, but what about everything else? What does he have to do with these nightmares, with these aberrations? Oh, this is deeper than we thought. At least we know that this is the source of something. We're going to need more help.
So, this is for completing Jotun's Scar, I think. So if it ends here, that means the 4th week doesn't even exist. So we'll see. So let's look around and prove my point. It doesn't even exist. So now here's my personal investment. Right? So they didn't even write anything for two of the milestones now. So not only are they so compressed, and this is with all due respect to the people who are writing and voice acting, they're the old times, like before, there was an intro, right? An intro, and milestone 1 had something, milestone 2 had something, milestone has 3 something, and 4 led up to the dungeon. Now this current one, there's an intro, nothing in milestone 1 because that's a buy, and then something on milestone 2, something in milestone 3, and nothing in milestone 4. So that's nearly a half reduction. There's 1, 2, 3 out of 5 weeks that I'm willing to cover, right? Now, because of this, I'm expecting that I'm only going to do 4 weeks next module, because if this milestone, right, if this milestone ends on the dungeon, that means that there's nothing else after. It's usually not after. Only until I have been proven, if I can confirm that there's more things, I'm probably not going to do past 4 weeks. That's kind of what's so incredibly disappointing here. There's even less than it usually is. So that's what I mean by what I feel like. It's someone is deciding to stretch the content out to greater lengths by having less content. So at this point, the first 5 weeks is far lower in its value of my time personally. And my time is, I'm not going to say it's very valuable or not. The idea is I'm comparing it to previous modules. So this isn't me talking about what my value is, like what my value is on my job or something. We're not comparing apples and oranges. The Soul Harvest ones had more content in the first 4 milestones, you know, the intro and the first 4 milestones, than the Biting Cold. The Biting Cold has a little over half of that, and not even that. I would argue it's probably less than half, because this is the Biting Cold's map, and the amount of things that you do on this map is compact, is incredibly compact and tiny. I almost feel like whoever did the Soul Harvest thing, you know, the dual Soul Harvest thing, that was like their big exit strategy, and then the Biting Cold is an afterthought. So if this is the current trajectory, less is more. I'll do less so I don't have to do more in the sense of compensating for it, right? So that's my personal take. It's rough, it's kind of disappointing. I still really like what is there. Like, I want to keep in mind that if this game was completely free of gear, dear me, that sounds like apocalyptic for other people. For myself, if simply completing the campaign gives me the gear, and then my incentive is to keep playing the campaign and keep playing the dungeon out of my own volition, I would still do that. Personally, because I'm the bottom line. I'm the lowest line. I like to play dungeons because I like completing content. I'm not the one who gets a kick out of being rewarded for playing the content enough. Like, I'm not here to play the content enough to get it, to like feel rewarded. I play enough. I play to the point I'm satisfied. So it's a take it or leave it, which is what I'm treating this as. So when someone asks me, then do you wish the developers to change their bottom line? No. It's not for me to decide. I'm not here. I'm not their bottom line. I'm well outside of the range of their priorities. They do not prioritize content. They prioritize strategy. They prioritize reward, as in like goal-oriented reward. Are you good enough to earn this reward? Are you strong enough? Do you play long enough? I don't, right? Does it mean I can't? At this rate, what I can't do doesn't prove I can't do it. And I'm not going to engage in that fallacious argument where if something that doesn't happen, like if someone comes at me and say something like, well, you can't because you never played you never completed master's level dungeon, so you wouldn't understand. You can't possibly do it. When something doesn't happen, it doesn't prove the contrary, right? I've engaged in this so often online, this discussion. When someone doesn't do something, it doesn't mean they can't. Until they try and fail, you might have a stronger argument to asking their can't. That's a logical fallacy. Kind of like if no one's around in a forest and a tree falls down, does it make a sound? Since no one can confirm the tree didn't make a sound, it's not evidence that the tree didn't make a sound or made a sound. It's neither. A null negative statement. So for me, they don't have to change the way they're doing things. I'm not upset because I'm not going to try. I'm not here to prove that I'm going to get a great satisfaction or a kick out of doing hundreds of hours and getting this temporarily, only to do it again in the next module. I hope I don't have to do that. If I do, if that's the only thing that's offered, they scrap all of this. They scrap campaigns, they scrap music, they scrap making dungeon. They simply say, oh, we're going to release all the old content, or re-release all the content, remaster all the old content, and add and attach new gear for it. I'm out. That's it. Like, I don't have any more incentive. I'm not here to prove to anyone, nor complain about forcing the developers to do anything about it. My commentary is my personal thoughts that I play other games for. And then for this game, I like to talk about what other people are arguing about, because that's the most interesting thing about Neverwinter. It's trying to do something that may or may not work. It hasn't worked yet. Again, that's not saying it's not going to work, right? When something doesn't work yet, it's not a confirmation. It's not evidence to prove that it won't work. It's evidence to suggest it might not work. Like, more evidence can converge on the idea that it is a foregone conclusion. It's never actual evidence for it's not going to work. So I'm not saying whatever they're doing now is not going to work. And I'm not saying that the game is going to die tomorrow. I don't actually know. Or this is the last module they'll ever do. And the next module, I'll be even more upset. I don't know that. The thing is, what I'm doing is definitely a lot less. And it is reflective. I'm adjusting to it. I genuinely, for myself, if they move this gearbox to milestone 4, that's an increase in the value of my time. And I'm looking at this set of gear things. It's still going to be not BIS. Like, the BIS, people can continue to bootstrap through their dungeon. In fact, I don't even think they need any of this. Like, all these extra weeks. It's irrelevant. They're going to do it for BIS if they're going to do it for BIS. I think what this does is the other dialogue that's happening right now. It is a gigantic iceberg of a wall against new players. and returning players. This is not going to change the BIS seekers. The BIS seekers are already trying to negotiate their bottom line. Like, is 100 runs too long? Is 200 long? Is 200 runs too long? Is 300 runs too long? The new players and returning players are arguing, is this too long? Which is nowhere in the neighborhood of BIS. You have bimodal distribution. 200, like hundreds of hours, tens of hours. I'm on the tens of hours. In fact, I'm on the like less than 10 hours, like 1 to 10 hour bracket. And that's it. And then we move on and see if that improves. So technically, I would say Cryptic can still address both of the groups, because they're so far segregated that they're often not arguing about the same thing. Typically, like, their complaints they don't technically overlap most of the time, the complaints. Gatekeeping, legacy campaigns, truncating and expediting the streamlining of catching up, that's separate from, hey, 100 runs and 200 runs is too long to get the BIS of my gear, so I can only to change it back, only to substitute it just in time for the next set of gear. Those are very separate things. So constantly the Discord is filled with two very bimodal issues. My bimodal issue is that if this only had 4 milestones, it would barely even minimally increase the value of my time. And a new player and a returning player would barely feel the loss of a 10-week campaign for a 5-week campaign or a 4-week campaign. For everything. Like, retroactively change every single one of these into a 5-week campaign or a 4-week campaign just with the 4 milestones and cut out the rest, or make it a 4-week campaign and make all the story things detached from the milestone, so then you can do whatever you want, and it increases the value of their time. It increases the value, the perceived value of a new player and a returning player, because with each passing time, they are completing something and getting something that is now practically superficial to the other group, the BIS group. The BIS group, you can still continue to negotiate how much time, like 100 runs. Okay, so next time they're going to say, all right, we heard you guys. 100 runs is too much. Let's reduce it down to 80. You can still do the negotiation with the BIS groups, the people, the normal players, like a lot of times the elite players and the people who complete content at the highest level, they keep referring to themselves as a normal player. I technically agree with population distribution. The majority of the player base in Neverwinter are probably the group that are the normal group, the group that completes for BIS, like BIS hunting, right? So the min-maxing BIS hunting group can be negotiating what their cap is on their celestial gear. I don't see any of this. Like, I know this is celestial gear as well. It's not the same as the master's gear. So I don't see the master's gear, so I'm not negotiating that. It's irrelevant to me. If they erased it, it wouldn't matter to me, right? So what I'm going to throw in here is this. 4-week campaigns. If you're only gonna bother writing 3.5 milestones, the campaign is 3 weeks. It's 3 weeks. Having to do this and it's spreading out your heroic encounters to spread that stuff, that's currency. That is currency obfuscated by layers and layers of multiple currency to make it feel like, hey guys, look at how clever we are. In my opinion, we can make a bunch of currency so that you can't really figure out how much time you're actually spending, right? All of these things, you could make all of this into one milestone. You click on it and you get everything, and I would still think everyone will still run for BIS, because you're still gonna run for the BIS if you're the BIS class, and anyone else will feel like their time was elevated. The new players will feel like, oh dang, I just completed one milestone, I'm gonna go to the next milestone. I click on this button and I get all of this stuff because they value my time. Then it gets them closer to saying, okay, well, now I definitely want to go to BIS. So they take the plunge for BIS, and that goes from 10 hours to hundreds of hours. They can make that plunge. Right now, though, Cryptic is in this weird thing where they try to bridge the thing. Like, how do we get 10 hours closer to 100 hours? And that's what sucks about campaigns. Because, alright, well, 10 weeks, let's stretch it out to 10 weeks so that the people who are obligated to do 10 hours, or they think there's 10 hours, let's stretch it to like 50 hours so it gets closer to 100. So then they'll feel normal, that they'll understand how little their time is valued, so that they can get more accessible in saying, oh yeah, well, I've already spent 50 hours doing this campaign because it's artificially stretched. What's another 50 to 100, oh no, to 200 hours to get to the next best thing? Carrot on the stick. It's a constant, really unattractive, suspicious looking carrot on a stick. And that's crazy. So anyways, that's how I feel, because there wasn't even a milestone 4. Literally no milestone 4. It's just the intro, milestone 2, and milestone 3, and that's it. So they made it so that it looks like there were more milestones, but there weren't more milestones. At least in my opinion. Milestones of content. What is this? I have no idea. It looks kind of neat. Anyways, so now since there's no milestones, let's just try to fill this out as much as I can. So I'll do the weekly haul here. I don't even think I'm gonna do the weekly haul like on stream. The idea is we're gonna do it this way. Next module, I'm gonna confirm. So I'm gonna look on the 5th week if there is more milestone content. If there isn't, then I'll end it there, which is like today, where I will try to wrap up my thoughts about the module, like current controversies or whatever is topical, at least to me, and then I'll just end the stream. So call it like a week 5 wrap up. We can turn in stuff and see where we're at. And I could go to PE to see if there's a Jodenscar. Jodenscar is fun. It's great. It's fun, arguably, it's fun because I only did it like... I only did it like 3 times. I don't know how much fun it'll be if I was doing it for the 200th time and haven't seen any payouts for the gear, right? Because that would be the motivation for the gear. Hang on. I'm gonna... So we have no longer dialogue, so let's just get rid of the dialogue here. Because I don't want to be cutting too much. I like the music. The music's fantastic. So we'll just keep the music up. And I'm guessing this is the extra person. Yeah, the extra 2 things. Yeah. So we just have more repeatables, right? What's there is fantastic. I enjoy what was there. It's a shame that it's so hampered by what they expect of you. So here's my hot take on this. This wanted board thing, right? it gives 25 currency, and you can do it daily. So what I'm probably gonna do to catch up my other two characters is I want to sit them at a rare spawn point, or maybe just do the rare spawn. I'll just do this daily. I'll log in, pick out 10 name mobs because I kind of know where they are now, and turn this in on a daily basis. And that's all I'm gonna do to get the celestial gear, right? You do this and it'll be sufficient, generally speaking, because you only have to do this 4 times. 4 times a week. That's 100, right? So 4 days. Spread out on 4 days. You can have your characters parked at a rare spawn if you want. And that's kind of what I'm gonna do to catch up the other 2 characters. The other 2 characters didn't even complete the last campaign because it was just too long. Like, to me, it was so inflated. Now this is even longer. So tough. Like every day this will refresh, so you could do it fairly quickly. And now I guess we can go do the 25 for the repeated flooded future. Oh wait, you actually have to access it. I'm probably gonna end with a more positive sentiment, because this game is still free to play, so we have to keep that in mind. It's still free to play, and my value and investment in the things that I'm talking about are a reflection of how much I think how much of value it is. I don't want to belabor the point of being upset at putting in time that I otherwise don't think I'm going to use. So I'm not going to go around and say, I know it's going to take 100 runs to get this piece of gear, so I'm going to do it and then complain about it. I'm saying that I think there are many more experienced players than me who have found out it's going to take hundreds of runs, and I've decided that I'm not going to. So I have also no justification to complain about it. What I did talk about is what the players that did do it mentioned. So, commentary on you passing other people's words. I will not feel the sting of, I already felt the sting from Volnar Stars, and I personally don't want to relive that now. So that's kind of my take. I don't have too much to be upset about. So I do want to eventually end this wrap up of Biting Cold to show my appreciation for the free content, right? The free content that I was allowed to play without any financial investments, right? Free content. Now, some people could argue, well, it's not free, you spent your time. It's like, okay. That's fair too. And I would counter by saying I chose to spend that amount of time, right? I knew how long it was going to take, roughly speaking, and I was there for the ride. Anything extra, I'm not gonna do. Like, no matter how much celestial gear they're gonna place, and no matter how much pride and arrogance they're gonna place on like being a master's run or challenges, it's diminishing my reward. It's making my time less and less valuable. So I will not participate in that until the value of my time reflects how much I like the game, right? I don't like the game that much. I enjoy the game quite a lot for these things. You don't do this 100 times over, basically. You don't learn dungeon mechanics and experience new bosses and stuff 100 times over. I'm willing to do it a couple times. It's not 100 times. crazy how we're talking about hundreds of runs. I still remember a time when if people are feeling nostalgic, I do remember that. Like World of Warcraft was, you know, someone constantly making an argument using whataboutisms, right? Like, oh, it is perfectly normal. It's expected of expected of these types of MMOs to spend hundreds and hours of runs and coordination and stuff. How else are you gonna feel the reward of gear? Well, if it is, go play World of Warcraft. Or alternatively, if they come out and say, oh, that's exactly what we're doing, I would say if you like that 100 runs, if attractiveness, how much time you get to get a gear that is easily replaced in the next module, play Neverwinter Online. Because that would be an easy sell. If someone says, oh yeah, I absolutely love spending hundreds of hours getting a piece of BIS gear, and then immediately it's extended, that 100 hours extended over 2 months, immediately the following module is going to offer more gear that replaces that, and I get to repeat it again over and over again, and I absolutely love it, play Neverwinter Online. It's free. You don't even have to pay a subscription to get that joy, right? That joy that you like about recycling BIS over and over again and replacing the gear. Because that's a loop that some people enjoy. Diablo, for example. There are people who really love nostalgia, right? And nostalgia can work very, very well. I'm not here to gaslight people to saying what they like or what they like to do. I am here to share about what I like about the existing Neverwinter content, and what I guess don't like, or more so what I have read about other people and trying to make sense of it. Because technically I can't dislike something I didn't do. Like, I didn't do the 100 of runs, so I'm not upset about hundreds of runs. I think those who did do hundreds of runs, it's justifiable for them to talk about how they're disappointed. What I have done is I did complete the milestones, and it's a disappointment because objectively it's less than the last two. Literally, objectively less than the last two modules, and that is a disappointment. That is a devaluation of my time. So if I'm not willing to be if I wasn't necessarily satisfied last time, what are the odds that I'm going to be satisfied with less? That's the same argument about how they thought celestial gear, because it's rare, you pump up the time to lower the value of the player's time for the gear they're going to use. They're still going to use one set of gear. Unless you make a justification that it's a horizontal investment. That's creating gear that doesn't overlap in use case. That's a whole different story, because that is not what's happening with gear. Gear is they hit a random generator and they just pair it up. Like, there's no horizontal use cases for things. There was a time, maybe like 4 modules ago, there was a group of modules where they attempted to strategically have like 2 or 3 sets of gear that is striated, like they're horizontal, as in you can see yourself wearing 3 separate gear sets, like one for the number of enemies around you for like encounters and boss fights that have a lot of mobs, and then one where boss fights are intimate one-to-one. That still exists. Like, those gear pieces still exist. Now they're just scattered willy-nilly, so it's not based on the theme of the boss. Like around Moondancer, for example. Moondancer, lots of mobs, so almost all the gear is depicted with a mob bonus, like the more mobs. And then there was before that for one-on-one, and then there was a really cheap way of doing things, which is making the gear bonuses be campaign restricted, like this. The artifacts, they have bonus effects based on the campaign or based on the region, in the chilling, you know, in the biting cold, right? That is probably easily one of the most complacent and cheap ways of creating horizontal investments without actually creating horizontal investment, because it didn't work. Most scalable gear is vertically inclined. The stats are vertically inclined. So it's constantly a talk of BIS, not horizontal investment. Like, there's no multiple meta happening. There's only a BIS meta. And the BIS meta is what's, in my opinion, the thing that's creating a logical dissonance with the developer. The developer thinks that having better gear or higher tier means that the value of the player's time is expected to be higher. It's not. It's BIS. There's one set of gear. So it's the same value of time. Crazy. It'll be a different story if you're using the last gear you spent 50 hours on and the 100 hours you're spending gear on now. So you have 150 hours of value. Like, the previous gear was not replaced. It's still being used. That's a different story. That's a model that I feel Neverwinter and Cryptic has failed to do. I would even argue it's something that Cryptic, not only did they not fail to do it, it was intentional. They intentionally did that. But that might be a slightly too bold. Slightly too bold. So I'll leave it as a tentative. There's a chance that this was designed that way, to vertically invest over and over again in order to make it okay to consistently inflate game time. Maybe there's a train, so I can just sit here and gather the other set. I doubt it. It's already really late. Like, it's past midnight, so my time. It's 1 a.m, so the odds of doing a heroic encounter is already way past. Yeah, there's no train because there's nobody. Like, it's already past the honeymoon period. So now we're gonna do... So we're at 55. Honestly, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. Like, I'll just do the... I'll go do what I think I'm gonna do, which is to get this wanted board thing, and then go take out some name mobs over the next week. So let's get rid of all the daily repeatables. I mean, the encroaching frost is fine. That can come up. So we're just gonna do weeklies, or I plan on doing weeklies. You have to use your imagination because I'm not recording this stuff. I'll keep all the weeklies. Right, the heroic encounters if they come up, and then the activities from the weekly turn-ins, that'll work. And then this is the encroaching frost. That means that it would have to be a train. So I'll basically log in at a more auspicious time to do the train, and that's it. If not, I will simply come back to this wanted board, go take out the name mobs because no one's around anymore. Like, I turned it in today because of the weekly haul, right? So tomorrow around this time, it would be ideal because no one's around. And that's what we're gonna do. Like, this is probably the lowest point in so long. Now we're gonna go to EE, and we'll see if we can catch a Jotun Scar advanced dungeon or anything before we go. So as a consolation, I suppose, I did get 2 replacement gear, like this one, some Runefrost gear from the 2 runs, not on stream. That the run on stream didn't give anything. So lucky, quote unquote lucky, I suppose. It wasn't the reason to run the dungeon. The anniversary, right? The anniversary event is gonna come up. I don't cover the anniversary event for Neverwinter. Seasonal events haven't been updated since, like, it's rarely ever updated. So consider this as also there was a time when Jubilee ran possibly with the existing content. I think actually if I were to record the rest of these weeks, right, it would run into Jubilee. No, it wouldn't. Yeah, it would probably run into Jubilee, right? Because today is the 5th week. There'll be 5 more weeks that would run into Jubilee. I still don't cover Jubilee. Like, anniversary events are really depressing. That would be the word. Maybe not depressing. Anniversary events are very disappointing. And I don't really do anything during the anniversary events, nor during like the winter events, so we don't cover those things anymore. The next thing that will be very interesting is the P5X anniversary. So that's coming up. That's probably the next thing I'm going to do in terms of live service. Right. This is the end for my coverage of the Biting Cold. And we're going to sit here for a little bit to see if we can maybe squeeze in a Jotun Scar of some sort. Otherwise, I've pretty much set my bit. I'll probably now end on a more positive note. I enjoyed the content. What is there? I think gear, like this stuff, gear as a form of payments, you have to negotiate that yourself. Like for me, I'm not the person who's doing this. So if you find another Neverwinter content creator, right, or someone who plays to BIS, they will be able to tell you or share how much these are actually worth, like in time, and if it's fair or not. I don't actually know if it's fair. I never really or I try not to say that I know what is a fair amount of time. I know what's happening. The value of player time is going down based on the logic of previous modules. If BIS takes 50 hours, right, to do in the previous module, and if it takes 100 hours to do now, it is a diminish of a player time by half. That's a 50% diminished return, because the utility of the gear is per character, right? If you have a coffee maker and you buy 3 coffee makers and you only use one of the coffee makers, quote unquote the best coffee maker, the other 2 coffee makers are diminished return. They are diminished investment. You either sell them to invest forward in a vertical stack, or you sell them to buy something else, a not coffee maker. You go buy a, I don't know, a juicer or something. That is why I mean by I'm not here to really tell you if it's fair or not. I can't tell. I haven't done this in 7 modules. Like this stuff, I barely look at gear. If they drop, they drop. I play the game to play the content, and if the opportunity presents itself, I'll play the content again. And if the drop happens, then the drop happens. I can't even make a comment if the drops are good or not anymore, because spending so much time covering that, you have to also be someone who's anticipating to get the things. At least in my opinion. I'm not the biggest fan on the rings are the only character bound gear in Yodenscar, and that gear drops often. Oh, rip. So are you telling me the thing that drops most often is the thing you can't even use on different characters or have multiple use? That really stinks. Is that also your experience? Like you personally? I haven't run Yodenscar enough to know anything about drops. I've been covering what other people have been saying. So I didn't sit there and run multiple things to see what the thing is like. It's a shame that the rings are character bound. These are all character bound? Oh yeah, they're all character bound. Even the advanced ones? Oh dang. Even the advanced ones. Wow. That's kind of disappointing. I'm hoping we drop into a run or something. Then I'll call it a day. I enjoyed the dungeon though. The dungeon was great. You mean you don't mind seeing ring drops? You can choose to get dust or ring and you need 600 dust per ring upgrade? Yeah, I heard that too. Okay, so you don't mind it. That's good. I'm glad to hear you don't mind seeing ring drops. Because you can dust them. I don't have an opinion on it. My low clear rate, like I don't run them very often, is that if I pick up a ring, right, it would be available to all my characters, because then one of the characters would be able to use the ring. I wouldn't be able to run to reach the threshold of 600. 600 dust is a threshold. That is like what I mentioned about bimodal distribution. I'm not in that huge gap between 600 dust and like 20. Like I'm in the neighborhood of 20 or 30 dust, not 600. So I don't engage myself about that. It is nice to know that you don't mind doing that. So hopefully you enjoyed this. Drop rate for dust is terrible. I heard. I read on the Discord that drop rates for dust is terrible. Yeah. I ran Yodenscar, Advanced Yodenscar 3 times. The first run that I ran, I actually recorded last week. So it worked out really well. Now I don't expect to ever see Yodenscar because of the time. My time slot is around here, which is basically a no one. You did around 3 to 10. Oh, 3 to 10 each master run. Okay, 3 to 10 dust each master run. That's what I heard. Someone said, and then you need 600, so 200, and then that's where the 300 runs came in. 3 to 400 runs. The comment in the Discord, it's roughly 3 to 400 runs in order to get a set of rings, and then those set of rings are character bound. So then some players said that, well, I really like this game, so I want 3 sets of rings: a tank set, a healing set, and a DPS set, and that would then multiply that by 3, which I don't know. I'm not associated with anyone who has done that, so maybe they enjoyed doing that. I have not. I ran Yodenscar Advanced 3 times, just 3 times, and I was hoping to run it one more time to show off, what the developer designed. I'm glad to be able to do it once and show off at least the advance. I'm not interested in doing any master runs. I think the last time I did a master run was Moon Dancer or something like that. Oh, that was a trial. The last master dungeon was probably the remake of the Lair of the Mad Dragon. Yoden Scar is fun dungeon for sure, but not gonna do that for 3 characters, not even for 2. I find that very reasonable to say. Like, I'm there with you. I haven't experienced that, but I can kind of see it. Not even 2. Yeah, just 1. And then wait for the next module, I suppose. That's what I spent the last couple hours talking about, because it's just... It kind of stinks. Dust, huh? Is the dust the same dust for the future stuff? So like when you dust your rings, right? To upgrade, that's still the same currency for any future upgrades, right? They're keeping the same dust currency. It's this dust. We're talking about this is the same dust too, right here? Or is that a different dust? This celestial essence is something else, isn't it? Like, it's some different dust that is unique to... No? Okay. So, do you know if they're gonna keep the dust for future upgrades? Like, what I mean is... It's only unique to Yoden Scar. Celestial Essence for Celestial Insignias, okay. And then... The dust is only for the biting cold rings, and that's it. One purpose reagents. Amazing. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware what Celestial Essence do. I'm specifically just talking about the dust situation. Like, I don't know if it's overlapping or not. That's the only question. You don't have to explain to me what they do. Oh, dust is only for rings in Yoden's car? But they're just gonna introduce a new currency next time. I see. Same like Soul Harvest, dust. Oh, okay. Well... Did the Soul Harvest dust and the no, so did the did both the chapters of Soul Harvest, did they have the same dust, or is it just for one? Like the Red Harvest and the Soul Collector, right? The did they use the same dust, or is it only for one of the modules? Like the last module? Or do they both have a dust mechanic? Different. It's always new currency. Oh, gee. Wow. Okay. Thanks for that information. So they come up with a new one each module, even if the modules are related to each other. Okay. I thought thematically maybe both the two Red Harvest parts. Was it? That's why your currency tab is... That's why our currency tab is a mess? Yeah, I know, right? Like, it took me... today, I was trying to tell people, like, okay, how many did I get? Yeah, how many of the currency per run, like the advanced currency, right? The advanced currency is... It was like 3 to... it was 12. 12. You get 2 to 3 per boss. And I was scrolling through and like, okay, I'm just gonna go to the vendor because I can't even find it on the currency list. Dungeons. Oh, wait, this thing. Yeah, here. Yeah. This thing. So the Coldstone amulets are like 3 to 3 per boss, roughly. So the 3 runs, there's 36, and you need 550. Weird. Anyways. Yeah, thanks for the information. Thanks for the information. Yeah, they have weekly caps. I noticed. Yeah, like, really? Like, my thought is, really? I mean, honestly, 500? Like, come on. Do you really need to put a cap on it? So wild. Oh, goodness me. I do have to reiterate though. I have nothing to be upset about. I have nothing. Yeah, I saw that the master currency, yeah, it's 150 per week. And they scaled it down because masters require like 360, like the turn in as well requires less. But here's the thing, the cap and the distribution, the drop rate is normalized. So even if you run advanced or master, it'll still take like as much time. So what I mean by that is it's deceptive because regardless of your skill level, you know, like your completion level and skill level, they are able to squeeze and distribute the playtime even though they're different tiers. Like, so the player is going to end up using that time up anyways. So that if after doing the math, right? I looked at the cap stuff. So crazy. I don't know how long you've been playing this game. How long, like, are you someone like from beta? I'm from beta. So I've been tracking this stuff. It's crazy. My main point about the recent modules is that there's always a bottom line amount of time. So they made it so that even though there's more ways to get stuff, like you dusting rings, right? You still dust rings and get dust. They made it so that regardless of how many ways you can get currency to get the gear, it's still going to require the increased amount of time over the modules. So right now we're basically looking at 100 hours plus still, right? So despite having like, hey, look at all our different ways you can get gear, it still ends up being more. And that's crazy. You came back 10 weeks ago. Oh, dang. But you started around 2014. Oh, so post Tiamat, maybe? And you were over 4 years out though. Oh, okay. Around 2014, was that Tiamat? Like maybe the maybe 3 or 4, something like that. I still remember that Tiamat thing from way back. I don't remember the earliest days though. The earliest days are kind of murky, no? Still remember sitting in foundries, getting refinement points. Yeah, Tiamat time. Okay, when we all did activities together and go to the door to enter Tiamat. Yeah, that was crazy. I still remember like going to the door and then when you try to enter, like none of you, like not everyone gets into Tiamat. There wasn't a queue system for Tiamat. Oh man, those were the days. They didn't have a proper queue system for the thing, so it was crazy. And then the early days was when foundries were still around. So like this is before like social media, right? Like Discord. You might have had like Ventrilo or TeamSpeak. So I used to hang out with the players and we would log into it, just like World of Warcraft, right? You log in and then you just sit in like a farming foundry and get some refinement points while you can. and then you just chat, like you catch up with other people. Like I would ask them like, "Oh, how'd your day go?" "Well, work kind of sucked today." Like, "Oh, how's the weather over there?" So we would do the same chat stuff. I'm like pre-Blizzard era player, so BattleNets and whatnot, those were the times where you sit in your avatar and you just chat. I mean, PE still has a couple of, during the bigger hour, you know, like whatever's, Neverwinter still has like the PE thing where people just sit around and talk about, I don't know, some very questionable topics. And that used to be like a routine. But best part of those times were boon systems. Oh yeah, they were really wild. Maybe that's the next thing. Maybe that'll bring some people back. I don't want to sound overly negative at the end. I'm usually like a little bit critical in the beginning, which I already set my bid for a couple of times, talking about what's happening in Discord. And what you shared, I did cover earlier, to some extent. This, I would love, like, I'm still hopeful for the game. Obviously, at any time, they can decide to change it, to, like, do something. So, I will cover and hope that maybe something interesting happens with the value. At least give some value of boons, exactly. Because the boons are the value, technically, in my opinion, the boons are the value of the campaign system. Like, if you know, the horizontal investment, right? The investment that won't go away. Like, you can always hold on to all your investment. You're not replacing it. You're not replacing the value of your investment. When you get new gear, you're replacing the value of your investment. The boons are always going to be there. So, when you complete a campaign, the boon value is untapped. It's always going to be untapped. So when they change the value of the boon, it will exponentially scale with the value. So if they increase the value of one boon, it's everything. Yeah, base for everything, exactly. So, I don't know. We'll see. I think that would be their swan song. My thought is, if there's a way to create a swan song for all the campaigns, to not affect the gear, right? Like not to affect gear. You guys can negotiate about the gear. But the base, the boons that's your legacy. My boon still has a bug. It's okay. So the boons, yeah. Still legacy. I keep track of the bugs on my characters. I have a lot of characters that have random bugs with boons everywhere. It's pretty much okay. I keep it just to see how long it takes them to adjust it. Like several of my characters have negative boons, negative boon numbers, because they awarded a bunch of them back and award a bunch of like take away and add back a bunch on all the characters. I'm like, oh, okay, sure. Oh, goodness me. Let's see. I think, yeah, there's no chance. I guess we can see if we rolled in. No, yeah. Well, apparently someone in the alliance is looking for Masters Tiamat. Weird coincidence. Let's see. I don't think there's anything else. Oh, that channel? Nah, I was kind of hoping for a pug. But what is the channel anyways? I could look into the channel. Is it, how do I do it? Like here? Is it open access? I could see if there's one or two. Yeah, add there. It's open for all. Okay. So can I type AGS? Or AGS slash MGS? Oh, is it this one? Okay. Okay. And I don't actually know how I... Oops. How does one... Oh, I am in? Oh, wow. Oh, that's how that works. Oh. Oh, okay. Alright, Gold. Okay. No one's here. Yeah. I would probably do that on my own time. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. And unfortunately, this time of day, is this your normal time of day? It's you can see here. It's 2 a.m. for me. Usually I'm in the dead hours, around 9 p.m. EST to 2 a.m. till now pretty much. So it's 8:51 a.m. Oh, okay. Well, good morning. Good morning. Over my years, I've covered Neverwinter for quite a long time now, and the vast majority of people I end up talking to is overseas or across the pond, at least across the Atlantic Ocean. So, this time is dead hours. Usually I'm doing something else before my evening. Neat. Well, I really appreciate your company. I think this is where we're gonna call it. So I'm gonna say something. We're gonna clean it up and maybe do some, yeah. Exactly. I usually wake up in the middle, go in the afternoon and try to squeeze in something, basically. It's between, for me, it's around, or I can do it right away, after reset time. So reset is 5 a.m. my time. Around from 5 to noon is where I can squeeze in some runs. So usually it's not during stream time. And I totally agree when it's active. It's usually Europe area. So what can I say about closing off this coverage? So I'm only doing 5 weeks this time around. I'm hopeful. Obviously, I'm not going to be covering biting cold anymore, so it's going to be a longer period before the next one. But maybe there's old leadership, right? The one thing on the horizon is old leadership is new leadership. So the new leadership that's coming back is the old leadership that's made anew. And that was only recent. So whatever the biting cold is happening, you don't quite see the potential changes of returning people or new leadership in general for another 1 or 2 modules. So it'll be interesting that before this module there was an announcement, right? The old person, one of the old co-founders or pivotal people have came back, and then they either hired or moved or shuffled more people back from the original start of Neverwinter. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes in maybe the next module or the module after that. So I want to leave off at a very interesting, optimistic standpoint. There is still fantastic, hey, listen here. right? Neverwinter Online has been, it's going to celebrate its 13th year? 13th year, technically. Soon. I'm not going to be covering that because it's Jubilee and not really a module thing. 12? Oh, it's because I count 2013. So, sorry, the beta stuff. So, yeah, it's 12th year since launch. It's 12th year official launch. So their 12th Jubilee. And it was released in 2013. But 2014 was the official. And maybe something exciting happens. What was I gonna say? New leadership. There's a chance. I hope that something exciting gets announced. Maybe boon system, different combat system. Maybe another revolving. Since Undermountain, right? There hasn't been a major overhaul since Undermountain, which is module 13. It is now module 33. So it's been more than half of the life cycle. Like from 13 to 33 is pretty long. I think it was 13. Undermountain was 13, right? So that could happen. If you're wondering, like, hear me out, low key. Lord of the Rings Online is still going strong. In fact, Lord of the Rings Online is going stronger than Neverwinter Online. Yeah, or 14. It might be 14. Actually, I think 14 is correct. I feel like 14 was the number. Yeah, it's either 13 or 14. Now, hear me out. It can still go well. Because someone picked up Lord of the Rings Online, right? Like, I remember 7 years ago, it was like 6 or 7 years ago, I was moonlighting in other MMOs while Neverwinter is still going strong. And Lord of the Rings, lately, Lord of the Rings Online, there was a resurgence because of like Amazon and all the other interest in Lord of the Rings. Like Lord of the Rings is going to come back again in other mediums. It's still going strong. I still get update announcements on my Steam client about Lord of the Rings updates, Lord of the Rings Online updates. So that'll be exciting to see. These games, I'm no stranger to playing old games. Like, there are plenty of people who play RuneScape, you know, OG RuneScape. That was actually the first MMO, quote unquote MMO subscription base I played, because then World of Warcraft came after RuneScape. I was a vanilla Warcraft player, and so still possible. Neverwinter Online, I want to end on a positive and auspicious note. There's always a time. If the game is still going, there's always a chance. So hats off to all of the players that are still playing. Get your rings. At least old games survive. New World, AOC, all new. Yes, exactly. That's the point, right? That is the point. New World closed down recently. Oh, dude, let's not go with the Ashes of Creation. It didn't even get released. We're probably not gonna cover the Ashes of Creation thing too. And then let's not even discuss about Cryptic's foray into Magic the Gathering. Oh goodness, Magic the Gathering. Dang. Yikes, that's a deep cut for anyone who like knew that Cryptic launched like a beta for Magic the Gathering and it got canned because of its initial receptions. Yeah, there's quite a lot. There are other promising stuff that can keep people occupied. Like I think Crimson Desert has gotten a lot of very fun single player. Like if you're trying to not wait on queues or seeing something that's a live service game that's old, that's kind of, there's still like Pearl Abyss, like Crimson Desert is doing fairly well to scratch that itch have the combat oriented without the right live service stuff where it requires you to grind for things, but more like task-based progression. So Crimson Desert is a great option. And then we have a few ones that are big announcement lately. Guild Wars 3 got teased, right? So that's something. I also saw Aeon 2. There was a blip about Aeon 2. Now that is a deep cut. Now I'm all of a sudden expecting like Dragon Nest or something, and like I don't know, what is I'm forgetting that one game that I used to play, Korean MMO combat MMO, what is it called? Dang it. Well, you know what I mean. Like, games might be coming back. You have high hopes towards Soulframe. It's already a fun game with good combat and is in test phase. I heard about Soulframe. Yeah. Very, very promising. Hopefully. So there are some games, like, really, really doing... Otherwise, the group, like, here's another... You have around 600 hours in. I see... I'm part of like hybrid groups, so half of my time I'm playing like Eastern games, and then half my time I'm playing Western games because I'm like a little bit of both. I love my Lord of the Rings and my Dungeons and Dragons adjacent. However, I'm also the anime side of things, like the Eastern side of things. So there are still where Win meets, right? Your new one, which is NTE and stuff. But I'm not the target audience for that. Like, I'm not the biggest on like waifus and whatnot. There are some options that are coming in that realm where they are still action combat MMOs, but they have a different flavor. So I don't usually mention them. However, there is always an option. There's always a possibility that those Eastern developers may create a Western fantasy that can be possible. Like Crimson Desert is not an MMO, but it is a Western fantasy, and it looks like there might be options in the future where it wouldn't like catastrophically close down due to, I don't know, corporate mismanagement. Like New World was very unfortunate. At the time I did see quite a lot of people who are very invested in New World. I think right now around the corner, Western fantasies. Yeah, kind of keep an eye out. I want to mention other Western fantasies because maybe Cryptic and others will take some inspiration. Who knows? Soulframe is a good example. It's a very good example. Other than that, there's like Albion Online, but that's kind of like a different subgenre. That is a multiplayer, but Albion is a very different thing. New World took you out from Neverwinter. You love that game? Yeah, quite a lot of individuals were very excited for New World when they were off. Over 5,000 hours in New World. I see. I play PSO2 NGS just because of the combat, and PSO2 has been around like 2 years longer in general, and now it's in their NGS period, but it's 2 years prior to Neverwinter. And there was another game called Atlantica Online that I played for 10 years. It's no longer around. It got acquired by Nexon and stuff. I played like Maple Story as well. Like I'm not a stranger to grinding and then like doing other things. Like I used to write reports and read and learn, do like educational stuff while grinding for things. So definitely not a stranger to sitting here running. Yeah, good old Maple Story. Yeah, you sit there, you have your macro, like you just have your hand doing your pattern and you're just like watching, you know, your favorite, I don't know, episode of Simpsons or something like that, and you're just doing the thing. It's almost like a millennial the original millennial fidget spinner. You you grind in a game like a fidget spinner, and then you go and you watch, you watch your favorite TV show while doing that. Like, to this day, there are certain dungeons. I haven't ever done this for fun because I'm not like, I don't do gags too much, but there are a couple of dungeons. Most of the dungeons I would do without looking at the screen. Like, I do that often. That's what I used to do for Neverwinter. We used to like do some daily drivers, run like 50 dungeons in one stream, and I basically would just be reading chat and like reading out some funny topical things while like absent-mindedly not doing the thing. It's crazy. Like, RuneScape was very similar. You click, you wait, you click, you wait. Nowadays, people do like cookie clickers and taskbar heroes. Watch. Sometimes people just watch auto RPGs. Just watch their idle RPGs play themselves. That is the new age thing. You download something and you just watch the game play itself. This is wild. Times have really changed. Right now I'm playing like Persona 5X, idle miners, yeah, etc., or simulations, right? And I kid you not, that is really, it's not like a new thing per se, like the idea of watching things. People used to do this. Ant colonies, gardening, right? And then you're thinking, oh, whoa, that's like touching grass situation, growing ant colonies and stuff. Okay, well, there's others like sports managers, like football managers, fantasy league, the World Cup. Right now at its peak, there's a lot of millennial slash like older people sports betting. Like, you're watching the simulation of something play itself and you're rooting for something. So it still exists. It's just the times have changed with the context. Like, instead of rooting for a team of football players, right? Like, or soccer players based on your region, like the World Cup, you're placing bet on virtual things, right? And humans are. I'm 40, by the way. I'm about to be 40 next year. No, I'm 39 right now. It's kind of interesting to have lived through 2 or 3 generations of different ways people entertain themselves. Fundamentally, though, it hasn't changed too much. The context has changed. You're 40? Oh, no wonder you sound like a person who knows what they're going about. Usually age does that. Like, you kind of go through phases like, oh, well, you still observe similar behaviors. Born in 87? Me too. Well, I'm born in 87. You're born in 86. You silly goose. You almost got I was like doing the math. I'm like, are you sure? Nice. Year of the Tiger. My friend, Year of the Tiger. So, oh, you misclicked? Oh, yeah, that's fair. So, it's interesting to see how people entertain themselves now. The context has changed, but the human behavior has not. And like how you find your entertainment and stuff. Right now, it's obviously the World Cup. I brought up the World Cup because people enjoy placing bets, seeing simulations. In fact, Football Manager, the soccer, but Football Manager, like the actual simulation game, that's still really popular on Steam. Like, it has one of the most consistent traffics because you're just watching simulations of hypothetical things happening. So, and it has a much more older player base, like in age. You used to play those as a kid? Ah, yeah. You just watch them simulate. I remember, I think maybe has it been more than 10 years? battle simulators. You know, like there was this niche of that janky ultimate battle simulator where you just spawn a bunch of armies and you're just gonna watch them collide into each other. And I'm like, okay. Kind of like trying to revamp the new age RTS thing. Warhammer Dawn of War 4 is coming out September or something like this year. It's been a while since you've seen a large scale, like, old legacy game with like that fun aspect, you know, that old school aspect or even new school aspect of seeing two large armies just colliding together and just seeing what happens. There was a time when it was kind of humorous to simply have AI, you know, you have two AI, just put two bots, turn off Fog of War, and just see how they go at each other. That's kind of the new age thing now, where you have auto RPGs like, oh hey, you want to buy something, and then see more flashy lights and see more flashy lights and like them taking care, and you're like looking for things to emerge, right? Like you don't know what's going to happen. You want to see if something interesting happens. Like, yes, you can tell one army is gonna take out the other army, but you want to see if there's like weird spaghetti interaction, you know. And lots of these simulators can produce anomalies, like weird anomalies. So when you stare at it, you just don't know if there's something quirky that's going to happen. And those are the draws, like the fun draws of watching simulators. You don't know what's going to happen, sort of. And watching sports, this is the closest thing I'm going to say to get closer to people who watch sports. I don't habitually watch sports. I do watch the big stuff. So like World Cup, I will watch highlights and try to catch a game here and there. However, usually I play video games instead. So when people talk about sports, that's how I connect them, like how I relate to people who habitually watch sports. I don't know. Are you a sports person? Lume? Are you a sports person? Are you watching the World Cup right now? Which country? Oh, MMA. There's been a new MMA game. They've been doing pretty well. UFC? The UFC series of video games have been doing pretty well. There was a new one that was released, I think, either a week or two ago. Not that I'm not sure if you're playing them, but I think those UFC video games are they were pretty solid across the board. MMA, huh? You don't happen to be Irish. I'm like making a really fun. I'm making a embarrass me stereotype. You don't have to be. Oh wait, you told me your time. So hang on. You told me your time frame. You said 8. Now, oh no, you can't be. You're from, yeah, you gotta be somewhere in the Germany timeline. So it's gotta be like Germany and up because of the 6-hour thing. So further east. Finland, huh? Well, hello. Hello from, I'm from the east coast of the United States. So east coast. You play MMORPGs, but MMA is your style of sport. Oh, okay. For me, sports, Finland. That's interesting. I watch disc golf. I have a thing for disc golf. Throwing discs, or as some people call it, the blue collar golf. The cheaper golf. Because ball golf, you know, the ball golf is that's the expensive golf. I don't watch ball golf, but I do watch disc golf, throwing discs. I think the Finland, Sweden, and Norway has a disc golf scene. For whatever reason, Scandinavia has a disc golf scene. and then like going down like Netherlands, Germany, and so have some disc golf scenes over there, like especially Finland actually, because of what's his name? There's actually a very prominent young Finnish player. Oh man, hold up. What is his name? Oh, uh, uh, Niklas Antila. Yeah, Niklas Antila is and then there's an older guy. I think it was Seppo Paju. Man, you have over 1,000 working disc golf courses here. Yeah, Finland is big. Finland's like one of the major hosts for disc golf. So for sure. That's why I brought up disc golf, by the way, since you mentioned Finland. Yeah. I do watch disc golf quite a bit. It's like it's a nice thing to spend with family. I'm kind of an old guy. I don't have a kid of my own. Yeah, 99% is free. That I was just about to get there. I don't have kids of my own, and you do have a little one. You should play it because it's so awesome. It's 99% free. It's a great way to go hiking the better parts of nature, right? The better parts of nature. And it's not quite as dangerous as, say, mountain climbing. But you could mountain climb. I mean, you're from Finland. So my first thought is like, the other thing that I typically think about is maybe mountain climbing. Or some sort of maybe kayaking or something. But disc golfing is fantastic. It's hiking, nature. It can be very secluded, and it's typically just completely free. So, such a wonderful pastime. Very awesome pastime. And I have been really aware about Finland, hyper aware of Finland, because Finland hosts a lot of the international outside of the United States. Yeah, some goobers out there. Always nice. Well, anyways, I imagine, do you work today? I imagine you're getting ready for your day. I'm about to head out, go get some sleep. But it's been a pleasure. Maybe we'll talk about the next module in another 2 or 3 months. How long do you think the next module is? I guess the half module, maybe when the battle pass ends, there's gonna be like a 33.5. Oh, you're still on holiday. Oh, interesting. Well, a perfect time to hang out with your kiddo. Work starts next week. Oh. So what are you doing for the rest of your holiday? Next week. Wow, you have some time. Yeah, what are you doing for your holiday? Before I head out. What are you doing? For a personal share, I don't work at the moment. For a time being. It's been some time. So at the moment, I don't necessarily have to work. We'll call it a choice sabbatical. You have Midsummer this weekend. Oh, going to a cottage? Oh, man. That sounds awesome. Cottage by a river? By a lake? What type of cottage? What do people do at a cottage? Midsummer for us is night without nighttime. No dark. Oh. Oh. Oh, by lake? Nice, nice. Do you fish at all? Or do you kayak? I honestly, I don't want to rely too much on this, but I don't usually hear Finnish people say swim. So probably not swimming. I usually can imagine like kayaking or like fishing in some way. Yeah, obviously you could be a swimmer, but I don't usually imagine. Sauna, chill, and barbecue. Nice. That sounds delightful. I imagine you're going with the little one. That sounds like a really chill vibe. My outing soon is, yeah, and the wifey, with, yeah. Oh, yeah, and it's with, wait, and it's with wife. Okay, okay. Sorry, for a moment there I just, oh, nice. Oh no, it's with. Okay, yeah, it's with. You're still in sleep mode. Oh yeah, no worries, no. Oh, it's with. Oh, I see. I got it. With the kid. It's with the kid. Okay. Got it. No significant other? Sorry, this might seem a little personal. Obviously you don't have to answer. Still in sleep mode. 9 a.m., huh? Or I guess it's 8. It's almost 8:30, I suppose. Sleep mode must be nice. I don't work, so my sleep mode is whenever sleep mode is at the moment. Neat. Well, I don't imagine your kid plays MMOs too. You're taking your time this morning. I don't imagine your kid plays MMOs, or is your little one still like well, I don't often get to meet and talk to other people around my age, like in this setting, too often. So your kid could be like, okay, too little. Perhaps when your kid becomes old enough, there'll be a fantastic new game, right? Something that you both can enjoy together, along with your cottage time and outdoor disc golfing. I think it's something about becoming 40 soon makes me really find it heartwarming to see like parents, right? Parents and children hanging out. That's pretty much the thing that I do most of the time. This Neverwinter thing is very rare. Typically, I'm generally talking to like students, university students. I do language learning most of the time nowadays, and I usually talk to a lot of students who may or may not have the best interaction with their parents, and it's nice to occasionally meet the older person who is spending time with their little ones and enjoying the times with the little ones. Especially getting older, it's for me it feels like it's a rare and rarer conversation to have. Oh, thank you for sharing. Are you good at disc golf? Are you gonna raise a Nicholas Antila? Sorry. You know, those kids, man, they're really good at a young age. I didn't really do sports when I was younger, so you think most of you are better than many? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I was pretty mediocre. Or I don't know. You play it in school? Oh, really? That's amazing. Dang, imagine playing disc golf in school. Yeah, it's so cheap. I bowled. Like I went, like, we did bowling. Like, that's what I picked up. And it was not cheap. When I was 16, I worked at a bowling alley. The bowling alley that we would practice bowling at. It was like an after school club thing. Not really necessarily like a school unit or something like that. It's interesting. I don't imagine bowling. Is bowling a thing in Finland? Bowling is another one of those things where you can sit and chat and yap and then take turns. Minus the hiking, which I kind of like disc golf for that reason. If you just play casually, you need only one disc, and that costs like 10 euros. Yeah. Disc golf is so accessible. I have so many discs. And you can play with it until you lose it. Yeah, yeah. Actually, most of the time, I don't know what it's like there. You don't even have to buy discs. Go to a disc golf course. Introduce yourself, and someone would probably just give you a disc. Like all the regular players, when you go to a disc golf course and you're like, hey, you know, I'm interested in playing disc golf. And the person who manages the place, or like sometimes, at least in the United States, right? If you go to like a disc golf course that has a lot of traffic, yeah, you start your throwing. Yeah, in disc golf courses, whoever's managing the place or plays in a place, you just go to the course and they're like, hey, you seem like you want to throw a disc. Like usually my bag would be filled with stuff, and then I would have like a bunch of tons of spare discs in the car and in the trunk. So whenever like you see a kid like is interested in whatnot, it's like, here's a disc. Like, because many of the regulars, people who play regularly, they have excess discs, especially when you like go play in local leagues or whatnot. The whole point of participating in local leagues is that you get discs, but you don't end up using all of them. So you can just get a disc. Oh, you have these courses where they give you discs? Yeah, found from that course, exactly. Yeah. I used to like participate in courses, like tourneys, like local tourneys with other people that I know, and they give away discs, like they package discs over and over again, and you have so many, like there's just no way you would go through them. So typically, yeah, if there's no phone number or any, they just give it away. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sometimes like if you want, you just go to any disc golf shop, and it would be like you look in a box, it's like $1, and you'll just pick up 5 discs. Just take the ones that you want to like practice with, and there's so many of them. Like they're so in excess. Such a great way. I mean, outside of that, you can think of like football, right? Football is another one where it's a ball, and then you go out and do the ball, but you still have to sometimes shoes cost something. Discs, I guess shoes does kind of involve in it. You kind of do go through your shoes a bit, so that is a extra thing, but generally typical shoes works well. You don't have to like buy specialty. Like for bowling, you would still need shoes. What's my favorite disc? Let's say favorite putter and favorite driver. I usually I don't have enough to go off favorites, but I can tell you which ones I use most often. The AVR3, and probably, hold on. So probably, so I have a star, right? A star AVR3, right? Innova star AVR3, and a star Mako 3, probably. Mid-range, so they're both stars. I like the flex, and then they're the threes. So the threes are the flat profiles, no like are flatter. Yeah, so those are the 3. I have 2 of each as a spare. So 2 Mako 3s and 2 AVR 3s as the standard. Pretty much any standard. And then for like drivers are willy-nilly. Maybe like a rock 3. I only have an Innova bag since we played. I always wanted to do others, but for now it's like 2 of each. The driver is a I wonder what driver I have right now. A T-Bird. So T-Bird 3. It's all the 3s. Basically just flat profile and then straight across the board. So Rock 3, T-Bird 3, Star Destroyer, AVR 3, and a Mako 3. So you have your one overstable and then one slightly, like a Leopard 3 is thrown in there. So Leopard 3 and Mako 3 are about neutral. And then the overstable is probably like a T-Bird 3 and a Rock 3. Your favorite putter for sure is P1? Yeah, P1's solid. Tasmania. And also you like it to use like a mid-range. Yep. And you throw a lot forehand, so your pick is Innova Beast. Wow. That is a curveball. That is a big curveball. Yeah, P1, the person that I disc golf with, one of my friends, they like P1s and P2s. And they throw the P1s like a mid-range. And then P2s for your extra distance. But yeah, P1, P2s. Or, is it called P2? Yeah, it's called P2. And then, he had a couple D ones. You know, not many use Bs nowadays, but you just love it, so versatile. The one that I use for, like, the versatility is pretty much the Mako 3. The Mako 3 is neutral. You think you have, like, 7 different beasts? Oh, like, Mako is the mid-range that I would throw for both. Because it's neutral, so it's not overstable. It's both. You can turn it over and whatnot. In terms of forehand, like a sidearm or forehand, probably something really overstable because I don't usually do sidearms too much. Like a Firebird or something. Something very thin. A Leopard 3 is fine too. Leopard 3 is fairly, like, it's not overstable. It's both directions. I usually prefer my neutral discs because I'm not like a power thrower. I don't really require too much of an overstable to. I don't flip up very often. I'm not a flip up person. You know, a hyzer flip, that's not gonna happen. My arms and shoulders are not made for that anymore. The hyzer flipping, just throw your 13 speed super overstable a disc as hard as possible and hyzer flip it. That's not gonna happen. Probably like neutral discs for the versatility. Neat. I haven't really talked about disc golf in a very long time. It's nice to meet a Finnish, a proper Finnish who plays disc golf. I have met 1 or 2 other Finnish before, but they didn't play disc golf. Interestingly enough. Or maybe I didn't bring it up. That's probably why. That's lovely to hear that you guys got disc golf. I would love to visit Finland for just disc golf. That is possible. I could convince, like, a particular couple, friend that I know. Weird Finns that doesn't play disc golf. I know, right? Maybe they just didn't bring it up. Oh, that's so lovely. And you get to see Finland while you're playing. Yeah, frisbee golf. Yep. You know Simon Lazat, right? Simon Lazat, he has since moved over to the US, like in Boston or Massachusetts, but he carries the frisbee golf thing too, like overseas frisbee golf. Yeah, frisbee golf is disc golf is like Americanized, like the word disc golf, the phrase, but you can definitely hear the frisbee golf whenever you hear overseas things. Yeah, I frisbee golf or disc golf. And then I rarely ever call golf regular golf now. It's always ball golf. And occasionally someone will say like, why do you keep saying ball golf? Doesn't all golf involve balls? And I'm like, no. There is, I don't know if this is a thing. There is this thing in the United States, kickball golf. That's weird. Like you kick a ball golf. That's a thing here at the moment. I don't know how wild it is, but kicking a ball into a hole is interesting. Ball golf guys will rip their butt if they hear someone use just golf or disc golf. Dude, dang. That would definitely trigger them for sure. Like, oh hey, have you played golf? And they're like, yeah, I have a few clubs in my back trunk. It's like, no, that's not golf. Golf, don't you have like where are your discs? Where are your what, you don't use clubs for golf. What are you talking about? Use your arm, man. Go get some plastic. Or something like, hey, do you play golf? And it's like, oh yeah, I do. It's like, oh, what kind of molds do you like? What do you mean molds? I have like a set of irons and no, what type of molds? Like what is your profile here? Do you like your bead? Are you more of an overstable driver kind of guy? Like what are we talking about here? I can't even imagine having a discussion like that with someone. Especially in the United States. Like, in the United States, if you start talking about golf and someone's like, oh, yeah, what type of driver do you use? I'm like, oh, a 13 speed, maybe like 7 in stability, probably something like a Star Destroyer. Like, what the heck are you talking about? Like, a driver? Is that aren't you talking about a driver? Or, oh, you mean a fairway driver. So a fairway driver, maybe something speed 9. You think normal golf is more popular in the US? Here only rich people play it? Oh, I see. Yeah, here? That's a great question. That is a really interesting question. I am unsure because I would say the player count for sure, like like the player count, like the professional player count, but I'm not sure about recreation because let's just say there's not a lot of rich people in the United States. Oh yeah, it's way more popular. Yeah, you're right. Like it's way more popular. According to Gemini, right? According to AI, 48 million ball golf and 7 million disc golf. That's a lot bigger than I thought, though. Like 7 million is pretty great for the time being. Yeah, ball golf. That's my friends play, like the people that when I was growing up, most of the kids like played golf, like ball golf. So I did not play golf. I don't know how to play golf. I did swing. There was a time, long story short, there was a wedding I went to, and the wedding venue was on a golf, like a country club, a golf course. That was the only time I handled. Oh no, wait, sorry, 2 times. There was 2 times I've handled a golf club, like a driver, and I hit a golf ball. I've never played golf. I've only like drove, like, you know, a driving range. Like, here's the tee, you just whack it as hard as possible. So one time was during a wedding, and the other time was during a date. So that was the only time I've. Oh, and this kind of doesn't count because I didn't hit a golf ball. But in high school, you hit wiffle balls, or waffle balls, or wiffle balls. Those like really hollow plastic balls, so you don't like launch it into like cars and stuff, like the things that like they float in the air. So you just practice swinging a golf club. Yeah, I've never played golf ever. And then I think you probably done these like mini golf courses. That's the closest thing to putting that I've ever done. You have around 160,000 normal golf players. Dang, 228,000 registered disc golf players. Yikes, that is quite a difference. But if not counting registered only, it's around 1 million disc golf. Yeah, yep. It's hard to imagine how, like, is Finland spread out? Like, what I mean is, like, it's interesting to see how many, yeah, like 5.5 million. Yeah, Finland's a really big place for 5.5 million. Are you guys, like, spread out? Or is that big or small to you? I feel like that's a really wonderful, like, spread out kind of population. Like, you have your space and you're not like completely very dense, you know, like clustered. Because I was, yeah, a lot more north you go, more space you have. I see. I was born, like, where I was born, you probably can guess where I was born in terms of what I'm about to tell you. But there are 5.5 million in like a couple city blocks. I was born in around New York City, so like when we're talking about like 5.5 million, New York City is 5.5 million or more. I actually don't know what the population of New York City is. Oh no, it's not more. It's oh yeah, it is more. Yeesh. 8.6 million. Yeah, 8.6 million. I don't live there anymore. Like, my family do not live there. I was born in that city. So I spent most of my life outside. We were like, where I am, the population is like 50,000. The city, like the town, all these towns and residential areas are. I live in the suburbs. You've probably seen a bunch of like the stereotypes of like every house looks about the same and everyone like they're always carefree, like Pleasantville kind of thing. That's the type of area that my family has eventually lived in and settled down in. So usually you walk outside and you know all your neighbors' situation. But in New York City, that's where I was born. Like, I was born in New York City, which is like, when you walk in the city, you're sharing a space, like crazy amount of space. No, or crazy amount of people in a very tiny space. You live in the third biggest city in Finland and you have like 250,000 people. Okay. That sounds really lovely. I like really quaint small cities. Like it's nice to feel like it's a mid-range between you have the potential to appreciate people around and at the same time feel like you're not simply dwarfed by every other person. Right? Being a city of like 8 million it makes one feel a bit small and sometimes very not connected with the place. I over my life I had worked and studied, you know, go to university and stuff in smaller cities, not New York City. New York City is just happens to be where I was born. I would love to visit Finland one day. Have you been out of Finland at all? This is the type of conversation you have while chilling in Neverwinter for sure. Yeah, this whole time we were waiting, yeah, I don't see anything. Unfortunate. Yeah, mostly in Europe. Oh, okay. I have only been outside the continent of the North America, the North American continent once in my life, and it was in New Zealand. So, yeah, I know it's like New Zealand of all places. I do hope one day, maybe in when I have my midlife period, I would visit other places. You don't like if there's too much people. I agree. I like tight communities. So, like, maybe too much people is more like the togetherness of people. So, like, certainly you can have people around. I like tight communities, and they tend to. You can't have a tight community with too many people. So Asia and America is kind of out of your range. Well, where I live, 80 to 90% of like the place is wilderness. Like it's farmland and wilderness. The two cities though, yeah. If you visit the two cities, probably filled with people. I spend most of my life, like, on average, I see one person a day. Maybe one or two people a day. The people are there, though. The people are there. So here's the thing about the states in the United States, right? Most of the place is uninhabited. So when you say overall, most of the United States is sparse. Unless you go to the cities. So like the large majority of the United States have very few people in it. Like in terms of landmass. However, if you want to visit the United States, usually the places that people like to visit in the United States are the cities. So like, it's pretty crazy. The way to really know how the population is distributed in country is if you look at the voting map. So the United States has a voting map, right? And the voting maps, the amount of votes represent, like in different areas, it'll be color-coded based on how dense the population is. And basically, whenever you watch like the presidential elections, like if you're a foreigner, like, and you're wondering who's gonna become the next president or something like that, usually when you see the coloring, you'll probably see red over most of the country, and that's usually the Republicans. And most of those states, there's like no one there. Like no one is there. That's and all of the like blue states are the ones where I think most people think of when it's basically completely congested. So US could get home for every homeless, basically, they can, but they won't. That's, yeah. So that's kind of one of the, it's one of those things. Who owns the lands are the rich people. Rich people own the lands. That's kind of one of those very maybe like consequences, like the whole bucket, like capitalism and stuff. For what it can do, it can also produce those symptoms. Basically, the ones that own the land and own the, you have both, right? Capitalism can raise a lot of money for, I don't know, technology development, but at the same time, it is also the very reason why land is expensive, because I don't know if how it works in Finland, but in the United States, one way to store your wealth, you know, like if you want to store how much money you have, you can buy land. So despite the countries that have a lot of money, like the states that have a lot of money in the United States, also have a lot of land. But those people are rich people. The rich people own all of that land. So it's not like the city people can move to the states that have a lot of land, because those lands are owned by rich people. So a disproportionate amount of, you probably heard this oftentimes in the United States, the rich is disproportionately rich to the number of people. So they own most of the land. You have tax for everything, so you want to store money, you don't spend. So if you want to store money, you don't spend it. Okay. So that's kind of what I mean. Yeah. So for capitalists, for like this place, oftentimes you want to find as many assets, right? As many assets to store wealth. And land is definitely one of them. Despite having land tax per se, you can build something. Like it's obviously this isn't as accurate. I'm not a financial person, but my understanding is that when you build a condo or something, you build like a building for housing. If you own and buy that building, you own and buy the condo, it stores the value and guards it from taxation more than not. So the housing crisis, or like the housing problem and the cost of housing, is in part, not entirely involved, but it is a contributor. The idea of, yes, there is a lot of land and there's potential land to build housing, but usually the people who build the infrastructure and the houses, they're kind of like tax deductions from rich people. Obviously, again, take it with a grain of salt, because I don't work in finance or business. I do some investing of my own. I don't command that type of wealth. My family's is from a working class. So my parents are working class. I'm no longer working class. However, I'm also not an entrepreneur. So I'm not a businessman. I don't turn my fortune, like I don't turn money into more money. Like I don't own land. I do have, my family has assets. But generally speaking, whenever someone talks to me about money, I have enough. That's usually what I tell people. I have enough. I'm very grateful to have a roof over my head. Being in a neighborhood where you don't have to lock your doors. Like, that's kind of most of the empty space, sort of, in the United States. So people who can afford to live away from the city is one of those things where you would see like movies and stuff about Pleasantville. You know how people walk their dogs, everyone has the same dogs. Everyone has the same dogs, and then when, like, you'll be shocked when you hear that there has been like a break-in or something, because everyone would know everyone. It's like, who in the world would break in? That type of thing. And I think that's actually most of the space in the United States. So all the cities are super dense because there are a lot of them. Like each state has a city that's super dense. However, the vast majority of land around the world is incredibly spaced out. So when you have enough money, right? If you have enough money, you can live in one of those spaces. And that's what I'm very happy for. Like so I don't want to make it sound like living in the United States sounds like it's a very pleasant place. It's usually a lot of empty space, but it's empty space because you need to be in the privileged. And my family and I have enough privileges, so I can talk about these things. Yeah, but they're not places to visit. Like if you were a foreigner trying to visit the United States, you wouldn't visit the empty spaces. Like it's kind of, unless you really like barbecues every single day, and this might sound great at home, but if you're visiting a country, you're not there to do what you're doing at home, right? Like for me, when I walk out, if I walk outside the outer limits of the residential area, there are only mountains and cornfields. So only mountains, rivers, and cornfields. What do people do most of the time? They hunt, they hike, they swim, and they go on walks. That's what they do. So, and then the shopping, to shop, you have to actually drive to a place designated for shopping. So like even the shopping is not part of the living area. And then the rest is wilderness. Like the state that I live in, 80% of the state is wilderness. So you spend more time driving and looking at mountains and one single road going through like huge tunnels going through mountains than anything else. So that's kind of like, it's a retirement state. Most of the retirement states kind of sound like that. It's a whole lot of nothing. It's a great place to settle down. Like raise a kid, to raise a child, and then the child can choose to go to the city. That's what I did. So when I became 18, I went to the city. I went to a city, and I learned to like, I enjoy the city. Mind you, I do enjoy the city. It was a smaller city, so the city that you're describing, your third largest city, that sounds like my place. I didn't go to New York City. Like I didn't work at New York City. That might cause me to have a panic attack. So it is kind of nice. Finland sounds amazing. Honestly, I can only imagine driving around, winding around. New Zealand is interesting too. Like New Zealand, even on the North Island, there's only like one major highway, and oftentimes when you're driving, it's like you'd be lucky to see people. Like driving long distances, you'd be lucky to see people. And then when you go to South Island, you don't drive alone because you could legitimately just get lost and never be found again. I went on a tour of South Island with like a tour group, because if you don't go as a group, you'll just get lost. You won't be found. There was a time when we were hiking, and it's weird, but the hiking guide, the person who was hiking, there's like, yeah, there was a couple where we just lost the person. Like they just went off on their own and they were never found. And I'm okay. I'm not. Is that something you want to say? It was interesting. It was a very interesting experience. I don't know how it feels in Finland. I imagine you still can technically lose track of people. Man, it was nice to talk with you, but I need to start doing those morning things. Absolutely. Wifey is not happy if I just sit sit down, and she needs to. Yeah, fair enough. I was kind of curious when you're gonna start your day. Thanks for keeping me company. It was very refreshing. I hope whenever, if ever, right, like another 3 months or so, we can definitely chat. It's great. It's always nice to talk to people. Take care. Take care. Good luck. Good luck with everything. Thank you. Thank you for the conversation. All right, folks. We're gonna conclude our Neverwinter thing today. For the record, what I just did, like me and my serendipitous meeting with a Finnish person, that's kind of what Neverwinter was like back then. So as a fun little outro, MMOs were great at doing these things, especially when you like play around, you know, like in different time periods and whatnot. I used to love that aspect of MMORPGs. Like that was how I interacted with Europeans and people from around the world. I played World of Warcraft, and I know you're saying, well, don't World of Warcraft have different servers? It's like I played on different servers. Now, nowadays, though, it is kind of the Neverwinter thing was what was really interesting about it. Neverwinter didn't have a region lock. World of Warcraft did, so it was a bit harder to meet people outside of the NA region because World of Warcraft had region separation for their servers. Neverwinter, when Neverwinter came along, just as a short story where maybe this will be another chance in the future. Neverwinter used to be that. I think there were even in the beginning of Neverwinter, like Neverwinter is Arc Games is located in the United States. However, I feel for the most part it has usually been largely a European dominant like player base, and it is now for sure. I really liked Neverwinter because it was an opportunity to have these interactions, and sure, Bloom was not playing at the same time. However, the idea of Neverwinter back in the day was that it was a hub to meet people, and I've met my fair share of Italians, Germans, Finnish on the lighter side, Polish, and then actually the rarest one would be like British. I had fewer British than all like German, Dutch, Polish, Italian, lots of Italians. Right, if I forgot German, and usually Scandinavian occasionally. So I think in general, like Finland, Sweden, and Norway, but typically Finland would come of the three, and then you filter down. So this is kind of like what I miss this a bit in a different way for playing MMOs. MMOs now, because of the advent of technology, right? There was a time when World of Warcraft separated things based on ping and whatnot, largely because you have latency. Well, technology is fairly great now, or consistent, that you can have global servers that are shared even across the pond. So having these discussions, I legitimately often idle my characters and we would talk and we would exchange stuff, talk about things, even in the context of gaming. So it's nice to be able to end the biting cold with a serendipitous connection. You know, we both still play Neverwinter. We actually have different preferences, right? Loom talked about talked about how they're doing it, the masters, the getting the rings, they do master runs, right? And I don't. The nice thing is when you play an MMO, you can interact with that. I think nowadays this type of model of interaction has subsided. So now we do YouTube, right? YouTube and Twitch. It is a bit, it's fun to do the slice of the old. The difference now is I'm no longer 20 years old. I'm no longer a teenager, and I talk about this in my language learning stuff. My communication skills are people forward now. Back in the day, I had all this, but it was very great at it because it was compensating. I was compensating for my young self. My young self was pretty low on communication skills. I don't grab and improvise things to relate to people, and I wasn't cultured enough because I was still a teenager. When I was a teenager, the internet was still trying to proliferate with information, right? Like, it was barely the internet of today, let alone social media did not exist yet. When I went to college, Facebook was starting up. Facebook was a high school only and in a college only a platform. So now it's really nice to see you can still play MMOs and talk about things outside the MMOs and bring them together. That is a thing of the past. It's definitely a relic of the past. I still do streaming, and like when someone asks, oh man, this is just a guy who's complaining about not getting served a live service game, and they don't understand the old school ways of MMOs. Like, why do people play MMORPGs? Like, he's just a I don't know, a Gen Z person who can't appreciate why people stick with MMOs or try to hold on to nostalgia. I wanted to make sure that it's clear that I enjoy new modern live service contemporary games because they are integrated differently. I also enjoy this too. I do enjoy the idea of idling in a game, using the game as a hub to interact with people, especially international people now, as a way to practice my communication skills, being more cultured, right? Getting a chance to participate in multicultural interactions. That is my bit. We're constantly talking about multiculturalism, try to find connection between different places and also appreciating the differences. Now, with that said, the new live service games that I'm talking about, which Neverwinter is now existing in, the live service games are created over social media. So like the PR and the connections and stuff are communicated through community outreach. And right now, most of the stuff that I was trying to end without going back to it, TLDR, PR is not great. And communication is not that great either. Without that transparency, there's also no negotiation. And because of that, it often feels like Cryptic is kind of a place out of time. So it's very anachronistic. It's kind of stuck between two models, in my opinion, two dominant models. The subscription models of old, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy X, and the live service models like MiHoYoverse, like the HoYoverse stuff, and the Asian persuasion, like the Chinese groups and the Korean groups. They're doing it in a way that when they are accessing, they do broadcasts, typical broadcasts, community exchange, and then the content creators feed on that, and then commentary and subculture commentary. That's kind of like a hit or miss in Neverwinter, because you have existing content creators that cover Neverwinter, but they cover it in a landscape that is not a... It's still lacking communication with the developer. The developers themselves also do not broadcast and do things for transparency, and that type of thing is kind of more like go play Blizzard games. Blizzard games don't succumb to player outrage, so to speak. Final Fantasy 14 is resistant to that too. So that kind of thing, like monetary gains and all that, right? They have obligations through monetary gains. Neverwinter does not. Neverwinter is acting on a free-to-play model and a live service game. So you can, to be a little bit more positive spinning, like as I was attempting to outro, it's hopeful. Old leadership could be new leadership could be old leadership. Hopefully it creates a transition point. The old leadership that's coming back as the new leadership for Cryptic, the ventures that they had, that they were part of, the group that they have, those are on the up, and they have a more of a social presence and kind of a integration to the contemporary things. So we could see the next couple modules, maybe the module after the next, to be a more promising direction. Personally, that's my auspicious thinking, right? I'm trying to be hopeful. I like preservation of, I am a fan of preservation of games, and the idea is, my commentary and criticism on Neverwinter is, it occupies a very interesting space. Like I mentioned Lord of the Rings Online already, and then Loom was helpful enough to segue into all the new games that failed and got closed down. Like, for everyone, Neverwinter outlived that, right? And these games can be a perfect, or like a fun, interesting case study to experiment with different dynamics. And that's why I still play Neverwinter and cover Neverwinter, to compare and contrast similarities and differences between other formats. Like, I play Hearthstone, I play PSO2 NGS, and I also play the new kids on the block, like Persona 5X, the Phantom X, which I'll be covering next, right? Because that's the next update, the anniversary. And they interact with people very differently. Like, for example, Atlas, what they do is they present pop culture through their channel, and they raise awareness and where to like spread hype or interaction through their broadcasts and through how culturally inclined they are with the existing trends of disseminating information. Neverwinter is kind of going towards that in a way, like with a new community manager and trying to create and build communities again. And that's the way to interact. So if it constantly sounds like I'm referring to some imaginary Discord, the Discord exists for Neverwinter. They've overhauled it a couple times in the past year. They've reorganized a lot of the stuff, and now they have rerouted all of the stuff to that. For example, RIP the forum, right? The forum recently, it was not that long ago, maybe close to a year now, the forum was removed. The forum has been decommissioned and it's moved to Discord. So in a way, Neverwinter has, over the couple of years, transitioned. It still occupies a middle ground. Like the philosophy that I was trying to highlight today was the philosophy that I feel they're kind of juggling. Are you presenting your game and advertising a game like there's a cost to enjoying the game, which is the old model? You enjoy a game by how successful you are in the game. World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy X. You enjoy the game the moment you acquire and work towards the loot. The other live service games that are still successful and are explosive, they are, thank you for playing, how much do you think our content is worth? And now they do have aggressive monetization. Like, there are plenty with aggressive monetization. That's coming from the idea that they had a forward investment already. Like, the 1.0 launch of those are gigantic. And then they pull how much they can squeeze in monetization. So you have to constantly adjust monetization at the expense of possibly taking a hit to content. So that is their name of their business models. Neverwinter is more like the content stays the same. Like they already know what the content they're going to put out. They're satisfied with that. They might tweak it a little bit, safe. You know, the churn effect. They churn, that means they also have an accurate target of how much the cost is. And the cost is player time. Like they release a module, they have already determined through the use of their digital assets how much is the cost. Now the question is that cost going to be easily accessible and calculable, and there's transparency between the players who say, oh yeah, I'm okay with 100 hours per module over 10 hours of content. Maybe. Live service, the other live service games, they actually keep that behind doors. They're like, okay, here's our new content. Tell us how much it's worth. And they would give you opportunities to tell the company how much it's worth. Like, for example, a gacha game would be, here's a banner. How much is it worth? They'll get data from how much the banner will, right, get. And then they would adjust things based on that. And you could say, well, that's prioritizing differently, right? That's like prioritizing your business model and how much you can monetize and putting content second. Like, well, yes, to a great extent, I would concede that is definitely it. That is how I feel about Neverwinter's content. It is already priced in before it's released. And whenever people talk, whenever like a collective starts arguing, okay, that's, you're devaluating our time too much, they would double down. They would double down and very vigorously tweak slight things. Like the drop rate has actually, quote unquote, been told to be in the plans to be adjusted and whatnot over time. But that's not through vigorous, attentive way to please your players. The live service models that exist now, they are there to please. Like even non-live service games like Pearl Abyss and Crimson Desert. So you can go in that direction. I'm not sure if Neverwinter is going to go in that direction. It's interesting though. I can't wait to see, or I'm going to wait and see. I can definitely wait, but I can wait and see till what's going to happen in the future. The topics I talked about is very, they're parallel topics that I will be covering for like Persona 5X and all the other live service games that I'll rotate out. Like right now, as I wind down Neverwinter, I'll probably explore other things. And Loom mentioned Soulframe, and like there are other titles that are coming out. That'll be interesting to see where Cryptic goes. So keep a optimistic mind, right? I'm an optimistic person when it comes to the potential of an unpredictable future. I don't really prescribe to deterministic and fatalist kind of thing. So let's see what happens next. This will conclude my biting cold coverage. Next module 34. It's probably not going to be module 33.5 unless something dramatically change with their, all of a sudden with their schedule. I think they're going to do a half module again. We'll see. The plan is to do 5 weeks, but it's more like 4 weeks. Check if there's a 4th milestone, and then we'll wrap it up, and then see if we meet anyone and chat for a little bit. I like these momentary chats. I take up all the time is dedicated to like why stream playing an MMO. You chat, you meet people. Like otherwise you can watch someone else run a dungeon for the 100th time. That is, people's cup of tea, right? It depends on what your cup of tea is. For me, if there's anything true to the nature of where Neverwinter is trying to hold on to, is what I, in my opinion, what I did just now for 2.5 hours, talking to someone who I met, and it's connected through an MMORPG. And this is like the new age way, so it's more like, oh, you and I play, but we met on a different platform, YouTube. That's kind of what I mean by the anachronistic way that, like, out of space and time, that Neverwinter is. Neverwinter philosophy and Cryptic way of approaching PR and like the word of mouth and stuff, it's not through the main channels anymore. Discord is a start for sure, and if they're going that route, it'll be interesting to see how they're gonna culture, like make Neverwinter a topic of culture again. There is still a growing uptrend of interest in Western fantasy. House of Dragons season 3 just came out. It's doing really well. Lord of the Rings is coming back, right? In different ways, not just Ring of Power. We're not talking about Ring of Power here. We're talking about Lord of the Rings, like more other. I think it's a Cerulean. I forgot. I'm not the greatest with Tolkien lore, but Dungeons and Dragons still have more things. Like their first movie for a while now. There's gonna be another one. So these things are still very much on the uptrend. It's kind of like another renaissance. You know, it's been 10 years. Let's go back around to Western fantasy. So I look forward to tying all of these habits in. I'm one of the Yap. We are about yapping about how MMOs are awesome, right? And MMOs are a social event to me. My nostalgia with playing World of Warcraft are exactly what people said. The people you met while playing the game. Now, you don't necessarily have to keep on playing the game to be good friends or like to share a moment with someone. The whole idea of MMOs was to serendipitously also meet people. And I'm very grateful that I had to spend some quality 2 hours or so with some new person that I met. And that could be it. That's like the moment. That's MMOs. You go on an MMO journey and you meet people along the way. That's what I sincerely mean by why I still think there's a place for MMOs, MMORPGs specifically. Phantom, like Persona 5, the Phantom X, that's a whole different story. That's like a solo, but indirectly interacting culturally with fandom. So that is more like a parasocial event. And, you know, some part of me still want to go back to World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy 14 to see if it's still it's still there. The idea of serendipitously meeting people as a form of a social event. So I wanted to highlight that. That is the most important. It's not about getting loot. It's part of getting loot. Like, loot is part of the picture. It's cool to get loot along the way. For me, the essential... Oh my gosh, there's an AGS call now. Just now. It's okay. I'm wrapping up. I could have... Like, that's the first AGS call in the last 4 hours. Like, maybe 3 or 4 hours. Yeah. Just so happens there's an AGS call. Oh, that's okay. So that's a wrap. Use your imagination, right? I'll probably run complete. Maybe I'll catch up the other tunes I have, the 2 other tunes, and we'll see if module 34 will bring something else. So for now, it's so good. Like, last week I was able to cover AGS with a pug, with like a pickup group. That's at least my ideal depiction of what it's like to play an MMO, or like my example of why I play MMO. And today, right before I was gonna go and, you know, queue up and see something and nothing happens, I met someone and talked with them. We talked about disc golf. It's really great, and that's kind of why I play MMOs. So it's a really wonderful way to wrap up the MMO experience. So until next time, right? This is a wrap for the biting cold. I've said my bit about the pros, or maybe like the pros and cons, or the discontents and whatnot. Generally speaking, this is considered commentary. I do not want to say that I understand how to fix things. I didn't suggest fixes, so please take it with a grain of salt. I expressed what I observed, and I look forward to being taken for a ride to see what they do. The time that I use to cover things are reflective in what I think is important. So if those things are the only things you think are important, then you might want to consider that. If you think there are more important things like getting bis and learning how the loot table works and maximizing your rotations and mechanics, that is for someone else to share with you. For myself, I don't focus on those things. I love yapping the yap, meeting people over video games, language learning over over video games, language learning over learning for the sake of learning, multiculturalism in general. So that is my focus. Whether that is like to poor use of time or something like that, I think we can all learn to love the things we want to do and find valuable to us, so like, each individual person. So I wouldn't give up that 2-hour discussion for someone's like a 2-hour 50-minute speed run through Master Yoenscar for that, because people are worth more. For me personally, people are worth more in every aspect of multiplayer games. So not performance, whatever your ego is, right? I think others prefer to play for ego. I prefer to play it to meet people. So anyways, wrap for biting cold. I'll be back in another 3+ months now. It's gonna be a little bit longer, so 3+ months. 4. So each battle pass is about 2 months long. So 3.5 months from now, we'll probably hear about module 34, and I'll be back. Maybe we'll have a different take on things. 3 to 4 months, a lot of things can happen. Until then, if you're gonna watch this later, thank you. You're always welcome to pick up Neverwinter, give it a shot. It is a free to play. Your accessibility to the game may vary. I think most of it is you take it with a grain of salt and you manage your time-gated stuff. Catch up, right? I would say a month or 2 is a catch-up period. So by the time you start now, you can be right where we are, and we can exchange ideas, talk about experiences, yap while we wait for queue for calls. Again, I wasn't simply just yapping. Like, yapping is the primary thing. I was also looking at my chat to see if there's any calls for runs. So nothing happened during that. It's right behind my cam. I do this for courtesy in case there's like some people who are uncomfortable with their names being shown. So there you have it. That is the experience around this time period. So it was a great way to show what could happen. So until next time, you're more than welcome to come on by and yap, exchange experiences, talk about what your gripes are. I like passing along the message or sharing other people's stories because I myself cannot have chosen not to experience everything the way other people do. So if you have like comments about the master dungeon, like Loom told me about the dust rates and whatnot, and I can confirm that's what I've read, feel free next time in another 4 months, and I'll be back then. So until next time, see you guys in the next module. Bye bye.